Hello everyone and welcome. This is Harry What If speaking. We have handpicked a wonderful story for today. What if Tonks secretly bonded with Harry and became his dark protector? Empress. New videos drop regularly, so subscribe and hit the bell to stay updated. And don't forget to like if you enjoy the story. Shall we begin? Here goes. Chapter 1, Blood Awakening. Harry Potter sat in the darkened library of number 12 Grimmauld Place, a half-empty bottle of fire whiskey on the table beside him. Sirius had hidden it behind a loose panel, one of many secrets he'd shared with Harry during Christmas. Now Sirius was gone, and Harry was drowning in memories. Rain lashed against the windows as thunder rumbled outside, matching his mood perfectly. 2 weeks since the Department of Mysteries. 2 weeks since he'd watched his godfather fall through that veil. The Order members kept their distance, except when dropping off food or checking that he hadn't done anything stupid. Even Ron and Hermione's letters felt hollow, full of vague reassurances and carefully avoiding any mention of Sirius. Harry took another burning swallow. Dumbledore had reluctantly agreed to let him stay here instead of returning to the Dursleys. The blood protection remained strongest there, he'd said in that infuriatingly calm voice, but perhaps what you need most now is connection to Sirius. Connection. What a joke. All he felt was absence. A floorboard creaked in the hallway. Harry didn't bother reaching for his wand. If it was a Death Eater, maybe they'd do him a favor. Watch her, Harry. Tonks stood in the doorway, her hair a subdued mousy brown instead of her usual vibrant pink. Dark circles hung under her eyes, and she looked thinner than Harry remembered. Come to make sure I'm not hanging from the rafters? Harry asked, his voice rough from disuse and alcohol. Tonks didn't flinch at his tone. She crossed the room and dropped into the armchair opposite him. Nah. Came to see if you'd share that. She nodded at the fire whiskey. Without waiting for an answer, she summoned a dusty tumbler from a nearby cabinet, cleaned it with a quick charm, and poured herself a generous measure. To Sirius, she said, raising her glass. The most irritating, wonderful cousin a girl could have. Something in her simple toast broke through Harry's isolation. He lifted his own glass. To Sirius. They drank in silence. Rain continued to beat against the windows. I keep thinking I could have done something different, Tonks said suddenly. If I hadn't let Bellatrix take me down so easily. Don't, Harry cut her off. I've played that game every night. If I hadn't gone there, if I'd used the mirror, if I'd tried harder with occlumency. He shook his head. It just goes in circles. Tonks stared into her glass. Some Auror I am. Some chosen one I am, Harry countered. Their eyes met, and suddenly they were both laughing, a raw, painful sound with no real humor. But it was the first time Harry had felt anything besides anger or numbness in weeks. We're quite the pair, Tonks said, wiping a tear from her eye. Yeah, the grief twins. Matching luggage under our eyes and everything. She snorted, then topped off both their glasses. Tell me something about him. Something I wouldn't know. Harry thought for a moment. He tried to buy me a firebolt the moment he saw me flying. Before he even spoke to me. Said he had 13 years of birthday presents to make up for. Tonks smiled. Sounds like him. Always grand gestures. Your turn, Harry said. When I was 7, I broke Mum's favorite vase, this hideous black family heirloom. I was terrified, but Sirius fixed it before she noticed. Then he broke it again himself the next day and took the blame. Tonks shook her head. Told me, never waste a good opportunity to be a hero, Nymphy. Harry laughed. He called you Nymphy. And lived? Only person who could get away with it. Her smile faded. He was the bridge between me and the Black family. Mum left all that behind when they disowned her, but Sirius, he understood both worlds. They traded stories as the bottle emptied, Sirius teaching Harry defensive spells, Tonks learning to control her metamorphmagus abilities with Sirius's encouragement, midnight kitchen raids during the holidays. I miss him, Harry said simply. Tonks reached across and squeezed his hand. Me too, kid. Something warm pulsed between their palms, like static electricity but stronger. They both pulled back, startled. What was that? Harry asked. Tonks frowned. No idea. Probably just magical discharge. Happens sometimes when emotions run high. Harry wasn't convinced, but the clock on the mantel chimed midnight, and exhaustion suddenly hit him like a bludger. I should turn in, he said, standing unsteadily. The room swayed slightly. First time with fire whiskey? Tonks asked with a knowing smile. That obvious? Get some water before sleep, and take this. She conjured a small vial of purple liquid. Hangover potion. Trust me, you'll thank me tomorrow. Harry pocketed it. Thanks, Tonks. For, you know. Anytime, Harry. I mean that. As he climbed the stairs to Sirius's old room, he couldn't bring himself to sleep anywhere else. Harry realized this was the first night he might actually sleep through without nightmares. Harry woke with a gasp, heart pounding, sweat soaking his sheets. The nightmare had been different this time, not Sirius falling through the veil, but Tonks, her face twisted in pain as Bellatrix's curse struck her chest. In the dream, Harry had felt her pain as his own, a burning sensation that lingered even now. Sunlight streamed through the curtains he'd forgotten to close. He fumbled for his glasses and checked the time, nearly noon. No wonder his head was pounding. He reached for the hangover potion Tonks had given him and downed it in one gulp. The relief was almost instantaneous, the pressure behind his eyes receding. Voices drifted up from downstairs, the familiar tones of order members in discussion. Harry quickly dressed and made his way down, pausing on the landing when he heard his name. Worried about Harry, Remus was saying. This isolation isn't healthy. The boy's grieving, growled Moody. Give him space. What he needs is purpose, Molly Weasley insisted. Dumbledore should tell him the whole truth for once, Tonks interrupted, her voice sharp. Harry's not a child anymore. Harry moved closer to the slightly open door, careful to avoid the creaking stair. That's not your decision to make, Nymphadora, Snape's silky voice replied. The headmaster has his reasons. Yeah, and look how well that worked out at the ministry, Tonks shot back. And don't call me Nymphadora. Harry pushed the door open. The kitchen fell silent as 7 pairs of eyes turned to him. Remus, Moody, Molly, Arthur, Snape, Kingsley, and Tonks sat around the long table covered with parchments and maps. Morning, Harry said. Or afternoon, I guess. Harry, dear, Molly stood quickly. You must be starving. Let me fix you something. I can manage, thanks. Harry moved to the cupboard, acutely aware of the continued silence. Tonks caught his eye and gave him a small smile. Her hair was still brown, but she looked more alert than she had last night. Sleep well? She asked. Better than usual, Harry admitted, then frowned. Though I had a strange dream about, Potter, Snape interrupted, while your sleep habits are undoubtedly fascinating, we are in the middle of an order meeting. Don't let me interrupt, Harry said coolly, grabbing bread and jam. I'll eat upstairs. Nonsense, Arthur said. We were just finishing up. Molly shot her husband a look. Arthur, he has a right to know what we're doing to keep him safe, Arthur said firmly. Harry paused, jam knife in hand. Keep me safe from what? Has something happened? The order members exchanged glances. Finally, Kingsley spoke. There was an incident last night. Death Eaters attacked a Muggle family in Surrey, not far from your aunt and uncle's home. Harry's stomach dropped. The Dursleys? They're fine, Remus assured him quickly. This wasn't about them. But the proximity concerns us. Dumbledore believes you know who is testing the boundaries of the protection, Arthur explained. Or creating a distraction, Moody added, magical eye swiveling toward the ceiling. We've doubled the security here. Harry's appetite vanished. More people in danger because of him. What about Ron and Hermione? Their families? Also protected, Kingsley said. But you should remain here until further notice. Harry nodded numbly. He'd had no plans to leave anyway. Where would he go? The meeting broke up shortly after, Order members heading off to various assignments. Harry finished making his sandwich mechanically, hardly noticing when only Tonks remained in the kitchen. They're not telling you everything, she said quietly. Harry looked up. What do you mean? Tonks glanced toward the door, then cast a quick muffling charm. The attack wasn't random. The Muggles had a daughter who just received her Hogwarts letter. First witch in the family. A Muggle born. Harry frowned. But why? She has your birthday, Harry. July 31st. The same age as you. Understanding dawned. The prophecy. They're targeting anyone who might fit. Tonks nodded grimly. Voldemort doesn't know the exact wording, but he knows enough to be paranoid. Dumbledore's moved the family to a safe location, but it's just beginning, Harry finished. He pushed his plate away. Thanks for telling me. You deserve to know what we're up against. Tonks leaned forward. Listen, Harry, I've been thinking about last night, that strange feeling when we touched. I think we should look into it. You think it means something? This house is full of ancient magic. Sirius once told me the Blacks had ways of protecting their own that most families had forgotten. And you're connected to the Black line through your grandmother Doria Black. Harry blinked in surprise. I didn't know that. Most purebloods are related somehow, Tonks shrugged. But it means you have black blood, and this is the ancestral home. Magic like that matters. So what do we do? Research, for starters. The library here has books the Ministry would love to burn. If there's any information on protective bonds, that's where we'd find it. For the first time in weeks, Harry felt a flicker of purpose. When do we start? Tonks grinned, and for a second, her hair flashed pink before settling back to brown. No time like the present. The library of Grimmauld Place occupied the entire third floor, its shelves groaning under the weight of centuries of magical knowledge, much of it dark and dangerous. Harry and Tonks spent the afternoon pulling dusty tomes from shelves, sometimes having to wrestle them closed when they snapped at their fingers or wailed ominously. Remind me why we're doing this again? Harry asked after his fifth paper cut, sucking on his injured finger. Tonks looked up from a particularly ancient volume. Because whatever happened between us last night was unusual, and unusual things around you tend to be important. Fair point. Harry shelved another useless book. Find anything? Nothing specific yet, but, Tonks suddenly straightened. Wait, listen to this. The most ancient and noble house of Black has long maintained its supremacy through blood and bond. When threatened, our magic seeks the strongest vessel, creating protectors whose power manifests in defense of the bloodline. Harry moved to look over her shoulder. Protectors? Like bodyguards? More than that, I think. There's a reference to another text. Toujours Fiddly, the Black Protector lineage. They scanned the shelves but found nothing with that title. Maybe it's in the restricted section, Harry joked, gesturing toward a cabinet in the corner secured with heavy chains. Tonks's eyes lit up. Of course. Sirius mentioned a hidden cabinet where his father kept the most dangerous black heirlooms. That has to be it. The chains rattled threateningly as they approached. Tonks drew her wand. I'm betting it needs black blood to open. You're not cutting yourself, Harry said firmly. Don't need to. Tonks's face scrunched in concentration. Slowly, her features shifted, her cheekbones becoming more pronounced, her eyes darkening to the heavy-lidded look of the Black family. When she spoke again, her voice had changed subtly. Blood recognizes blood. She placed her palm against the lock. The chains shuddered, then slithered away like metallic snakes. That's brilliant, Harry said, impressed. Can you change your internal biology too? Not completely, Tonks said, her features relaxing back to normal. But I can manipulate surface qualities enough to fool most magical sensors. Dead useful for undercover work. The cabinet contained perhaps 24 books bound in materials Harry decided not to examine too closely. Tonks carefully extracted a slim volume with silver runes embossed on its spine. This is it, she said excitedly. Toujours fiddly. They brought it back to the table. The pages were brittle with age, the text handwritten in faded ink. It's a family record, Tonks explained as she carefully turned pages. Documenting instances when the protector bond manifested. Look, Isla Black in 1703, Phineas Black in 1821, Cassiopeia Black in 1899. Harry leaned closer. What exactly is this bond supposed to do? Tonks frowned in concentration as she translated the archaic text. It says when a black faces mortal peril, the family magic may activate a latent connection with another magically compatible person. This creates a protector, someone whose magic becomes enhanced specifically to defend the threatened black. But I'm not a black, Harry pointed out. No, but you have black blood, and you were in Sirius's house, mourning him. Tonks looked up, eyes wide. Harry, what if the magic got confused? What if it sensed your connection to the black family and my grief for Sirius, and it linked us? So instead of you protecting me, I became your protector, Tonks finished. That would explain the jolt we felt. Harry shook his head. This is mad. How would we even know if it's true? There's a test mentioned here. Tonks turned another page. It says the protector develops an awareness of threats to their bonded person. They can sense danger and their magic responds instinctively. That sounds, a crash echoed from downstairs, followed by shouting. Harry and Tonks were on their feet instantly, wands drawn. Order meeting's not supposed to resume until tonight, Tonks said, moving toward the door. Stay here. Harry snorted. Not likely. They crept down the stairs together, voices becoming clearer as they approached the entrance hall. Told you to wait for authorization. Kingsley's deep voice. There's no time. An unfamiliar voice responded. They're moving tonight. Harry and Tonks reached the first-floor landing. Below, Kingsley stood with two other Aurors Harry didn't recognize. All three looked tense. What's happening? Tonks called down. Kingsley glanced up. Tonks, get Harry back upstairs. Now. The urgency in his voice sent a chill down Harry's spine. What's going on? Harry demanded. One of the unknown Aurors, a tall man with a neatly trimmed beard, looked up at Harry. Potter. Just the man we need to. Whatever he was about to say was cut off as Tonks suddenly shoved Harry aside, her wand slashing through the air. Protego Maxima. A shield erupted between them and the entrance hall just as the bearded man fired a spell upward, not at Tonks, but directly at Harry. It splashed harmlessly against Tonks's shield. Imposters. Tonks shouted. Kingsley, behind you. Chaos erupted. The fake Aurors attacked Kingsley, who barely got his shield up in time. The entrance hall filled with flashes of light as spells flew. We need to help him, Harry said, raising his wand. No. Tonks grabbed his arm. Her eyes had gone completely black, and her hair was shifting rapidly through colors. My job is to protect you. Before Harry could argue, the front door blasted open. 3 more figures in Death Eater masks rushed in, spells already flying from their wands. Upstairs. Tonks pushed Harry ahead of her, firing spells over her shoulder. To the library. They sprinted up the steps as curses scorched the walls around them. Harry felt the heat of a spell pass inches from his head. "Bombarda!" he shouted, blasting apart the staircase behind them. They reached the library and slammed the door. Tonks immediately began casting protection charms while Harry pushed a heavy bookcase in front of the entrance. "How did they find us?" Harry asked, breathing hard. "The Fidelius, they didn't break it," Tonks said, her movements unnaturally fast and precise. "Those were real Aurors under Imperius, or Polyjuice. Someone let them in, someone who knew the location." A crash from below indicated the Death Eaters had made it past the destroyed staircase. "We're trapped," Harry realized. "Not quite." Tonks moved to the far wall and tapped a specific pattern on a panel. It slid open to reveal a narrow passage. "Sirius showed me the emergency exits. This one leads to a safe house 3 streets over." Footsteps pounded up to their floor. "Go," Tonks urged. "I'll hold them off. I'm not leaving you." "This isn't a debate, Harry." For a moment, Tonks's face transformed, her features sharpening, becoming almost predatory. "I can feel the bond. This is what I'm supposed to do." The door shuddered under a powerful spell. "We both go or neither of us goes," Harry said stubbornly. Tonks looked like she wanted to argue, but another blast against the door decided for her. "Fine. But stay behind me." They slipped into the passage just as the library door exploded inward. The panel closed silently behind them, plunging them into darkness. "Lumos," Harry whispered. "No," Tonks hissed, grabbing his wand hand. "The walls are thin. They might see the light." They moved forward in darkness, Tonks leading with one hand on Harry's arm and the other trailing along the wall. The passage was narrow and smelled of dust and decay. Somewhere above, footsteps thudded across floorboards as the Death Eaters searched the house. After what felt like an eternity, the passage widened into a small chamber with a ladder leading up to a trapdoor. "We're under the street now," Tonks whispered. "The safe house is number 17 Windermere Road. Once we're out, we run. No magic unless absolutely necessary. Ready?" Harry nodded, then realized she couldn't see him. "Ready." Tonks climbed the ladder and pushed open the trapdoor cautiously. Dim evening light filtered down. "Clear," she whispered. They emerged into an overgrown garden behind an abandoned building. The trapdoor, disguised as a weather-beaten storm cellar entrance, closed seamlessly behind them. Tonks scanned the street, her posture tense and alert. Her eyes had returned to normal, but her hair was now jet black, making her nearly invisible in the growing darkness. "This way," she said, setting off at a brisk pace. Harry followed, constantly checking over his shoulder. The streets were deserted, unnaturally so for London, even in this shabby neighborhood. "They've put up muggle-repelling charms," Tonks realized. "They're hunting us systematically." "How many do you think, down?" Tonks tackled Harry behind a parked car as a jet of green light shot over their heads, shattering a nearby window. 2 Death Eaters appeared at the end of the street, advancing quickly. "Found them," one shouted. "Northeast quadrant." Tonks swore. "They've got the whole area surrounded. Change of plans." She grabbed Harry's arm. "Hold on. We can't disapparate," Harry reminded her. "The trace, trust me." Harry felt the familiar crushing sensation of apparition, but something was wrong. The pressure was intense, squeezing him from all sides until he could barely breathe. Just when he thought he might be splinched, they crashed onto a hard wooden floor. Harry gasped for air, his vision swimming. They were in a small, cluttered room he didn't recognize. "Where, my flat," Tonks said, already on her feet casting protection spells. "Or it was. I moved to an order safe house last month." She looked pale and shaken. "That shouldn't have worked." "The apparition?" "We went through multiple ministry anti-apparition wards. I shouldn't have been able to bring you through at all, let alone without splinching us both." She stared at her hands in wonder. It's the bond. It's enhancing my magic when it comes to protecting you. Harry stood unsteadily. We need to contact the Order. Let them know what happened. Tonks nodded and pulled a small mirror from her pocket, similar to the one Sirius had given Harry. Alastair Moody, she said clearly. The mirror's surface swirled, then showed Moody's scarred face. Tonks. Where the devil are you? Kingsley's been injured, and Death Eaters breached Grimmauld Place, Tonks cut in. At least 5, maybe more. They were specifically targeting Harry. Moody cursed. Location. Secure for now. We used the passage to Windermere but got intercepted. Stay put. I'll send. No, Tonks interrupted. No one knows this location except me. We'll contact you when we're ready to move. Moody's magical eye swiveled wildly. This isn't protocol, Tonks. Protocol just got 5 Death Eaters into headquarters, she shot back. Someone compromised our security. Until we know who, we're better off on our own. After a moment, Moody nodded grudgingly. 24 hours. Then I come looking, girl. The mirror went dark. Tonks pocketed it and turned to Harry. You should rest, she said. I'll keep watch. Harry shook his head. I've had enough of being kept in the dark. If we're in this together, we're in this together. Tell me everything you know about this bond. Tonks studied him for a moment, then nodded. All right. But first, she waved her wand, and 2 mugs of steaming tea appeared on the small coffee table. This might take a while. Dawn light filtered through the curtains of Tonks's flat. Harry sat on a threadbare sofa, processing everything she told him about the Black family protector bonds. So this magic basically turns you into my personal bodyguard, he summarized. It's more complex than that, Tonks said, pacing the small room. She hadn't slept, maintaining a constant vigil while they talked through the night. The record suggests it enhances natural talents in service of protection. For metamorph magi, that means greater control and possibly new abilities. Like sensing danger before it happens. Exactly. She paused by the window, peering through a gap in the curtains. The real question is, why did it activate now? The Black family magic is old and specific. There must be a reason. Harry thought about it. You said I have black blood from my grandmother. Could Sirius's death have triggered something? Like the magic recognized I'd lost my protection. Tonks's eyes widened. That, actually makes sense. Magical inheritance often activates upon the death of a family member. And you were the closest thing Sirius had to a son. So his death somehow transferred his protection to you? Not exactly transferred. More like, created a new bond to replace what was lost. Tonks ran a hand through her hair, which had settled into a deep purple, the first bright color Harry had seen since the Department of Mysteries. But that still doesn't explain why me specifically. There are other blacks with closer blood ties. Maybe it's not just about blood, Harry suggested. Maybe it's about intent. You already wanted to protect me as part of the Order. The magic just amplified that. Before Tonks could respond, a silver lynx Patronus leapt through the wall. Kingsley's deep voice echoed from it, safe to return. Headquarters secured. Hestia injured but stable. Moody demands update. The Patronus dissolved. Tonks and Harry exchanged looks. Do we trust it? Harry asked. It's Kingsley's Patronus, Tonks said, but she looked uncertain. Hard to fake that. But not impossible. Tonks nodded slowly. We need more information before we go back. She glanced at the clock. The Ministry will be active by now. I have contacts who can tell us what's really happening. You want to go to the Ministry? After what just happened? Not inside, she clarified. There's a cafe across the street where Aurors often grab breakfast. My friend Proudfoot should be there around now. And me? Tonks bit her lip, clearly torn between keeping Harry close and keeping him hidden. You'll have to stay disillusioned the whole time. Stay right beside me, don't speak, don't touch anything. Harry nodded. I've managed it before. 20 minutes later, they emerged from an alley near the Ministry's visitor entrance. Tonks had transformed her appearance completely, now sporting blonde hair, blue eyes, and features that reminded Harry vaguely of Fleur Delacour. Stay close, she murmured as she tapped her wand on Harry's head. The familiar sensation of cold trickling down his body told him the disillusionment charm had taken effect. Tonks couldn't see him now, but she reached out unerringly to take his invisible hand. I can sense where you are, she explained quietly. Another aspect of the bond, I think. They crossed the street to a small cafe with outdoor seating. Several people in ministry robes sat at various tables, sipping coffee and reading the Daily Prophet. Tonks led them to an empty table with a good view of the entrance. Proudfoot usually wears a blue scarf, even in summer, Tonks whispered as she sat down. If you see anyone watching us too closely, squeeze my hand twice. A waitress approached, and Tonks ordered a coffee and croissant. Harry remained silent, hyper-aware of every movement around them. After several minutes, a stocky wizard with a neatly trimmed beard and the promised blue scarf exited the ministry phone booth and headed toward the cafe. Tonks raised her hand in a casual wave, and the man's eyes narrowed briefly before recognition dawned. Cousin Eloise, he said loudly as he approached. What a surprise. Thought I'd buy you breakfast, Tonks replied with a smile that didn't reach her eyes. Proudfoot sat down, maintaining the pretense of a friendly reunion for any observers. Once the waitress had taken his order and moved away, his expression turned serious. You've got the whole department in an uproar, he said quietly. Robards is furious. What's the official story? Unauthorized raid on a suspected dark wizard safe house. Proudfoot snorted. Unofficial story is you've gone rogue with Potter. Tonks's grip on Harry's invisible hand tightened. And Kingsley? Recovering at St. Mungo's. Took a nasty curse to the chest. Proudfoot leaned closer. Listen, something strange is happening. 2 Aurors were found confounded near the raid site. They have no memory of the last 24 hours. Imposters using their identities, Tonks muttered. That's the theory. But here's the weird part, Dawlish and Savage swear they saw you attack Kingsley. Tonks stiffened. That's ridiculous. I was protecting him. Not according to them. There's talk of bringing you in for questioning. And Potter? Proudfoot glanced around before answering. Officially, the ministry wants to ensure his safety. Unofficially, Umbridge is back in favor. She's pushing to have Potter declared mentally unstable and placed under ministry care. Harry nearly choked. Tonks's fingers squeezed his in warning. Who can we trust? She asked. Moody. Scrimgeour, maybe. He's positioning himself against Fudge. Proudfoot checked his watch. I need to go. But Tonks, he fixed her with a serious look. If you've really got Potter, keep him away from the ministry. Something's not right there. He stood, dropped some coins on the table, and left with a casual nod to Tonks. We need to move, Tonks said under her breath. The ministry's compromised, and now we're being framed. They left the cafe quickly, Tonks keeping a tight hold on Harry's invisible hand. Instead of heading back the way they came, she led them toward a busier street with more pedestrian traffic. If we can't trust the ministry or the order, where do we go? Harry asked quietly. There's one person who might be able to help us understand this bond better, Tonks replied. Someone who knows both the Black family magic and has no love for either side in this war. Who? My mother. Andromeda. Tonks lived in a modest cottage on the outskirts of Devon, nestled between rolling hills and protected by layers of defensive enchantments. Despite being disowned by the Black family decades ago, she had taken certain precautions with her, particularly after her daughter joined the Aurors and her cousin became a fugitive. "Are you sure this is safe?" Harry asked as they approached the winding path leading to the cottage. Tonks had removed his disillusionment charm once they were far from London. "Mother has her own security system," Tonks replied. "No one finds this place unless she wants them to." As if on cue, the air in front of them shimmered, and a tall, elegant woman with streaks of grey in her dark hair appeared. Despite the years and different coloring, the resemblance to Bellatrix Lestrange was striking enough that Harry tensed instinctively. "Nymphadora," Andromeda, Tonks said coolly. "You bring trouble to my doorstep." "Hello to you too, Mother," Tonks replied with a hint of exasperation. "We need your help." Andromeda's eyes shifted to Harry, narrowing slightly. "Harry Potter. The boy my cousin died for." There was no accusation in her tone, just a simple statement of fact. "Mrs. Tonks," Harry nodded awkwardly. "I'm sorry about Sirius. He spoke very highly of you." Something in Andromeda's expression softened. "Come inside, both of you. Quickly. The wards will only stay open for 30 seconds. They followed her through a garden gate that hadn't been visible moments before. Harry felt the tingle of powerful magic as they crossed the property line. The cottage looked much larger from the inside, a common magical enhancement, but executed with unusual skill. "Ted's away on business," Andromeda explained as she led them to a cozy sitting room. "Which is fortunate, given the circumstances." "You've heard about the raid," Tonks said. "I've heard many things." Andromeda gestured for them to sit. "Including that my daughter has been accused of attacking fellow Aurors and abducting Harry Potter." "That's not," Harry began angrily. Andromeda raised a hand, cutting him off. "I know my daughter, Mr. Potter. Which is why I'm more interested in why you're really here." Tonks leaned forward. "We need information about the Black Family Protector bonds." Andromeda went very still. "Where did you hear about that?" "We found a book at Grimmauld Place." "Toujours fiddly." "That book was supposed to be destroyed." Andromeda's voice had dropped to barely above a whisper. "Why?" Harry asked. "Because the magic it describes is dangerous, unpredictable, and nearly extinct." Andromeda studied them intently. "Unless, it's already happened, hasn't it? The bond has formed between you." Tonks nodded. 2 nights ago. After we shared memories of Sirius." Andromeda closed her eyes briefly. "Of course. Blood, grief, and shared purpose, the 3 catalysts." She stood and moved to a cabinet, retrieving a bottle of amber liquid and 3 glasses. "You'll need something stronger than tea for this conversation." She poured 3 measures and handed them around. Harry accepted his glass cautiously, remembering his recent experience with fire whiskey. "This isn't like the protective magic Lily Potter used," Andromeda began. "That was a sacrifice, life given for life protected. The Black Protector bond is different. It's a living connection, drawing power from both participants." "Both?" Harry frowned. "The book made it sound like Tonks would be protecting me." "That's the surface level, yes. But true magical bonds are never one-sided." Andromeda took a sip of her drink. "The protector gains enhanced abilities focused on defense and detection. But the protected one, the anchor of the bond, becomes a magical amplifier." "What does that mean exactly?" Tonks asked. "It means, my dear daughter, that while you're drawing on enhanced abilities to protect Harry, he's unknowingly feeding your magic, making it stronger." Andromeda's gaze shifted to Harry. "Have you noticed any changes? Increased exhaustion? Dreams about danger that later came true?" Harry thought about his nightmare of Tonks being attacked by Bellatrix, followed by the Death Eater attack. "Maybe. But nothing dramatic. It will become more noticeable as the bond strengthens. Your magical cores are synchronizing, becoming attuned to each other's needs and abilities. Is it permanent? Tonks asked quietly. Andromeda hesitated. The records are unclear. Some bonds lasted decades. Others faded once the immediate threat passed. And the side effects? Harry pressed. There must be disadvantages. There are always costs to old magic. Andromeda's expression darkened. The protector becomes hyper-focused on their charge, sometimes to the exclusion of all else. Some accounts describe an almost obsessive need to be near the protected one. Tonks frowned. I haven't felt anything like that. Not yet, Andromeda corrected. But it will come. And for Harry, there's the risk of magical dependency. If the bond grows too strong, you may find your magic works better with Nymphadora nearby and weakens in her absence. Harry exchanged a troubled look with Tonks. Is there a way to control it? To keep the benefits without the drawbacks? There are rituals that can help stabilize the connection. Andromeda stood and moved to a bookshelf, running her fingers along the spines until she found what she was looking for. I took a few family grimoires when I left. My parents were too proud to admit their disowned daughter had stolen from them. She handed Tonks an ancient leather-bound book. Chapter 7 deals with magical bonds. You'll find what you need there. Tonks flipped through the pages carefully. Some of these ingredients will be hard to find. I have most of them. Andromeda smiled at their surprised expressions. Just because I rejected the family doesn't mean I abandoned all our traditions. Some black magic is worth preserving. Harry felt a rush of gratitude. Thank you, Mrs. Tonks. Don't thank me yet, Mr. Potter. Andromeda's expression turned grave. There's something else you should know about the protector bond. It's not just about enhanced abilities or magical connection. It can also awaken dormant family traits. What kind of traits? Tonks asked warily. The Black family has always had an affinity for certain branches of magic, some darker than others. Mind magic. Battle transfiguration. And in rare cases. Andromeda hesitated. What? Harry prompted. Soul magic, she finished quietly. The ability to sense, and sometimes manipulate, the essence of another person's magic. It's why the family produced so many naturally skilled legilimens and eclumens. I've never shown any talent for those, Tonks pointed out. Because your metamorphmagus abilities developed instead. But the bond may have activated other latent talents. Andromeda turned to Harry. And you, Mr. Potter, have already demonstrated unusual resistance to mind magic. Together, there's no telling what abilities might manifest. A silver Patronus, a wolf, burst through the window before either could respond. Remus Lupin's voice emanated from it, Death Eaters attacking Burrow. Weasley's trapped. Order responding. Need backup. The Patronus dissolved. Harry was on his feet instantly. Ron and Hermione are at the burrow. Tonks stood as well, her hair cycling rapidly through colors as her emotions surged. It could be a trap. I don't care, Harry said fiercely. We have to go. Tonks nodded, already drawing her wand. Mrs. Tonks, can we use your flute? Andromeda moved swiftly to the fireplace. It's connected to the network, but monitored. You'll have approximately 30 seconds before the ministry registers the connection. That's all we need. Tonks grabbed the grimoire and shrunk it, tucking it into her pocket. Thank you, Mother. Andromeda embraced her daughter briefly. Be careful, Nymphadora. She turned to Harry. The bond will grow stronger in combat. Don't fight it, let it guide you. Harry nodded, too focused on his friend's danger to fully process her advice. Andromeda threw flue powder into the grate, turning the flames emerald green. The closest connection I have is Ottery St. Catchpole Village Square. You'll have to go the rest of the way on foot. Tonks stepped into the flames first. Ottery St. Catchpole Square. As she vanished, Harry moved to follow, but Andromeda caught his arm. "Mr. Potter," she said urgently, "the bond works both ways. If Nymphadora falls in battle, the magical backlash could incapacitate you as well. Remember that." Harry swallowed hard and nodded before stepping into the green flames. Ottery St. Catchpole Square. The world spun around him, glimpses of other fireplaces flashing by. Then he was stumbling onto cobblestones, Tonks catching his arm to steady him. They were in a small village square, thankfully deserted in the mid-afternoon lull. In the distance, smoke rose above the tree line. "The burrow," Harry said grimly. Tonks was already moving, her wand out and her posture shifting to a combat stance. "Stay close to me. The bond will be strongest if we're within a few feet of each other." They ran through the village and down the country lane leading toward the Weasleys' home. The closer they got, the more Harry could feel a strange resonance between his magic and Tonks's, like a humming vibration connecting them. As they crested a hill, the burrow came into view. The scene below was chaos. The protective wards around the property flashed with multicolored light as spells impacted them from all sides. At least a dozen figures in Death Eater masks surrounded the house, maintaining a constant barrage. Inside the weakening barrier, Harry could see Order members returning fire, Lupin's lanky form, Moody's distinctive silhouette, and several Weasleys defending their home. "The wards are failing," Tonks observed, her voice unnaturally calm. "They've got ward breakers working systematically. How do we get in?" Tonks's eyes, now completely black again, scanned the battlefield. "The eastern boundary is weakest. We'll break through there, then fight our way to the house. And the Death Eaters between us and them?" A predatory smile spread across Tonks's face, reminding Harry uncomfortably of Bellatrix. "Leave them to me." Before Harry could respond, Tonks was moving down the hill, her form blurring and shifting as she ran. By the time they reached the edge of the property, she barely looked human, her body leaner, faster, with fingers elongated into claw-like appendages. "Stay behind me," she growled, her voice deeper than normal. "When I engage them, run for the house. Don't stop for anything." Harry nodded, gripping his wand tightly. The humming connection between them had intensified, and he could feel his own magic responding, gathering, focusing, ready to be unleashed. Tonks took a deep breath, then charged through the boundary. The wards rippled but allowed her through, recognizing her as an ally. Harry followed close behind. 3 Death Eaters turned at their approach. The first barely had time to raise his wand before Tonks was on him, moving with impossible speed. She didn't use her wand, instead, her transformed hands slashed across his chest, shredding his robes and sending him crashing to the ground. "Potter," the second Death Eater shouted, but his curse went wide as Tonks spun toward him, her body twisting in ways human anatomy shouldn't allow. Harry sprinted past the confrontation, heading for the house. Spells flashed around him, but somehow he knew exactly when to dodge, as if he could sense the magic before it reached him. Halfway to the burrow, a massive Death Eater stepped into his path. "Going somewhere, Potter?" Harry recognized the voice, Antonin Dolohov, the man who had nearly killed Hermione at the Department of Mysteries. Rage surged through Harry, and with it, a rush of power unlike anything he'd felt before. He slashed his wand without conscious thought, and a blinding arc of blue light erupted from it, not a spell he recognized or had cast intentionally. Dolohov's shield charm shattered like glass, and the Death Eater was thrown backward, skidding across the ground. Harry stared at his wand in shock. That spell had been far beyond his usual capabilities. No time to think about it now. He resumed running toward the house. As he neared the back door, it flung open. Ron stood there, face smeared with dirt, wand raised defensively. "Harry." His expression shifted from wariness to shock. "Bloody hell, mate. What are you doing here?" "Helping." Harry ducked inside. "Where's Hermione?" "Upstairs with Ginny. They're reinforcing the upper levels." Ron peered past Harry. Is that Tonks? Harry followed his gaze. Across the yard, Tonks was a blur of movement, engaging 3 Death Eaters simultaneously. Her form continued to shift, sometimes human, sometimes something else entirely. Yeah, Harry said. It's complicated. When isn't it with you? Ron shook his head. Dad and Bill are on the north side with Lupin. The twins and Moody are covering the front. What happened to the wards? Professional job, came Bill Weasley's voice as he ducked into the kitchen, blood running from a cut on his forehead. Someone gave them the frequency of our protection spells. They knew exactly how to counter them. There's a traitor in the Order, Harry realized. Bill nodded grimly. Looks that way. A crash from outside drew their attention. Through the window, Harry saw Tonks thrown through the air, landing hard near the garden shed. Without thinking, Harry sprinted back outside, ignoring Ron's shout. He felt a sharp pain in his chest, as if he'd taken the hit himself. Bellatrix Lestrange stood over Tonks, wand pointed at her niece's throat. Little Nymphadora, she cooed. Playing with powers you don't understand. Harry raised his wand, but before he could cast, Tonks moved with blinding speed. Her hand shot up, grabbing Bellatrix's wrist, and twisted. There was a sickening crack, and Bellatrix shrieked in pain. Tonks rolled to her feet, her movements fluid and predatory. I understand more than you think, Aunt Bella. Bellatrix's face contorted with rage. Crucio. The spell shot from her non-dominant hand, but Tonks was already moving, evading it easily. Harry felt the bond between them pulse with energy. Without conscious thought, he channeled it through his wand. Expelliarmus. The simple spell erupted with unprecedented force. Not only did it rip Bellatrix's wand from her hand, but it also threw her 20 feet backward into the orchard. Tonks turned to Harry, her black eyes widening. That was, the bond, Harry finished. Like your mother said. More Death Eaters were converging on their position. Back to back, Harry and Tonks raised their wands. Together, Tonks said. Harry nodded, feeling the magic flowing between them. Together. What followed was like nothing Harry had experienced before. He and Tonks moved in perfect synchronization, their spells complementing each other without a word exchanged. When Harry cast shields, Tonks attacked. When Tonks defended, Harry struck. It was as if they shared one mind, anticipating each other's movements instinctively. The Death Eaters fell back under their onslaught, clearly unprepared for the coordinated assault. Across the yard, Order members pressed their advantage, pushing the attackers further from the house. They're retreating, shouted Fred, or possibly George, from the front of the house. Sure enough, the Death Eaters were disapparating one by one. Bellatrix was the last to go, her hateful gaze fixed on Tonks and Harry before she vanished with a crack. As the immediate danger passed, Tonks's form gradually shifted back to normal, though her hair remained jet black and her eyes retained an unusual gleam. That was. Ron approached cautiously, staring at them with a mixture of awe and concern. What was that? Harry and Tonks exchanged looks. It's a long story, Harry said. One best told inside, added Moody, stumping toward them, his magical eyes swiveling suspiciously. After you explain why you're both supposed to be in ministry custody right now. That's an even longer story, Tonks replied, straightening her shoulders. But first, we need to talk about the leak in the Order. Moody's grim expression confirmed their suspicions. Come on then. The Weasleys have reinforced what's left of the wards. We should be safe for now. As they headed toward the house, Harry felt the strange energy of the bond receding, leaving him suddenly exhausted. He stumbled slightly, and Tonks caught his arm. The magical feedback, she said quietly. It'll take some getting used to. Harry nodded, too tired to respond. Around them, Order members were regrouping, tending to injuries, and securing the perimeter. The burrow stood damaged but intact, much like the people defending it. Inside, Hermione immediately engulfed Harry in a fierce hug. "Harry! We were so worried when we heard you disappeared from Grimmauld Place." "I'm okay," Harry assured her, returning the hug awkwardly. "It's been an interesting couple of days." "That's putting it mildly," Tonks muttered, collapsing into a kitchen chair. As everyone gathered around a scarred wooden table, Harry looked at the faces of his friends and allies. Some showed confusion, others suspicion, but all shared one common expression: they wanted answers. Harry took a deep breath. It started after Sirius died. A protector bond? Hermione's eyes were wide with fascination. "I've read about them, but they're incredibly rare." Harry had just finished explaining everything that had happened since his conversation with Tonks at Grimmauld Place 2 nights ago. The kitchen of the burrow had gone surprisingly quiet as everyone processed the information. "It explains a lot," Lupin said thoughtfully. "The way you two moved together during the battle. I've never seen anything like it. Moody's magical. I hadn't stopped studying them since they'd begun their explanation." "Powerful magic," he grunted. "Unpredictable too. Is it dangerous?" Mrs. Weasley asked, her concerned gaze shifting between Harry and Tonks. "All magic can be dangerous," Tonks replied. "But we're learning to control it." "The Black family was known for experimental magic," Bill added. "As a cursebreaker, I've encountered some of their handiwork in old vaults. Brilliant, but often volatile." Harry felt a pang of uncertainty. "Can it be broken? If we needed to?" "Why would you want to break it?" Ron asked. "Seems bloody useful in a fight." "Because it's changing us," Harry said quietly. "You saw Tonks during the battle. And I used spells I've never even heard of before." Tonks nodded, her expression troubled. "The bond is feeding off our magic, enhancing it but also directing it. If we can't maintain control, you'll become what the bond wants you to be," finished Lupin. "A perfect protection unit, regardless of your individual wills." "We found a ritual that might help stabilize it," Tonks said. "In my mother's grimoire." Hermione leaned forward eagerly. "What kind of ritual?" Before Tonks could answer, the fireplace flared green, and Dumbledore stepped through. The room fell silent as the headmaster surveyed the gathered order members, his gaze finally settling on Harry and Tonks. "I see our missing persons have been found," he said mildly, though his eyes lacked their usual twinkle. "And in the midst of quite the excitement, it seems." Harry tensed. After everything that had happened, he wasn't sure how to feel about Dumbledore's arrival. The bond hummed between him and Tonks, responding to his unease. "Headmaster," Tonks acknowledged cautiously. "We were just explaining recent developments." "So I gathered." Dumbledore conjured a comfortable armchair and sat down. "Perhaps you might summarize these developments for me as well." Harry and Tonks exchanged glances, silently debating how much to reveal. Finally, Harry decided on honesty, but not complete transparency. "Tonks and I formed a magical connection after Sirius's death," he explained. "It's a kind of protective bond that enhances our abilities when we're together. We discovered it when Death Eaters attacked Grimmauld Place. A connection created by grief and shared purpose," Dumbledore mused. "And Black family magic, if I'm not mistaken." Tonks raised an eyebrow. "You're familiar with it?" "I have encountered similar bonds in my studies." Dumbledore's expression gave nothing away. "Though they typically require more deliberate activation." "It wasn't deliberate," Harry said firmly. "It just happened. Magic often does, especially around you, Harry." Dumbledore's gaze was penetrating. "Though I must express concern about any uncontrolled magical bond, particularly one rooted in Black family traditions." "We're managing it," Tonks said, a hint of defiance in her tone. "And it saved lives today." "Indeed it did." Dumbledore nodded. "Though I wonder if you've considered the long-term implications." "What implications?" Harry asked warily. Such bonds tend to deepen over time, becoming more consuming. Dumbledore looked between them. They can fundamentally alter magical signatures, personalities, even core beliefs. We know the risks, Tonks said. We've been researching ways to stabilize it. A wise precaution. Dumbledore turned his attention to the wider group. Now, perhaps we should address the more immediate concern, the apparent security breach within our ranks. The conversation shifted to the attack on the burrow and the leak in the Order. As theories were proposed and evidence examined, Harry found himself watching Dumbledore with new eyes. The headmaster seemed genuinely concerned about the breach, yet Harry couldn't shake the feeling that he was holding something back. The timing of these attacks suggests coordination at a high level, Moody was saying. First Grimmauld Place, then here. And in both cases, they seem to know exactly when and where to strike, added Mr. Weasley. Which means either magical surveillance or inside information, Lupin concluded grimly. Dumbledore nodded. Until we can determine the source of the leak, I believe it would be prudent to relocate everyone to a secure location. Hogwarts, suggested Mrs. Weasley. The school is still closed for summer, Dumbledore reminded her. And while normally I would suggest returning to Grimmauld Place, given recent events. We can't go back there, Harry said firmly. Not until we know how they got through the Fidelius. Dumbledore studied him for a moment. You are quite right, Harry. Which leaves us with limited options. What about my mother's place? Tonks suggested. The protections there held against ministry detection when we used the flu. Andromeda has always been exceptionally skilled with wardcraft, Dumbledore acknowledged. However, I had something else in mind. A property owned by the Order but known only to a select few members. The Ridge, Moody said with a nod of approval. Indeed. Dumbledore turned to the Weasleys. I would suggest you begin packing immediately. We should leave within the hour. As everyone dispersed to gather their belongings, Dumbledore approached Harry and Tonks directly. Might I have a word with you both? In private. They followed him into the Weasleys' small study. Once the door was closed, Dumbledore cast several privacy charms before turning to face them. I must confess, he began, that I am concerned about this bond between you. You already said that, Harry pointed out. Yes, but not for the reasons you might think. Dumbledore's expression was grave. Harry, there is something about your magical nature that I have not yet fully explained to you. Something that may be affected by this new connection. Harry felt Tonks shift closer to him protectively. What about his magic? Dumbledore hesitated. It is not something I wish to discuss until absolutely necessary. But given these developments. He sighed heavily. When Voldemort attacked you as a baby, Harry, a fragment of his power transferred to you. It is why you can speak Parseltongue, why you sometimes see through his eyes. You're saying I have Voldemort's power? Harry asked, horrified. Not exactly. But there is a connection between you, one that this new bond may be interfering with, for better or worse. Tonks frowned. You think the protector bond is affecting Harry's connection to Voldemort? It is a possibility we must consider, Dumbledore confirmed. Have you experienced any visions or sensations related to Voldemort since the bond formed, Harry? Harry thought about it, then shook his head. Nothing. Not even a twinge from my scar. Interesting. Dumbledore stroked his beard thoughtfully. It may be that the bond is providing a form of occlumency, shielding your mind through the connection with Nymphadora. Don't call me that, Tonks muttered automatically. My apologies, Tonks. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled briefly before turning serious again. While this shielding effect may be beneficial, I worry about what might happen if the bonds conflict. What do you mean? Harry asked. Two powerful magical connections, centered on the same individual, drawing on different sources of power. Dumbledore shook his head. The potential for magical instability is significant. Tonks straightened. The stabilization ritual we found might help with that too. Perhaps. Dumbledore looked skeptical. Though I would caution against any ritual with Black family origins without thorough investigation. We're not asking permission, Harry said, surprising himself with his boldness. We're telling you out of courtesy. A flash of something, surprise. Respect, crossed Dumbledore's face. I see. Then I will merely offer my assistance, should you need it. Thank you, Tonks said, more diplomatically than Harry had managed. We'll keep that in mind. As they left the study to prepare for departure, Harry felt the weight of Dumbledore's revelation settling on his shoulders. The connection to Voldemort, the bond with Tonks, the uncertainty of what it all meant for the future, it was almost too much to process. You okay? Tonks asked quietly, clearly sensing his troubled thoughts through their bond. Just wondering what's going to happen next, Harry admitted. Tonks's hand found his, their fingers intertwining naturally. Whatever it is, we'll face it together. Harry squeezed her hand, drawing comfort from the steady pulse of the bond between them. Together. Chapter 2, Shadow and Shield. The Ridge turned out to be a sprawling stone farmhouse nestled between two hills in the Scottish Highlands. Unplottable and hidden under layers of protective enchantments, it had served as an order-safe house during the First War against Voldemort. Now, 3 days after the attack on the burrow, it had become home to the Weasleys, Hermione, Lupin, Moody, and, much to Dumbledore's quiet concern, Harry and Tonks. Focus, Harry, Tonks urged, circling him in the makeshift training room they'd established in what was once a barn. Feel the connection between us. Don't fight it, direct it. Harry stood in the center of the room, eyes closed, sweat beading on his forehead. He could sense Tonks moving around him, not through sight or sound, but through the bond that hummed between them like a plucked guitar string. Now! Tonks shouted, sending 3 rapid-fire stunners at him from different angles. Without opening his eyes, Harry pivoted and slashed his wand in a complex pattern. A shimmering shield formed, not the usual transparent dome of Protego but something darker, more substantial, with edges like obsidian glass. The stunners hit it and were absorbed rather than deflected. Harry opened his eyes, surprised. Did you see that? The shield, it ate the spells. Tonks whistled. Black family specialty. Absorption shields rather than deflection. Very advanced stuff. She approached, studying the remnants of magic still swirling around him. You shouldn't be able to do that without years of training. The bond? Harry suggested. Definitely, Tonks agreed. It's transferring more than just strength, it's sharing knowledge. Muscle memory. Magical instinct. Her hair shifted from training black to a thoughtful blue. Which is both awesome and terrifying. They'd been at this for hours every day, testing the limits of their connection. Each session revealed new abilities, Tonks's metamorphmagus transformations reaching previously impossible levels of detail and duration, Harry casting spells he'd never formally learned. Let's try the synchronized casting again, Tonks suggested, taking position beside him. Harry nodded, falling into the familiar stance. This had become their routine, alternating between solo exercises and paired work, documenting each discovery in a journal Hermione had enchanted for them. Ready? On 3. 1, 2, 3, Incendio Spiralis, they cast in unison. Their magic merged mid-air, creating not the simple fire spell they'd attempted but a tornado of blue-white flames that reached the ceiling before Tonks hastily countered it. Bloody hell, she muttered, staring at the scorched rafters. That was supposed to be a controlled demonstration for the Order meeting tonight. Maybe we scale it back to Lumos. Harry suggested with a weak smile. Tonks snorted. Right. Because we need to prove we can make really impressive light together. They both laughed, the tension breaking. These moments had become increasingly common, shared jokes, casual touches, comfortable silences. The bond made it easy to be around each other in a way Harry had never experienced with anyone else. We should probably clean up before dinner, Tonks said, glancing at the ceiling. Before Molly sees what we did to her nice clean barn. Harry flicked his wand at the scorch marks, attempting a simple scourgify. Instead, the entire ceiling gleamed as if freshly polished. Show off, Tonks teased. I wasn't trying to, Harry began, then saw her grin. Oh, shut up. As they walked back to the main house, Harry noticed Tonks's hair shifting through colors again, from blue to purple to a brief flash of pink before settling on a deep red. These uncontrolled changes had been happening more frequently, usually when her emotions ran high. You okay? He asked quietly. Tonks glanced at him, then touched her hair self-consciously. Still can't keep it stable. Maddening, really. I haven't had control issues like this since I was a kid. Maybe it's not about control, Harry suggested. Maybe it's about, I don't know, integration. Accepting the changes instead of fighting them. Tonks considered this. Could be. My mum always said metamorphmagus abilities are tied to self-image. How we see ourselves versus how we want others to see us. She frowned. And I'm not exactly sure who I am anymore. Harry understood completely. 3 days ago, Dumbledore had shown him the full prophecy, the burden of being the chosen one, now concrete rather than abstract. Combined with the bond and its growing influence, Harry sometimes felt like he was becoming someone else entirely. We'll figure it out, he promised, reaching for her hand without thinking. The contact sent a pulse of warmth through the bond, reassurance flowing both ways. Tonks squeezed his hand, her hair settling into a calm turquoise. Yeah, she agreed. We will. The moment was interrupted by Moody, who appeared at the farmhouse door, his magical eye fixed on them from 50 yards away. If you two are done playing with fire, he called gruffly, Andromeda's here. Says she has information about your situation. The kitchen of the Ridge buzzed with tension as Andromeda Tonks spread ancient parchments across the wooden table. Unlike her first meeting with Harry, she now looked every inch the pure blood witch, elegant robes, hair pulled back severely, posture perfect. Only those familiar with both families would notice how she deliberately styled herself away from the Black family resemblance, minimizing her similarities to Bellatrix. I've translated the relevant passages from the family grimoires, she was saying, pointing to her neat handwriting alongside faded text. The protector bond has manifested 27 times in recorded Black family history. In each case, it activated during periods of significant threat. What kind of threat? Remus asked, leaning forward with scholarly interest. He'd been researching the bond independently, diving into the small collection of books Dumbledore had provided. Various kinds. Family extinction. Blood wars. Once during a magical plague. Andromeda glanced at Harry and Tonks. But always when the bloodline itself was at risk. Harry frowned. But I'm not trying to wipe out the Black family. If anything, I'm the last connection to Sirius. Precisely, Andromeda nodded. With Sirius's death, the direct male line is effectively extinct. My cousin was the last true Black male. She paused. The magic may have sensed this, the end of the primary lineage, and activated to preserve what connections remain. Through Harry's grandmother, Hermione said, following the logic. And Tonks as the closest living relative with active Black family magic. But why now? Ron asked, looking confused. I mean, Sirius was in Azkaban for 12 years. The family's been dying out for ages. Intent, Andromeda said simply. Sirius named Harry his heir. Magical inheritance isn't just about vaults and properties, it's about connections, obligations, protections. When Sirius died, those transferred to Harry in ways beyond the merely financial. And the bond detected that, Tonks concluded, activating between us when we shared grief over him. Her hand found Harry's under the table, a gesture that didn't go unnoticed by her observant mother. Indeed. Andromeda turned a page in her notes. Now, regarding the stabilization ritual. I've modified it from its original form. Some aspects were unnecessarily dark. How dark? Harry asked warily. The Black family believed in blood sacrifice, Andromeda said flatly. I've substituted other components that should work just as effectively without requiring anyone to bleed excessively. Well, that's comforting, Ron muttered. Andromeda ignored the comment. The ritual requires 3 phases, aligned with the lunar cycle. Beginning at the new moon, which happens to be tonight, continuing at half moon, and concluding at the full. That's cutting it close, Tonks pointed out. The full moon is when I transform, yes, Remus finished quietly. I'll need to be away from here by then. Actually, Andromeda turned to him, the ritual would benefit from the presence of another bonded pair. The room went silent. Remus stiffened. I'm not bonded to anyone. Not magically, perhaps, Andromeda conceded. But you are bound to your wolf. That duality could serve as an anchor for the stabilization process. Absolutely not, Molly Weasley interjected. It's too dangerous. No more dangerous than leaving the bond uncontrolled, Andromeda countered. If it continues to strengthen without structure, the consequences could be severe for both of them. What kind of consequences? Harry asked. Andromeda's expression softened slightly. Progressive magical dependency. Personality bleed-through. Eventually, complete synchronization, 2 bodies functioning as a single magical entity. That doesn't sound so, Harry began. It would effectively erase your individual identities, Andromeda clarified. Neither Harry Potter nor Nymphadora Tonks would exist anymore, just the bonded unit. A heavy silence fell over the kitchen. Harry felt Tonks's grip tighten on his hand, her fear pulsing through their connection. I'll do it, Remus said suddenly. All eyes turned to him. If my condition can help stabilize their bond, I'm willing. Remus, Molly began to protest. It's my choice, Molly, he said firmly. And frankly, we need Harry and Tonks at their best, not lost in some magical fusion. Andromeda nodded approvingly. Good. We'll need an appropriate space, somewhere with natural magical resonance. There's a stone circle about half a mile north of here, Moody said unexpectedly. Old magic. Powerful ley lines. That should work perfectly, Andromeda replied. We'll begin preparations immediately. The new moon rises in 4 hours. As the group dispersed to prepare for the ritual, Harry pulled Tonks aside in the hallway. Are you sure about this? Using your mum's modified ritual? No, she admitted. But I'm less sure about the alternative. She glanced down at their still joined hands. I like being me, Harry. And I like you being you. Same, Harry agreed. Though I wouldn't mind keeping some of these new magical tricks. That's the goal, Tonks said. Stabilize, not sever. Maintain the benefits without the identity meltdown. Harry nodded, then asked the question that had been bothering him since Andromeda's arrival. Your mum seems to know a lot about this bond. More than she initially let on. Tonks sighed. I noticed that too. I'm planning to corner her before the ritual and get some straight answers. Want backup? She smiled, her hair briefly flashing pink, the brightest it had been since the Department of Mysteries. Always. They found Andromeda in the small study, carefully arranging ritual components in a black velvet bag. She looked up as they entered, her expression unsurprised. I was wondering when you'd come asking, she said, continuing her work. Tonks crossed her arms. How do you know so much about a supposedly rare bond that hasn't appeared in generations? Andromeda's hands stilled. Because I've seen it before. Your father and I. Tonks's mouth fell open. What? You and Dad? But that's impossible. Hardly. Andromeda resumed packing ingredients. Ted may be Muggle-born, but magic recognizes power, not bloodlines, whatever the purists might claim. When your grandfather threatened to kill him for stealing me, the bond activated. You never told me, Tonks said, hurt evident in her voice. It was a different time, Nymphadora. The First War was beginning. Secrets kept people alive. Andromeda sealed the bag. Besides, our bond was much weaker than what you two have developed. Ted had limited magical enhancement, just enough to help us escape the family. It faded within a year. So the bond can dissolve naturally? Harry asked, hope and disappointment strangely mixed in his chest. Sometimes, Andromeda said carefully. But yours is different. Stronger. Tied to multiple magical threads, Harry's connection to the Potters and the Blacks, your metamorphmagus abilities, the prophecy. You know about the prophecy? Harry asked sharply. Not its contents, Andromeda assured him. But I know enough about magic to recognize its fingerprint on you. She looked between them. Your bond isn't just about protection. It's about potential. The magic sees something in your combined abilities that could be significant. For defeating Voldemort, Harry guessed. Andromeda nodded. The Black family magic has always been drawn to power and destiny. It sensed both in you. Great, Tonks muttered. No pressure or anything. There's something else you should know, Andromeda said, her voice dropping. The reason I've pushed for this ritual tonight. The Ministry has officially classified both of you as persons of interest under the new Magical Security Act. What does that mean? Harry asked. It means they can detain you without charges, question you without representation, and monitor your movements without oversight. Andromeda's expression hardened. Fudge is desperate to regain control of the narrative after admitting Voldemort's return. You, Harry, represent a threat to his authority. And you, Nymphadora, are now seen as a rogue auror who's potentially compromised the Chosen One. That's ridiculous, Tonks protested. I'm protecting him. Which is exactly what worries them, Andromeda replied. A magically enhanced Harry Potter outside Ministry control. With a trained auror devoted to his protection. It terrifies them almost as much as Voldemort does. Harry ran a hand through his hair in frustration. So now we're fugitives from both sides. Not yet, Andromeda said. But soon, if we don't complete this ritual. Once stabilized, the bond will be less detectable, less volatile. You'll be able to control when and how you use its power, rather than broadcasting your magical signature across half of Scotland. Tonks blinked. Are we really that noticeable? To those who know what to look for, yes. Andromeda fastened the ritual bag. Why do you think I came in person rather than sending this information by owl? Harry and Tonks exchanged worried glances. Their training sessions had focused on developing their abilities, not concealing them. The stone circle Alastair mentioned should provide natural concealment, Andromeda continued. And once the ritual is complete, you'll be able to dampen the bond's magical signature when necessary. Like turning down the volume, Harry said, understanding. Precisely. Andromeda checked her watch. We should gather the others. Sunset approaches, and we'll need time to prepare the site. As they left the study, Harry felt Tonks's emotions churning through their bond, confusion, determination, and something deeper, more personal, directed toward him. You okay? He asked quietly. Tonks nodded, not quite meeting his eyes. Just processing. My mum and dad had this too. Makes me wonder. What? If that's why they fell in love, she finished. If they had a choice, or if the magic pushed them together. The question hung between them, unspoken but increasingly relevant as their own relationship evolved beyond friendship into something neither of them had yet defined. I think, Harry said carefully, that magic might create connections, but what we do with them is still our choice. Tonks finally looked at him, a small smile forming. When did you get so wise, Potter? Must be your influence, he replied with a grin. Merlin, help me. Her laugh echoed down the hallway, her hair finally flashing truly pink for the first time in weeks. The stone circle stood on a windswept hill, 9 weathered monoliths arranged around a central altar stone. Centuries of magical use had left the site humming with power, a low, steady vibration that Harry could feel through the soles of his feet as they approached. The locals call it the crone's teeth, Moody explained, his magical eye swiveling to scan the surrounding darkness. Muggles think it's just another Neolithic monument. They have no idea it's still in active use. Remus, Hermione, and Ron had accompanied them, along with Andromeda. The rest of the order remained at the ridge, maintaining security and, in Molly's case, reluctantly respecting Harry and Tonks's decision despite clear reservations. Andromeda moved to the center of the circle, placing her ritual bag on the altar stone. We'll need to prepare the space first. Hermione, if you would assist me with the purification. Hermione stepped forward eagerly, clearly fascinated by the rare magical working they were about to attempt. Together, she and Andromeda began casting cleansing charms around the perimeter, their wand movements synchronized despite having never worked together before. Old magic recognizes intent more than specific incantations, Remus explained quietly, noting Harry's interest. It's why ancient sites like this are so valuable, they've absorbed centuries of magical purpose. Like magical muscle memory, Harry suggested. Exactly. Remus looked impressed. You've been studying. Hard not to with Hermione around, Harry said with a small smile. Plus, understanding this bond seems pretty important right now. Remus's expression grew serious. Harry, I want you to know, whatever happens tonight, I'm here for you. Both of you. His gaze shifted to Tonks, who was helping Ron set up protective wards around the outer stones. Sirius would be proud of how you're handling this. The mention of his godfather sent a familiar pang through Harry's chest, but it wasn't the crushing grief of before. Thanks, Remus. That means a lot. Places, everyone. Andromeda called. The new moon is rising. We must begin. The ritual participants took their positions, Harry and Tonks at the center, standing on either side of the altar stone, Remus at the northern point of the circle, Andromeda, Ron, and Hermione spaced evenly around the perimeter. Moody remained outside, maintaining vigilance. The first phase focuses on recognition and intention, Andromeda explained, opening her ritual bag. The bond formed instinctively, without conscious direction. Tonight, you will acknowledge it deliberately and set parameters for its expression. She removed a small silver bowl, filling it with clear liquid from a crystal vial. Water from the Black Lake at Hogwarts, a neutral magical source connected to both your histories. Next came a handful of herbs, crushed between her fingers and sprinkled into the water. Rosemary for memory, sage for clarity, rowan for protection, and blackthorn, the heart of the Black family wands for generations. The mixture in the bowl began to glow softly, illuminating the gathering darkness. Now, Andromeda said, looking at Harry and Tonks, join hands above the bowl and state your intentions for this bond. Be specific, be honest, and be certain. The magic will respond to your true desires, not merely your words. Harry and Tonks faced each other across the altar stone, their hands meeting above the glowing mixture. Through the bond, Harry could feel Tonks's nervousness matching his own, but also her resolute determination. I, Harry James Potter, acknowledge this bond between us, he began, the words coming instinctively. I accept its power and purpose, to protect and be protected. But I set these boundaries, that we remain ourselves, separate and whole, even as we share strength. That the bonds serve our will, not command it. That it enhance what we are without dictating what we become. The liquid in the bowl pulsed brighter with each stated intention. Harry felt the bond between them respond, thrumming like a plucked string. Tonks took a deep breath, her eyes locked with his. I, Nymphadora Tonks, acknowledge this bond between us. I embrace its purpose, to shield and strengthen. But I establish these limits, that our minds remain our own, our choices uncompelled. That the magic flow between us by consent, not demand. That it amplify our natural abilities without overshadowing our true selves. With each declaration, the glow intensified, spreading from the bowl up their arms, illuminating their joined hands. Now seal your intentions, Andromeda instructed. Acting on instinct, Harry and Tonks lowered their joined hands into the glowing liquid. The moment they touched it, the mixture erupted in a column of silvery light that engulfed them completely. Harry felt the bond shift, not weakening, but changing. What had been a constant, uncontrollable hum became something more structured, like music instead of noise. He could still sense Tonks's presence, her emotions, her magic, but now with definition and distinction. Where before their energies had bled together haphazardly, now they flowed through clear channels, preserving their separate identities. The light faded gradually, revealing Harry and Tonks still standing with their hands joined, but now a faint silver thread was visible between them, connecting their chests where their hearts would be. It worked, Andromeda said, sounding slightly surprised. The bond has accepted your parameters. I feel clearer, Tonks said, looking down at herself in wonder. Like I know where I end and Harry begins. Harry nodded, experiencing the same sensation. It's still there, but controllable. The thread you see is the physical manifestation of the bond, Andromeda explained. It will fade from visible sight but remain accessible to your magical senses. You should now be able to regulate its intensity, strengthen it when needed, subdue it when secrecy is required. That's it? Ron asked, sounding disappointed. I expected more. I dunno, magical fireworks or something. This was only the first phase, Andromeda reminded him. Recognition and intention. The second phase, at half moon, will focus on application, refining how you channel the shared power. The final phase, at full moon, will complete the stabilization, making the changes permanent. Remus, who had been watching silently from his position, suddenly stiffened. His head turned sharply toward the darkness beyond the stone circle. Someone's coming, he said, his enhanced werewolf senses picking up what the others couldn't yet detect. Multiple someones. Moody's voice called from the perimeter. Ministry. At least a dozen, coming up the south slope. How did they find us? Hermione gasped. The ritual, Andromeda realized. It created a magical surge when you sealed your intentions. Even with the stone circle's natural concealment, something this powerful would be detectable. Harry and Tonks exchanged quick glances, both reaching the same conclusion simultaneously. Everyone back to the ridge, Tonks ordered, drawing her wand. We'll lead them away. We're not leaving you, Ron protested. Yes, you are, Harry said firmly. Get Andromeda to safety, she's the only one who can complete the ritual. We'll rendezvous at the secondary location we discussed. Remus hesitated, clearly torn, but Andromeda grabbed his arm. They're right. The bond is partially stabilized now, they can handle themselves better than before. But we need to preserve the ritual knowledge. Go. Tonks urged as lights appeared on the hillside below, wand light from approaching oars. With reluctant nods, Remus helped Andromeda gather the ritual components while Ron and Hermione cast hasty disillusionment charms on themselves. Within moments, they had disappeared into the darkness, heading north while Moody provided cover. Ready to test this new control? Tonks asked, a determined grin spreading across her face. Harry found himself matching her expression. What did you have in mind? Remember how we couldn't operate separately before? Let's see if we can now, but still coordinate our destinations. Harry understood immediately. Split their forces. Exactly. Tonks squeezed his hand once before letting go. Picture the abandoned lighthouse on the eastern coast, the one Moody showed us in training. Harry nodded, visualizing the location. Meet you there. Make some noise first, Tonks suggested with a mischievous gleam in her eye. Give them something to chase. Harry grinned and raised his wand to the sky. Fulmen Maxima. A massive bolt of lightning erupted from his wand, illuminating the entire hillside in stark white light and revealing at least 20 aurors climbing toward them. The thunderclap that followed shook the ground beneath their feet. Ministry aurors, a magically amplified voice called. Harry Potter and Nymphadora Tonks, you are hereby detained under Section 3 of the Magical Security Act. Lower your wands immediately. Oops, forgot to lower my wand, Tonks called back, then fired a series of dazzling fireworks directly toward the approaching group, causing them to scatter in confusion. Now! Harry shouted. They disapparated simultaneously, a crack of displaced air loud enough to echo across the hills, but significantly less violent than their previous joint apparition. For the first time since the bond formed, Harry felt the squeezing sensation of apparition without the overwhelming pressure of Tonks's magic interfering with his own. He rematerialized on a rocky outcropping beside a weathered lighthouse, the crash of waves against the cliffs below nearly drowning out the second crack as Tonks appeared beside him. It worked, she exclaimed, steadying herself against the lighthouse wall. Clean separation, same destination. And much less like being squeezed through a tube filled with broken glass, Harry added with relief. Definitely an improvement. They quickly cast protective charms around the lighthouse perimeter, establishing an early warning system that would alert them to any magical approach. Think they bought it? Harry asked once they'd secured the area. Definitely, Tonks replied, peering out a salt-crusted window toward the mainland. That lightning show was visible for miles. They'll focus their search on that area first, giving the others time to reach the ridge and evacuate if necessary. So what now? Harry asked, conjuring bluebell flames in a rusty bucket to provide light and warmth in the chilly sea air. Tonks ran a hand through her hair, which had settled into a deep purple, her thoughtful color, Harry had learned. We need to stay mobile until the half-moon ritual. 7 days from now. We can't risk returning to the ridge until then, in case they're watching it. A week on the run, Harry mused. Brilliant. Look on the bright side, Tonks said, bumping his shoulder with hers. We get to test our fancy new bond control in real-world conditions. Always the optimist, Harry said with a small smile. One of us has to be. She grew serious. They'll be targeting all known order locations now. And with this new classification as persons of interest, they can legally use tracking methods normally reserved for dark wizards. So we stay away from magical areas, Harry concluded. Stick to muggle locations where tracking spells are less effective. Tonks nodded approvingly. Now you're thinking like an auror. Or, she corrected with a wry smile, an ex-auror, I suppose. You're not giving up your career, Harry said firmly. When this is over, Harry. Tonks cut him off gently. Let's be realistic. I chose my side the moment this bond formed. Even if the ministry eventually comes around, I've violated enough regulations to earn a one-way ticket to an Azkaban cell. The matter-of-fact way she said it made Harry's chest tighten. Another person whose life had been derailed because of him. Don't, Tonks said sharply, clearly sensing his guilt through their bond. This was my choice. And frankly, with what the ministry's become, I'm not sure I want to be an auror under their command anymore. Before Harry could respond, a silvery wolf Patronus bounded through the lighthouse wall, circling them once before speaking in Remus's voice, everyone safe at fallback location. Ministry raided ridge but found nothing. Andromeda says proceed with caution, Prophet reporting both of you as, armed and dangerous. Next phase preparation continues. Contact only by secure methods. Stay safe. The Patronus dissolved into silvery mist. Harry and Tonks exchanged relieved looks. At least they got away, Harry said. And now we know the ministry's going public with their manhunt, Tonks added grimly. Which means we need disguises if we're going to move around in the open. She concentrated briefly, her features shifting, nose broadening, cheekbones lowering, hair darkening to a nondescript brown and extending to shoulder length. Within seconds, a completely different woman stood before Harry. "Show off," he muttered. "Your turn," she said, drawing her wand. "Hold still." A few complex charms later, Harry's appearance had been similarly altered, his hair now blonde and straight, eyes brown instead of green, facial structure subtly changed to remove the Potter resemblance. Even his scar was hidden beneath what felt like a layer of cosmetic magic. "Not bad," Tonks said, conjuring a small mirror. "Meet Matthew Graves, ordinary Muggle tourist." Harry examined his reflection with approval. "And you are?" "Diana Graves, your lovely wife." At Harry's startled expression, she rolled her eyes. A couple draws less attention than two unrelated people traveling together. Plus, it explains why we're always in such close proximity. "Right," Harry agreed, trying to ignore the strange flutter in his stomach at the word wife. "Logical." "We should get some rest," Tonks suggested, transfiguring some driftwood into basic sleeping pallets. "Take watches in shifts. Tomorrow we'll need to acquire Muggle clothing, money, and transportation." As they settled in for the night, the lighthouse creaking around them in the strong sea wind, Harry found himself reflecting on how quickly his life had changed. A month ago, he'd been grieving alone at Grimmauld Place, feeling abandoned and isolated. Now he was on the run with Tonks, magically bonded and being hunted by both the Ministry and Death Eaters. Strangely, despite the danger, he felt more purposeful than he had in a long time. "I can hear you thinking from over here," Tonks murmured from her pallet a few feet away. "Sorry," Harry replied. "Just, processing everything." "Anything specific keeping you awake?" Harry hesitated, then decided on honesty. "I was thinking about what you said earlier, about your parents. Whether they had a choice in their feelings for each other." Tonks was quiet for so long that Harry thought she might have fallen asleep. Finally, she spoke, her voice soft in the darkness. "I've been thinking about that too. And about us." "Us?" Harry repeated, his mouth suddenly dry. "This bond, it's pushing us together. Magically, physically, emotionally." She shifted, and Harry could just make out her silhouette sitting up. "I need to know if what I'm feeling is real, or if it's just the magic." "What are you feeling?" Harry asked, barely above a whisper. Another long pause. "Something I shouldn't be. Something complicated and probably very stupid given our situation." Harry sat up too, guided by the faint silver thread still visible between them in the darkness. "Tonks, a sudden pulse from their perimeter wards cut him off. Both were instantly alert, wands drawn. "Multiple magical signatures," Tonks whispered, her aura training taking over. "Approaching from the south. Ministry or Death Eaters?" Harry asked, already gathering their few belongings. "Can't tell yet. Either way, we need to move." They quickly erased all evidence of their presence, extinguishing the bluebell flames and restoring the transfigured furniture to its original driftwood state. "Where to?" Harry asked as the warning pulses from the wards grew more urgent. Tonks thought quickly. "London. Hide in plain sight among the Muggle population. That's the first place they'll look," Harry pointed out. "Which is why they'll check and dismiss it early," Tonks countered. "Classic misdirection. Trust me, I was trained in manhunt procedures." Harry did trust her, completely, he realized. Not just because of the bond, but because she'd earned it through her actions and dedication. "London it is," he agreed. "Together?" Tonks smiled, taking his hand. "Together." They disapparated just as the lighthouse door burst open below. London in summer was crowded with tourists, the perfect cover for two people trying to blend in. Dressed in hastily purchased Muggle clothing and carrying backpacks containing their essential magical items, Harry and Tonks navigated the busy streets of central London with practiced nonchalance. The Ministry will have detection charms all over Diagon Alley and magical districts, Tonks explained as they sat in a small cafe near Trafalgar Square, sharing a breakfast of coffee and pastries. But they can't blanket all of Muggle London without violating the statute of secrecy. Too much magical interference with electronics. Harry nodded, keeping his voice low. So we stay in Muggle areas, minimize magic use, and keep moving. Exactly. Tonks sipped her coffee, looking for all the world like an ordinary tourist planning her day. We'll need to change locations every night, stick to cash transactions, and maintain our disguises. For a week, Harry confirmed. Until the half-moon ritual. Andromeda will contact us when it's time, Tonks said. Until then, we focus on staying undetected while continuing to develop our control over the bond. Harry glanced around the cafe, still not entirely comfortable in such public spaces. And if we're spotted? We have contingency plans. Tonks pulled out a Muggle map, pointing to various marked locations. Emergency disapparition points throughout the city. Predetermined rally points if we get separated. Basic fugitive stuff. Harry raised an eyebrow. Basic fugitive stuff. Is that part of standard Auror training? No, Tonks admitted with a small smile. But I might have paid extra attention to those lessons after meeting Sirius. The mention of his godfather didn't bring the usual stab of pain, instead, Harry felt a warm appreciation for how Sirius's influence continued to help them. He'd love this, you know, Harry said quietly. Us on the run, outsmarting both the Ministry and Voldemort. Breaking all the rules, Tonks added with a fond smile. Creating new magic. Being together, Harry finished, then flushed slightly at how that sounded. Tonks studied him for a moment, her disguised features not hiding the intensity in her eyes. About what I started to say last night, before we were interrupted. Harry's heart rate picked up. Yeah. Before she could continue, a familiar face appeared on the television mounted in the corner of the cafe. Both Harry and Tonks froze as the Muggle news presenter spoke. Police continue to search for two persons of interest in connection with a series of unusual incidents across Britain. Harry Potter, 16, and Nymphadora Tonks, 23, are wanted for questioning regarding what authorities describe as acts of vandalism and public endangerment. Their undisguised photographs appeared on screen, Harry's school picture from the previous year, and Tonks's official Auror portrait, her hair a professional brown rather than her preferred pink. The public is advised not to approach these individuals but to contact police immediately if sighted, the presenter continued. Officials describe them as potentially armed and dangerous. That's new, Tonks murmured, casually turning back to her coffee as if they hadn't just seen their faces broadcast to millions of Muggles. The Ministries involving Muggle authorities. Is that even legal? Harry asked, keeping his voice steady despite his alarm. Technically, yes, under the joint security protocols established during the First War. Tonks frowned. But it's rarely invoked, only for the most serious cases. Like Sirius, Harry remembered. They told the Muggles he was an armed escaped convict. Exactly. Tonks laid some Muggle money on the table. We should move. Even with our disguises, staying in one place too long is risky now. They left the cafe, merging with the flow of pedestrians on the busy street. Harry could feel Tonks's tension through the bond, though outwardly she maintained a perfect facade of casual tourism. They're escalating faster than I expected, she said quietly as they walked. Involving Muggles means they're getting desperate, or they're under pressure from someone. Voldemort? Harry suggested. Possibly. Or Umbridge. She's been pushing for greater Ministry authority since returning to favor. Tonks guided them toward St. James's Park, where the crowds would provide cover while they discussed their next move. Either way, it means we need to accelerate our plans. How? The ritual phases are tied to the moon cycle. The phases, yes, but the preparations can be done in advance. Tonks steered them onto a park bench with a good view of the surrounding area. We need to contact my mother, arrange a new meeting point for the half-moon ritual, and gather the necessary components ourselves. Won't using magic to contact her risk detection? Tonks smiled. Not all communication requires magic. My mum is a half-blood, she knows how to use muggle methods too. She led them to a public telephone booth. Harry watched in fascination as Tonks dialed a complex sequence of numbers, paused, dialed another sequence, then waited. Secure drop protocol initiated, she said when the line connected, not identifying herself. Package requires updated delivery instructions. After listening briefly, she hung up. Done. She'll leave instructions at the dead drop. Which is where? Harry asked, impressed by the cloak and dagger methods. A particular book in a particular muggle bookshop, Tonks explained as they exited the booth. Andromeda used it during the First War to pass information without magical detection. Your family is full of surprises, Harry commented. Tonks grinned. The black side for magical knowledge, the Tonks side for practical subterfuge. I got the best of both worlds. They spent the rest of the morning wandering through Muggle London, always moving, never lingering in one place too long. Despite the circumstances, Harry found himself enjoying the strange freedom of anonymity, no one looking at his scar, no whispers following him, just another face in the crowd. Around noon, they reached a small, dusty bookshop tucked between larger businesses on a side street near Covent Garden. The bell above the door jingled softly as they entered. An elderly man with thick glasses glanced up from his newspaper, giving them a cursory nod before returning to his reading. The shop was empty of other customers, its narrow aisles crammed with overflowing bookshelves. Third aisle, mythology section, Greek legends, Tonks murmured, moving confidently through the store. Harry followed, keeping watch as Tonks located the correct shelf and ran her fingers along the spines until she found what she was looking for, a worn copy of Legends of Ancient Greece. Opening it, she discovered a folded note tucked between the pages, written in Andromeda's elegant script. She read it quickly, then passed it to Harry. The half-moon ritual requires 3 elements from the first ritual site. Gather stone dust from the altar, earth from the northern point, and rainwater collected within the circle. Prepare these with essence of dittany and powdered silver. The second ritual must be performed where water meets earth under open sky. Contact will be made through the Guardian when the time comes. Back to Scotland, then, Harry said quietly. To the stone circle. Not necessarily, Tonks replied, replacing the book. The note doesn't say we need to collect the elements ourselves. Just that they're required for the ritual. Harry frowned. Then who? The shop door jingled again. Instinctively, both tensed, hands moving toward concealed wands. But instead of ministry officials or Death Eaters, Remus Lupin entered, dressed in worn Muggle clothing and carrying a newspaper. He gave no indication of recognizing them, browsing the history section while the shopkeeper continued to ignore all of them. Follow my lead, Tonks whispered, guiding Harry toward the exit. As they passed Remus, Tonks deliberately bumped into him, causing him to drop his newspaper. Oh, I'm so sorry, she apologized in her Diana voice, bending to help retrieve the paper. No harm done, Remus replied pleasantly, accepting the newspaper back. The exchange took less than 5 seconds, but Harry felt the weight of a small package slip into his jacket pocket during the momentary confusion. They left the shop, not looking back, and continued down the street at a casual pace. Was that planned? Harry asked once they were safely away. Emergency contact protocol, Tonks explained. Established before we left the ridge. If anyone needed to reach us without magic, they'd monitor the dead drop location. Clever, Harry said, impressed yet again. What did he give us? Let's find somewhere private to check. They located a quiet corner in a nearby park, sitting on a bench partially screened by hedges. Harry carefully extracted the package from his pocket, a small cloth pouch tied with silver thread. Opening it revealed a tiny crystal vial containing what appeared to be grayish dust, a smaller vial of soil, and a third containing clear liquid. Along with these was a folded scrap of parchment with a brief message, components collected as required. Are tracked ministry movements, searches concentrated in Scotland and West Country. Avoid magical transport. Full surveillance on all wizard dwellings. P confirmed working with M against both sides. Use Muggle methods until contact. Ascends protective strength. P confirmed working with M. Harry questioned, keeping his voice low. Percy Weasley, Tonks translated grimly. Working with the Ministry against both the Order and the Death Eaters. Probably feeding them information about Order movements. That would explain how they found us at the Stone Circle, Harry realized. If Percy had access to Order communications. Exactly. Tonks carefully returned the vials to the pouch. At least Remus managed to collect the ritual components we need. That saves us a risky trip back to Scotland. So now we just need to find where water meets earth under open sky, for the half-moon ritual, Harry mused. And stay alive until then, Tonks added dryly. Small detail. Harry couldn't help but smile at her gallows humor. Despite everything, being hunted, separated from allies, facing unknown magical consequences, Tonks maintained her spirit. It was one of the things he'd come to admire most about her. The thought brought him back to their interrupted conversation. Tonks, about what you were saying earlier, before we saw the news. She met his eyes, something vulnerable flickering across her disguised features. It can wait, Harry. We should focus on, no, he interrupted gently. It can't wait. Not with everything happening around us. I need to know. Harry hesitated, gathering his courage. The bond hummed between them, carrying emotions too complex for words, but he needed to say this aloud. I need to know if what I'm feeling is real too, he continued. Because whatever it is, it's stronger than anything I've felt before. And it terrifies me, but also makes me braver than I've ever been. And maybe that's the bond, or maybe it's just us. Tonks's disguise rippled slightly, her control wavering with her emotions. For a brief moment, a strand of pink hair escaped before she contained it again. I've been asking myself the same question, she admitted. Trying to separate what's magic and what's something else. But I realized something last night at the lighthouse. What's that? It doesn't matter, she said simply. Whether it started with the bond or not, what I feel now is real to me. And maybe that's enough. The world seemed to still around them. Through the bond, Harry sensed her sincerity, her confusion, her affection, all mirroring his own tangled emotions. So what now? He asked quietly. Tonks smiled, reaching out to take his hand. Now we keep running, stay alive, complete the ritual, and figure the rest out along the way. One day at a time. Harry nodded, returning her smile. Sounds like a plan. A plan that lasted approximately 20 minutes before everything went spectacularly wrong. They were walking along the Thames, discussing potential locations for the half-moon ritual, when Harry felt it, a cold, creeping sensation at the base of his spine that had nothing to do with the bond and everything to do with a presence he'd felt too many times before. Dementors, he gasped, grabbing Tonks's arm. Her head snapped up, scanning the area. Where? I don't feel, then she did. The summer warmth leached away, replaced by an unnatural chill. Around them, Muggles continued walking, oblivious to the approaching darkness, though some hugged themselves or looked around in confusion at the sudden cold. There, Harry pointed toward Hungerford Bridge, where unnatural shadows gathered despite the bright afternoon sun. At least 3, maybe more. In broad daylight? Tonks hissed, already guiding them toward a less crowded area. That's beyond reckless, it's a direct violation of the statute. I don't think whoever sent them cares about the statute, Harry replied grimly. They ducked behind a maintenance building, out of sight from the main walkway. Tonks quickly cast notice-me-not charms around their position. Options? Harry asked, drawing his wand. Limited, Tonks admitted. We can't disapparate from here, too many anti-apparition wards around government buildings. Using patron uses will alert the ministry to our exact location. Running risks exposing more muggles to the Dementors. So we fight, Harry decided, watching as the shadows crept closer, spreading unnatural frost across the concrete. Tonks nodded grimly. We fight. But strategically. She pointed to a service door on the maintenance building. Alhamra. The door clicked open, revealing a cramped room filled with cleaning supplies and maintenance equipment. They slipped inside, and Tonks quickly secured the door behind them. This might provide some shielding from magical detection, she explained, reinforcing the door with additional charms. Muggle structures interfere with tracking spells. When we cast our patron uses, they'll register our magic but have trouble pinpointing the exact location. Harry nodded, impressed again by her tactical thinking. Through the small window in the door, they could see the approaching Dementors, 5 of them now, gliding toward their hiding place with unerring accuracy. They know we're here, Harry realized. They can sense us specifically. Targeted pursuit, Tonks confirmed. Someone's directing them. Probably tagged us with a tracking spell during the encounter at the lighthouse. The temperature plummeted as the Dementors reached the door. Frost crept across the window glass, and Harry heard the familiar echoes starting in his mind, his mother's screams, Cedric's blank eyes, Sirius falling through the veil. Together, Tonks said, raising her wand. On 3. 1, 2, 3, expecto patronum, they shouted in unison. What happened next shocked them both. Instead of Harry's stag and whatever form Tonks's Patronus normally took, a single massive Patronus erupted from both their wands, neither stag nor any recognizable creature, but a swirling vortex of silver light that coalesced into something like a winged serpent. It launched through the door without breaking it, engulfing all 5 Dementors in blinding silver light. The creatures scattered with unearthly shrieks, fleeing in all directions as the hybrid Patronus pursued them relentlessly. What the hell was that? Harry gasped, staring at his wand in shock. Bond effect, Tonks replied, looking equally stunned. Our patron uses merged. Is that even possible? Apparently so. Tonks peered out the window. They're gone for now, but we need to move immediately. That magical outburst was like setting off a flare. They slipped out of the maintenance building, hurrying away from the river toward the maze of streets in central London. They'd barely made it 3 blocks when Tonks suddenly pulled Harry into a narrow alley. Don't look back, she whispered urgently. Ministry hit squad, 9 o'clock. At least 4 Aurors. Harry resisted the urge to turn around. How far? About 50 meters and closing. Tonks quickly assessed their position. Alley's a dead end. No apparition point nearby. We need a diversion. Harry thought rapidly, then reached into his pocket for the remaining magical items he carried. Among them was one of the twins' experimental products, a decoy detonator they'd given him before leaving the ridge. Will this work? He asked, showing Tonks. A slow grin spread across her face. Perfect. Set it for 30 seconds, then follow my lead. Harry activated the device and tossed it back toward the street entrance. They pressed themselves against the wall, waiting as footsteps approached the alley. Thermal tracking shows them down here, a male voice said, one Harry didn't recognize. Remember, non-lethal takedown only, responded another. Minister wants them alive for questioning. The decoy detonator chose that moment to explode, filling the street with thick purple smoke and the sound of multiple apparitions. As the Aurors rushed toward the distraction, Tonks grabbed Harry's hand. Now, she hissed. Building to our right. Service entrance. They bolted across the alley to a nondescript door, which Tonks opened with a quick Alhamra. Once inside, they found themselves in the back of what appeared to be a Muggle department store. They hurried through stockrooms and past startled employees, blending into the shopping crowds on the main floor. Keep moving, Tonks murmured. Head toward the exit but don't run. They'll be setting up containment perimeters. Harry followed her lead, maintaining a casual pace despite the adrenaline coursing through his system. They were halfway to the Oxford Street exit when Harry spotted them, two figures in poorly concealed aura robes, scanning the crowds from the escalator. 2 o'clock, he whispered to Tonks. She nodded almost imperceptibly. See them. 3 more by the main doors. They're boxing us in. Back exit? Likely covered too. Tonks guided them toward the clothing department. We need a different approach. Change of disguise. Understanding immediately, Harry followed her into the menswear section. They quickly selected several items and headed for the fitting rooms, where Tonks cast silent notice-me-not charms to buy them privacy. Quick change, she instructed, handing Harry a business suit. And I mean quick, we have maybe 2 minutes before they start searching this area. Harry changed at record speed, discarding his tourist outfit for the more formal attire. Meanwhile, Tonks not only changed clothes but altered her disguise completely, aging herself about 20 years, adding streaks of gray to her hair, and adjusting her facial features to appear more severe and businesslike. When they emerged, they looked like a middle-aged executive and his young assistant, entirely different from the tourist couple who had entered. Glasses, Tonks murmured, conjuring a pair of wireframes for Harry. They changed the whole face. Harry put them on, feeling strangely like he was channeling Percy Weasley as he straightened his tie. Now walk with purpose, Tonks instructed. We're important people in a hurry. Don't look around nervously. Don't check over your shoulder. They strode confidently through the store, Tonks even stopping briefly at a cosmetics counter to ask about a particular brand of lipstick while Harry pretended to check his watch impatiently. All the while, Aurors continued searching the building, looking right past them. When they finally exited onto Oxford Street, Harry resisted the urge to sigh with relief. They weren't clear yet. The tube, Tonks decided. Underground will provide some magical interference. We can change lines a few times, lose them in the system. For the next 2 hours, they navigated London's underground system, switching trains multiple times, doubling back, and using every evasion tactic Tonks knew. Finally, they emerged in a residential area of East London as evening approached. I think we've lost them for now, Tonks said, scanning the quiet street. But they'll regroup, expand the search parameters. We need a safe place for the night, Harry said, exhaustion beginning to set in after the day's events. Tonks nodded thoughtfully. I might know a place. Muggle-owned, cash only, no questions asked. It's not fancy, but it's off the grid. The place turned out to be a small bed and breakfast run by an elderly woman who barely glanced at their falsified identification before handing over a key. Their room was tiny but clean, with a single double bed, bathroom, and small table by the window. Sorry about the accommodations, Tonks said as she secured the door with discreet protective charms. Not exactly luxury, but safer than most alternatives. It's fine, Harry assured her, collapsing onto the edge of the bed. Now that they were relatively safe, the adrenaline crash hit him hard. Better than the lighthouse. Tonks smiled tiredly, sitting beside him. You did well today. Quick thinking with that decoy detonator. Couldn't have managed without your aura training, Harry replied. Though I still don't understand what happened with our patron uses. Me neither, Tonks admitted. That's never happened before, not in any of the records I've studied about magical bonds. It was powerful, whatever it was, Harry said, remembering the winged serpent form. Not like any Patronus I've ever seen. The closest description might be a wyvern or amphiptera, Tonks mused. Magical creatures associated with protection and guardianship in some cultures. Like a physical representation of the bond itself, Harry suggested. Tonks nodded slowly. That, actually makes sense. The bond creating its own magical manifestation. She began removing the temporary aging charms from her disguise, reverting to her younger appearance while maintaining the brown hair and altered facial features of Diana. "We should rest while we can," she said, checking her watch. "It's 3 days until the half-moon ritual. We'll need to keep moving tomorrow, find the ritual site, and prepare the components." "What about where water meets earth under open sky?" Harry asked. "Any ideas?" "A few," Tonks replied. "Natural interfaces between elements are magically significant. Could be a beach, a lake shore, a river bank, somewhere water and land meet without human construction interfering." Harry nodded thoughtfully. "And it would need to be relatively isolated, away from Muggle observation." "Exactly." Tonks stifled a yawn. "We can narrow down possibilities tomorrow. For now, we should sleep." She gestured to the bathroom. "You can go first." Harry took a quick shower, letting the hot water wash away the tension of the day. When he emerged in the t-shirt and sweatpants they'd purchased earlier, Tonks took her turn in the bathroom. He could hear her humming softly, a habit he'd noticed when she was processing complex thoughts. Looking at the single bed, Harry briefly considered offering to sleep on the floor, but dismissed the idea as ridiculous. After everything they'd been through, sharing a bed hardly seemed significant. Still, he felt unaccountably nervous as he sat on the edge of the mattress, waiting for Tonks to finish her shower. When she emerged wearing a loose t-shirt and shorts, hair damp and face free of disguise charms, Harry felt a sudden tightness in his chest that had nothing to do with their bond and everything to do with the woman herself. "What?" Tonks asked, noticing his expression. "Nothing," Harry said quickly. "Just, it's nice to see you looking like you. The real you." Tonks touched her hair self-consciously. "Still not pink." "The color doesn't matter," Harry said honestly. "It's still you." Something soft passed across Tonks's features. Without further comment, she climbed onto the other side of the bed, maintaining a respectful distance as they both settled under the covers. For several minutes, they lay in silence, the events of the day replaying in both their minds. "Harry?" Tonks's voice was quiet in the darkness. "Yeah." "About what we were discussing in the park, before the Dementors." Harry turned to face her, barely able to make out her features in the dim light filtering through the curtains. "What about it?" Tonks hesitated. "I just wanted to say, whatever this is between us, bond or not, I'm glad it's you. If I had to be magically connected to someone for life, I'm glad it's Harry Potter." The simple honesty of her statement touched something deep within him. Through their bond, he could feel her sincerity, her vulnerability, and something else, something warm and growing stronger each day. "I'm glad it's you too," he replied softly. "Can't imagine going through all this with anyone else." Tonks reached across the space between them, her hand finding his. The contact sent the familiar warmth of the bond flowing between them, but underneath it was something entirely human, connection, understanding, shared purpose. They fell asleep that way, hands joined, the silver thread of their bond glowing faintly in the darkness. Morning arrived with gray skies and gentle rain, matching the subdued mood that followed their narrow escape. Harry woke to find Tonks already dressed and monitoring the street from the window, a cup of tea in hand. "All clear so far," she reported as he sat up. "But we shouldn't linger." Harry nodded, quickly preparing for the day. They ate a hasty breakfast provided by the landlady, then checked out, leaving no trace of their presence beyond a generous cash tip. "I've been thinking about potential ritual sites," Tonks said as they walked through the drizzle, both wearing hooded jackets purchased the previous day. "We need somewhere with natural power, accessible without magic, but isolated enough for privacy." "What about the coast?" Harry suggested. "Britain has thousands of miles of shoreline. Easy to find a secluded spot." "Good thinking," Tonks agreed. "But we'd need somewhere with specific properties. Natural convergence points are best for ritual magic. Places where ley lines intersect or magical energy naturally accumulates." Harry considered this. "There was a place Hagrid took me, when I first learned about Hogwarts. A tiny island off the coast, just rock and earth meeting the sea. Felt significant somehow. Do you remember where exactly? Harry frowned. Not precisely. Somewhere in the North Sea. We'd need a boat to reach it. That might actually work in our favor, Tonks mused. Water transportation would be harder for the Ministry to track than roads or rails. And an isolated island would provide natural protection from interference. So we head to the coast, Harry concluded. Not directly, Tonks cautioned. We'll use a circuitous route, change transportation methods several times. Make ourselves harder to predict. What followed was a masterclass in evasion techniques. They began on the underground, then switched to a public bus, followed by a taxi that dropped them at a train station in the outskirts of London. From there, they took a regional train northward, disembarking at a random station and hiring another taxi to a coastal town Harry didn't recognize. East Yorkshire coast, Tonks explained as they walked along a windswept harbour front. Good fishing boats for hire, few questions asked, minimal magical population. She approached a weathered man mending nets beside a sturdy-looking fishing boat. After a brief negotiation that involved more cash than seemed reasonable, the man agreed to take them sightseeing along the coast the following day. Not cheap, Tonks admitted as they walked away, but safer than magical transport. He'll take us anywhere along the coastline, no documentation required. They found lodging in a small inn overlooking the harbour, once again sharing a room for both practicality and safety. As evening fell, they spread out maps on the bed, identifying possible locations for the ritual. Based on your description, Tonks said, circling several small islands, these are our best options. Isolated, natural formations, minimal human presence. Harry studied the maps, trying to recall details from that night years ago. It was stormy. Rough seas. A small hut on the highest point of the island. That narrows it down, Tonks said, eliminating several options. Most of these are uninhabited. We're looking for one with some kind of structure. Their planning was interrupted by a sharp tapping at the window. Both had their wands drawn instantly, only to relax when they saw a common barn owl perched on the sill. Not a ministry owl, Tonks observed, cautiously opening the window. And not an order bird either. The owl hopped inside, extending its leg to reveal a small package wrapped in oilcloth. After Tonks carefully checked for curses or tracking charms, she untied it, and the owl immediately departed. Inside the oilcloth was a small silver compass and a note written in Andromeda's distinctive hand, "The ritual site has been prepared. This compass will guide you, not to a location, but to the correct magical confluence. The needle will glow when you reach a suitable site. The half-moon rises tomorrow night at precisely 10:17 p.m. The Guardian will find you there." Convenient timing, Harry commented. Almost too convenient. My mother doesn't leave things to chance, Tonks replied, examining the compass. She probably sent this as soon as she confirmed we had the ritual components, knowing we'd need time to reach a suitable location. The compass looked ordinary except for strange runes engraved around its edge. When Tonks held it, the needle spun rapidly before settling in a direction that didn't appear to be north. "It's sensing magical energy," she explained, pointing toward the nearest suitable ritual site. "Which happens to be along the coast we're already heading toward," Harry noted, still suspicious of the timing. "East Yorkshire has a long history of magical significance," Tonks said. "Ancient druids, Viking settlements, medieval wizarding communities. Lots of residual power in the landscape." Harry nodded, accepting her explanation but maintaining a healthy caution. "So tomorrow we take the boat, follow the compass, find our ritual site, and prepare for moonrise. And hope the Ministry doesn't catch up to us before then," Tonks added grimly. The fishing boat, ironically named Second Chance, chugged through choppy waters the following afternoon. Their guide, who had introduced himself only as Jeb, seemed content to follow Tonks's directions without question, his weather-beaten face betraying no curiosity about their strange expedition. 2 miles ahead, he called over the engine noise, pointing to a dark smudge on the horizon. "That the island you're wanting?" Tonks consulted the compass, which was glowing faintly and pointing directly toward the distant landmass. "That's it." As they approached, Harry recognized the place immediately, the same rocky outcrop where Hagrid had found him on his 11th birthday. The small stone hut still perched on its highest point, looking even more decrepit than he remembered. "Can you anchor offshore?" Tonks asked Jeb. "We'd like to explore alone." The fisherman nodded. "Tide's going out. You've got 4 hours before we need to leave, or we'll be stranded till morning." 4 hours is perfect, Tonks assured him. They transferred to a small rowboat, Jeb lowering it from the fishing vessel with practiced ease. Harry took the oars, rowing them toward a narrow strip of pebbly beach on the island's sheltered side. As they drew closer, Harry could feel the magic of the place, a subtle vibration similar to what he'd experienced at the stone circle, but with a different quality. Where the stone circle's magic had felt ancient and deliberate, this island's power seemed wild and elemental. "You feel it?" Tonks asked quietly. Harry nodded. "Raw magic. Unrefined. Perfect for the second phase," Tonks said. "The first ritual was about recognition and boundaries. This one is about application, learning to channel the bond's energy effectively." They landed on the beach, dragging the small boat above the tide line. The compass was now glowing brightly, the needle spinning in excited circles. "I think we've found our spot," Tonks said with satisfaction. They climbed the rocky path to the island summit, where the abandoned hut stood. Years of salt spray and harsh weather had taken their toll, the door hung from a single hinge, and part of the roof had collapsed. Not much shelter, Harry observed, but it might help with preparation. Inside, they found the remains of an old fireplace, a broken table, and not much else. Tonks set their backpack on the table and began removing the ritual components, the vials Remus had provided, additional items Andromeda had included with the compass, and the grimoire containing the ritual instructions. "We have about 5 hours until moonrise," she said, checking her watch. "Plenty of time to prepare the site and ourselves." The preparation proved more complex than the first ritual. They needed to create a circle half on land, half extending into the water, symbolizing the meeting of elements. This required careful placement of markers and channeling stones, all while consulting both the grimoire and the compass for proper alignment. As the sun began to set, casting long shadows across the island, Harry felt increasingly uneasy. Not about the ritual itself, but a nagging sense that something was wrong. "Tonks," he said finally, pausing in his arrangement of silver-infused salt along the circle's perimeter. "Does this feel too easy to you?" She looked up from the grimoire. "What do you mean?" "Everything's falling into place so perfectly. The boat, the island, the timing." He gestured around them. "After being hunted across London, suddenly we're here without any interference." Tonks frowned thoughtfully. "I've been feeling the same thing. It's almost like, we were meant to come here," Harry finished. "Like we're being guided." They exchanged worried glances. Tonks immediately drew her wand, casting detection spells around the ritual site. "Nothing obvious," she reported. "No tracking charms, no surveillance spells." She turned her attention to the compass, examining it more critically. "This could be a beacon rather than a guide. Leading us somewhere specific for someone else's purpose." "Your mother wouldn't," Harry began. "No, she wouldn't," Tonks agreed firmly. "But the compass could have been tampered with after she sent it. Or our owl intercepted and replaced." Harry felt the bond between them pulse with shared alarm. "So this could be a trap." "Possibly," Tonks admitted. "But the ritual components are genuine, I can verify the magical signatures. And the location does meet the requirements perfectly. So what do we do?" Harry asked. "Abandon the ritual? Find another site?" Tonks was quiet for a moment, weighing their options. No, she decided. We proceed, but with extreme caution. Double the protective wards. Prepare escape routes. And remain constantly vigilant. They spent the next hour reinforcing the area with every protective spell they knew, establishing clear paths to their rowboat, and positioning themselves to maintain maximum visibility of the surrounding sea and sky. As twilight deepened into dusk, the half-moon rose over the horizon, a perfect silver crescent against the darkening sky. According to Tonks's watch, they had exactly 17 minutes until the optimal moment for the ritual. Final preparations, she said, her voice steady despite the tension. We'll need to combine the components in the silver bowl: stone dust from the altar, earth from the northern point, rainwater from the circle, mixed with essence of dittany. Harry carefully measured each element, following the grimoire's precise instructions. The mixture began to glow with a soft blue light, similar to but distinct from the silver illumination of their first ritual. Now the powdered silver, Tonks directed, adding a pinch of shimmering dust to the bowl. The mixture flared briefly, then settled into a pulsing rhythm that matched the heartbeat of their bond. It's aligned, Harry observed. Synchronized with us already. Tonks nodded, checking the time again. 3 minutes to optimal alignment. We should, a distant crack of apparition interrupted her. Then another. And another. Company, Harry said grimly, drawing his wand. Tonks was already in motion, activating their perimeter wards and extinguishing all lights except the ritual bowl. At least 6 magical signatures, she reported. Appearing on the main island, moving this way. Ministry or Death Eaters? Can't tell yet, Tonks replied, her metamorphmagus abilities instinctively activating as her hair darkened to black and her eyes sharpened in the darkness. But they timed their arrival too perfectly for this to be coincidence. Harry made a quick decision. We complete the ritual. It's our best chance of controlling the bond enough to fight effectively. Tonks hesitated only briefly before nodding. Agreed. Get in position. I'll hold them off until the critical moment. Harry took his place at the edge of the circle where water met land, the ritual bowl before him. Tonks positioned herself between him and the approaching threat, wand ready, body coiled for combat. The first spells came as flashes of light from the beach below, stunning spells rather than killing curses, suggesting ministry forces rather than Death Eaters. Tonks deflected them easily, sending counter-spells that forced their attackers to seek cover among the rocks. 1 minute to alignment, Harry called, monitoring the mixture which was pulsing more rapidly as moonlight struck it directly. Tonks cast a series of protective charms, creating overlapping shields around their position. Hold position. I'll buy you time. The attackers advanced up the rocky path, their forms becoming visible in the moonlight, dark robes, but not Death Eater masks. Aurors then, or hit wizards. Harry Potter, a magically amplified voice called. Nymphadora Tonks. You are surrounded. Surrender your wands and come peacefully. 30 seconds, Harry reported, ignoring the demand. Tonks responded with a powerful blasting curse that collapsed part of the path, forcing the advancing squad to scramble for new routes upward. Dawlish, she shouted, recognizing the lead Auror. You're interfering with critical magical work. Stand down. You know I can't do that, Tonks, came the reply, followed by a barrage of stunning spells that tested Tonks's shields. 10 seconds, Harry said, his hands hovering over the ritual bowl which now glowed bright enough to illuminate the entire summit. The ritual mixture was spinning rapidly, creating a small vortex of blue-silver light. The bond between Harry and Tonks pulsed in perfect synchronization with it, the silver thread connecting them growing brighter with each beat. Now! Harry called as the half-moon reached its zenith. Tonks dove backward, crossing the ritual circle boundary just as Harry plunged his hands into the glowing mixture. She did the same from the opposite side, their fingers meeting in the swirling light. The effect was immediate and dramatic. The mixture exploded upward in a column of blue fire that engulfed them both, yet burned nothing. Within the magical flames, Harry felt the bond transform again. Where the first ritual had created structure, this one created function. Pathways formed between them, channels through which power could flow with precision rather than raw force. Outside the circle, the advancing aurors faltered, shielding their eyes from the brilliant display. The column of fire expanded outward, forming a dome over the ritual site that repelled all incoming spells. "What is this magic?" Harry heard Dawlish shout. "Control team, contain it." But the magical dome continued to strengthen, drawing power from the island itself, from the meeting point of earth and water. Within it, Harry and Tonks remained connected through the ritual bowl, their minds and magic merging in ways they hadn't experienced before. Memories flowed between them. Harry saw glimpses of Tonks's childhood, her Hogwarts years, Auror training. Tonks experienced fragments of Harry's life with the Dursleys, his adventures at Hogwarts, the weight of the prophecy. Not a complete exchange, but enough to deepen their understanding of each other beyond what words could express. As suddenly as it had formed, the column of fire collapsed inward, absorbing back into their joined hands. The ritual bowl crumbled to dust, its purpose fulfilled. Harry and Tonks stood facing each other across the circle, the silver thread connecting them now a complex weave of multiple strands, each representing a different aspect of their bond. "Did it work?" Harry asked, though he already knew the answer. Tonks nodded, a look of wonder on her face. "Better than expected. I can feel everything. The structure, the channels, the controls." Around them, the protective dome remained, though now transparent rather than opaque. Through it, they could see the Ministry forces regrouping, preparing for another assault. "We need to move," Harry said. "Before they bring in ward breakers." Tonks smiled, and for the first time since Sirius's death, her hair shifted to vibrant pink of its own accord. "Watch this." She raised her hands, focusing on the dome around them. With precise control, she began shaping it, compressing it inward until it formed a perfect bubble just large enough to contain them both. "Now you," she instructed. "Direct it where we need to go." Understanding instinctively, Harry focused on the rowboat below. The bubble responded to his will, lifting them gently off the ground and floating down the hillside, bypassing the aurors entirely. "Stop them!" Dawlish shouted, but spells bounced harmlessly off their protective bubble. They reached the rowboat in seconds. Harry expanded the bubble to include it, then directed their combined magic to propel it away from shore. No oars needed, just pure magical intention. "They're getting away," an auror cried as the boat accelerated across the dark water, rapidly increasing the distance between them and the island. "That was..." Harry began. "Incredible," Tonks finished. "Perfect control. Exactly what the second phase was supposed to accomplish." They maintained the protective bubble until they were well out of spell range, then gradually dissolved it, conserving their energy. The boat continued to move under magical propulsion, guided by Harry's will toward the distant lights of the mainland coast. "What about Jeb and his boat?" Harry asked, suddenly remembering their transportation. "Already gone," Tonks said. "I saw Ministry officials boarding it when we were coming down the hill. They probably intercepted him hours ago." "So it was definitely a trap," Harry concluded. "But how did they find us?" "The compass," Tonks said grimly, holding up the silver device which now looked tarnished and ordinary. "Tracking charm embedded in the runes. Sophisticated enough to bypass my detection spells." "But your mother sent it." "Or someone intercepted her message and substituted their own," Tonks replied. "Either way, we need a new plan. We can't risk trying to make the rendezvous for the final ritual phase." Harry nodded in agreement. "We go underground. Completely. No more magical items, no more contact with anyone until the full moon." "Agreed," Tonks said. "And Harry, there's something else we should consider." "What?" "The guardian that was supposed to meet us at the ritual site. My mother's message said they'd find us there." Harry frowned. "You think they were captured in the raid? Or they never existed?" Tonks said quietly. It could have been a fabrication to ensure we went to that specific location. The implications hung between them as their boat skimmed across the dark water. If Andromeda's communications had been compromised so completely, who could they trust? Where could they go for the final ritual? One problem at a time, Harry decided. First, we reach the mainland. Then we find secure shelter. Then we figure out who's really on our side. Through their newly refined bond, he could feel Tonks's agreement, not just emotional but tactical. The second ritual had succeeded in its purpose, they were now capable of coordinating their magic with precision and control. Whether that would be enough to survive until the full moon remained to be seen. They made landfall several miles from their original departure point, beaching the rowboat in a secluded cove before hiking inland through darkened fields. By midnight, they had reached a small market town where they found lodging in a budget motel on the outskirts. We need to assume the worst, Tonks said as they secured their room with Muggle locks rather than magic. That both the Ministry and Death Eaters have our magical signatures identified and tracked. And that we can't trust any communication from the Order, Harry added grimly. Not until we establish secure contact. Tonks sat on the edge of the bed, her expression troubled. The question is how to complete the final ritual phase without guidance. Harry joined her, their shoulders touching, a point of physical contact that helped stabilize the bond after the intensity of the ritual. The grimoire, he suggested. Your mother's copy had the full ritual sequence, didn't it? Yes, but we don't have it anymore, Tonks reminded him. And we can't risk returning to any known location to retrieve it. What about reconstructing it from memory? Harry pressed. Between the two of us, with the bond helping, we might remember enough details. Tonks considered this. Perhaps. The final phase focuses on permanence, making the changes from the first two rituals stable and lasting. It requires specific components. She closed her eyes, concentrating. Moonstone powder. Phoenix tears, if available, those substitutes are possible. Something freely given from each participant. And, blood of a willing guardian. Remus, Harry realized. That's why your mother wanted him involved. His blood, with its unique lycanthropic properties, would serve as the guardian element. Exactly. Tonks opened her eyes. Without him, we'd need to find another magical guardian willing to participate. Could we substitute something else? Harry asked. The way your mother modified the original Black family ritual. Tonks frowned thoughtfully. Maybe. The guardian element symbolizes protection and oversight, someone who stands witness to the bond and supports its proper formation. Like a bonder in an unbreakable vow, Harry suggested. Similar concept, yes, Tonks agreed. But with the full moon only 4 days away, finding someone trustworthy with the right magical qualities. They sat in contemplative silence, the weight of their predicament settling between them. After everything they'd accomplished, to falter at the final step seemed cruelly unfair. There is one option, Tonks said eventually, her voice hesitant. But it's unconventional. Possibly dangerous. At this point, I'm open to unconventional, Harry replied. We could serve as each other's guardians, Tonks explained. Use our own blood, freely given, in a cross-binding pattern. It's mentioned in the grimoire as a last resort for isolated bonded pairs. Is that even possible? To be both participant and guardian? Theoretically, yes. The bond already connects us. This would just add another layer, each protecting the other's side of the connection. She ran a hand through her still pink hair, a sign of her restored control over her metamorphmagus abilities. But it's never been properly documented. It's experimental magic at best. Experimental magic is practically my specialty, Harry said with a wry smile. And we'd still need the other components, Moonstone, something freely given. Moonstone we can get, Tonks said with growing confidence. Any decent apothecary would have it, even in the Muggle world as crystal healing supplies. For Phoenix Tears, there's a potion substitute using morning dew collected on the full moon itself, mixed with healing herbs. And something freely given? Harry asked. Tonks met his eyes. That's personal. Something that represents a voluntary sacrifice. A physical object, a memory, a promise, the magic recognizes intent more than specific items. The intensity of her gaze made Harry's heart beat faster. Through their bond, he sensed what she wasn't saying aloud, that the something freely given needed to reflect the true nature of their relationship, whatever that had become. We have 4 days to figure it out, he said finally. And to gather what we need without using magic that could be tracked. 4 days, Tonks agreed. Assuming we're not found before then. As if the universe itself had a cruel sense of timing, a sharp crack of apparition sounded from the motel parking lot. Both were on their feet instantly, peering through the curtains to see a hooded figure materializing beside a flickering streetlight. Then another. And another. Death Eaters, Tonks whispered, recognizing the distinctive movements. Not Ministry this time. How did they find us? Harry hissed, already gathering their few belongings. They must have detected the ritual magic, Tonks replied grimly. Even controlled, that kind of power leaves traces. Back door. Harry suggested, nodding toward the bathroom window. Too small, Tonks assessed quickly. And they'll have the perimeter covered. More cracks announced additional arrivals. Through the thin curtains, they counted at least 8 Death Eaters now, spreading out to surround the motel. We can't fight them all, Harry said, mind racing for alternatives. We don't need to fight them all, Tonks replied, a determined glint in her eye. Just make an opening and run. She closed her eyes briefly, and Harry felt her drawing on their bond, not just for power but for coordination. Through their connection, he saw her strategy forming, a targeted attack on the weakest point in the Death Eaters' formation, followed by a rapid escape under cover of confusion. North side, Harry confirmed, receiving the plan through their bond. On my mark. They positioned themselves on either side of the door, wands ready. Through the bond, they counted down together, 3, 2, 1. Harry flung the door open as Tonks cast a blinding flash of light that illuminated the entire parking lot, momentarily disorienting the Death Eaters. In that crucial second, they bolted through the doorway, sending precisely targeted stunning spells at the 2 nearest figures before they could recover. There, a familiar female voice shrieked, Bellatrix Lestrange. Don't let them escape. Curses flew around them as they sprinted toward the north side of the building. Harry deflected a killing curse while Tonks transfigured a nearby dumpster into a temporary barricade. Apparition. Harry called as they rounded the corner, momentarily out of sight. Too risky, Tonks replied. They'll trace it instantly. Instead, she grabbed his hand and pulled him toward a drainage ditch running along the property's edge. Down. They slid into the muddy channel just as blasting curses demolished the wall behind them. Keeping low, they crawled rapidly along the ditch, using it as cover to distance themselves from the motel. They're heading for the tree line, someone shouted above them. Spells impacted around them, throwing up sprays of mud and water. One struck close enough to drench them both, but they kept moving, the bond helping them coordinate their movements without verbal communication. When they reached a culvert running beneath a small access road, Tonks motioned for Harry to follow her inside. The narrow concrete pipe barely accommodated them, forcing them to crawl on hands and knees through shallow, foul-smelling water. Behind them, they could hear the Death Eaters searching the ditch, calling to each other in frustration as their quarry disappeared. Lumos, Bellatrix's voice echoed distantly. Check every hole, every shadow. The Dark Lord wants them alive. Harry and Tonks continued crawling, emerging eventually in a wooded area behind the motel property. Without pausing, they pushed deeper into the trees, using the natural cover to mask their movement. Only when the sounds of pursuit had faded completely did they stop, collapsing against the trunk of a massive oak tree, breathing heavily. That, Harry gasped, was too close. Too coordinated, Tonks agreed between breaths. They knew exactly where to find us. Bellatrix, Harry noted grimly. She's leading the hunt personally. Family obligation, Tonks said bitterly. In her twisted mind, I've betrayed the Black Legacy by bonding with you instead of serving the Dark Lord. They sat in silence for a moment, recovering their strength and assessing their situation. Both were soaked, muddy, and now without any supplies except their wands and the clothes on their backs. We can't stay in one place anymore, Tonks said finally. Not even for a night. They're tracking us too effectively. Constant movement until the full moon, Harry agreed. But where? How? Tonks looked thoughtful. There's a method Moody taught me, random apparition chains. Never more than a few miles at a time, never in a predictable pattern, never to a place you've been before. Won't they still trace the magical signature? They can trace the general direction, but not pinpoint the exact location if we move quickly enough. Tonks pushed herself to her feet. It's exhausting, but effective. We appear, immediately move away from the apparition point, then disappear again before they can zero in on us. Harry stood as well, wincing at his mud-soaked clothing. And we do this for 4 days straight? Until the full moon, yes. Tonks's expression softened slightly. I know it's asking a lot, Harry. But it's our best chance of completing the bond without interference. Harry nodded, too tired to argue and trusting Tonks's expertise. Lead the way. What followed were perhaps the most grueling 4 days of Harry's life, a constant cycle of apparition, brief moments of rest in random locations, then apparition again. They appeared in farmers' fields, on deserted beaches, in mountain valleys, never staying in one place for more than an hour. They slept in shifts, one always keeping watch while the other caught brief moments of rest. They ate whatever they could find or purchase during quick stops in small towns, always in disguise, always vigilant. Through it all, the bond sustained them, providing energy when their bodies flagged, alerting them to danger, allowing them to coordinate without words. What would have broken most wizards became merely endurable through their connection. On the morning of the full moon, they materialized on a remote stretch of Scottish coastline far from any human habitation. Exhausted but determined, they finally allowed themselves to stop running. This is it, Tonks said, surveying the wild landscape of cliffs and sea. Our last stand. If we can complete the ritual tonight, the bond will be permanently stabilized. Harry nodded, his eyes shadowed from lack of sleep but his resolve undiminished. Then let's make it count. They spent the day gathering what they needed, morning dew from the grass for their phoenix tear substitute, local herbs with healing properties, small moonstone fragments from a crystal deposit Tonks somehow located in the cliff face. As sunset approached, they prepared the ritual site at the cliff's edge, where earth met sky above the churning sea below. The location satisfied all requirements, water, earth, and open sky in perfect balance. What about the guardian element? Harry asked as they arranged the components in a small silver dish Tonks had transfigured from a coin. How exactly does the cross-binding work? We'll each provide blood freely given, Tonks explained. But instead of using it to bind ourselves, we'll use it to bind each other. I become guardian to your side of the bond, you to mine. And the something freely given? Harry pressed, knowing they couldn't delay this discussion any longer. Tonks paused in her preparations, turning to face him fully. In the golden light of the setting sun, her features seemed both vulnerable and determined. I've been thinking about that, she said quietly. About what I'm willing to give, freely and without reservation. Harry waited, feeling the significance of the moment through their bond. In the traditional ritual, Tonks continued, this element represents commitment, a pledge to honor the bond and its purpose. Often it was a family heirloom or magical artifact. We don't exactly have heirlooms on hand, Harry pointed out. No, Tonks agreed. But we have something more valuable. She took a deep breath. Harry, what I freely give is my future. Whatever comes after this war, after Voldemort, after all of it, I choose to share it with you. Not because the bond compels me, but because these weeks with you have shown me who you truly are. And that's someone worth standing beside, bond or no bond. The simple sincerity of her words struck Harry deeply. Through their connection, he could feel that she meant every word, no deception, no reservation, just pure, honest commitment. Tonks, he began, his voice thick with emotion. You don't have to say anything, she interrupted gently. The ritual requires my gift, not yours. You can choose something else entirely. Harry shook his head. No. I know exactly what I want to give. He stepped closer, taking her hands in his. I give you my trust. Complete and absolute. In a life where I've learned to question everyone's motives, to doubt every offer of help or affection, I choose to trust you without reservation. Not because of the bond, but because you've earned it through your actions, your sacrifice, your unwavering support. Tonks's eyes glistened in the fading light. Through the bond, Harry felt her surprise, her gratitude, and something deeper, an emotion neither had yet named aloud but both increasingly acknowledged. That, she said softly, will more than suffice for the ritual. As the sun disappeared below the horizon, they completed their preparations in companionable silence. The full moon would rise within the hour, bringing with it their final chance to stabilize the bond that had transformed both their lives. Ready? Tonks asked as they took their positions on either side of the small ritual circle they'd created. Harry nodded, feeling strangely calm despite the importance of what they were about to attempt. Together. Together, she agreed. As the first silver light of the rising moon appeared over the eastern horizon, they began the final phase of their journey, not as fugitives, not as protector and protected, but as equal partners in a bond of their own choosing. Chapter 3, Empress Ascendant. The ritual worked. As dawn broke over the Scottish cliffs, Harry and Tonks lay side by side on the rocky ground, their hands still clasped where they had fallen after the magical backlash. Above them, the full moon had faded with the arrival of morning light, but its power remained, embedded now in the completed bond between them. Harry stirred first, blinking away the disorientation. The ritual had been more intense than either had anticipated. When the moonlight struck their combined blood and offerings, the resulting magical surge had created a vortex of power that lifted them both off the ground before slamming them back to earth as the bond sealed permanently. Tonks, he called, his voice rough. You okay? Beside him, she groaned and rolled onto her side. Define okay. Harry pushed himself up on his elbows, taking stock. Nothing seemed broken, though every muscle ached as if he'd played a week-long Quidditch match. More importantly, the bond between them felt different, no longer a silver thread or even the complex weave from the second ritual. Now it was simply there, integrated into his magical core as naturally as breathing. The bond, he said, reaching out through it experimentally. It's complete, Tonks finished, sitting up slowly. I can feel it. Like it's always been there. She looked different somehow, not physically, but in the way she held herself. Her movements were more fluid, her presence more commanding. Even her pink hair seemed more vibrant, almost luminescent in the early morning light. Did we do it right? Harry asked, remembering their improvised approach to the final ritual. Without a proper guardian? Tonks closed her eyes, assessing their connection. Better than right, she said after a moment, a note of wonder in her voice. The cross-binding worked perfectly. We're each other's guardian now. Complete symmetry. Harry concentrated on their bond, exploring its new dimensions. Where before he'd been conscious of the connection as something external, now it felt like an extension of himself, a new sense alongside sight and hearing. Through it, he could feel Tonks's presence with unprecedented clarity. Not just her emotions or location, but her magical signature itself, a unique pattern as distinctive as a fingerprint. He could sense the dormant black family magic now fully awakened within her, intertwined with her natural metamorphmagus abilities and something else, something new. "Do you feel that?" he asked, focusing on the unfamiliar magical current flowing through their bond. "The Empress aspect?" Tonks replied, confirming she sensed it too. "That's what the old texts called it, when a female black protector reaches full manifestation." "What exactly does that mean?" Instead of answering immediately, Tonks stood and walked to the cliff edge. The morning breeze whipped her pink hair around her face as she extended her hand toward the ocean below. Harry watched in astonishment as the water responded, a column of seawater rising at her command, twisting into complex shapes before dispersing back into the waves. "Elemental affinity," Tonks explained, turning back to him with eyes that briefly flashed completely black before returning to their normal color. The Black family always had an affinity for water magic. Traditionally, only the direct bloodline could manifest it, but the bond has unlocked certain capabilities. That's... Harry searched for the right word. "Impressive. And useful," Tonks added pragmatically. "Especially since we're still being hunted from all sides." The reminder of their situation sobered them both. While completing the bond had been their immediate goal, the larger challenges remained: Voldemort, the Ministry, and the uncertain loyalty of supposed allies. "We should move," Harry said, getting to his feet. The aches from the ritual were already fading, replaced by a strange new energy flowing through his body. "Find somewhere to regroup, make a plan." "Agreed," Tonks said. "But first..." She reached out and took his hand, interlacing their fingers. "Something else is different." Harry felt it immediately, a resonance between them, stronger than before. When their skin touched, the bond seemed to hum with pleasure, magical energy flowing freely between them. "That's new," he commented, not pulling away despite the intensity of the sensation. "Side effect of the completed bond," Tonks explained, though she looked slightly flushed. "Physical contact enhances the connection." "Enhances it how exactly?" "Magical amplification," she said. "We could always share power through the bond, but now..." She gestured toward a large boulder nearby. "Try to levitate that. First without touching me, then with." Harry drew his wand and cast a simple Wingardium Leviosa at the boulder. It rose steadily about 10 feet off the ground, impressive for its size, but nothing extraordinary given his natural strength. Then, with Tonks's hand still in his, he cast again. The boulder shot upward with such force that it disappeared from view, becoming a tiny speck against the morning sky before he hastily ended the spell. They heard a distant splash as it plummeted into the sea far offshore. "Bloody hell," Harry breathed. "Yeah," Tonks agreed, looking equally stunned despite having anticipated some enhancement. "That's significantly more amplification than the texts mentioned." "Is it dangerous?" "Not dangerous, just powerful." She released his hand. "We'll need to practice control, especially for combat spells. Until then, maybe avoid skin contact during dueling." Harry nodded, filing away this new information. "So where to now? We can't keep operating randomly forever." Tonks considered, her tactical mind evaluating their options. "We need intelligence. About both sides. And we need allies we can trust." "The Order?" Harry suggested hesitantly. "Maybe individual members," Tonks conceded. "But not through official channels. Not after what happened with the compass." "Who, then?" Tonks's expression hardened with resolve. "It's time we stopped running and started fighting back. And I know exactly where to start." The Hog's Head Inn looked much as Harry remembered, grimy, disreputable, and perfect for those seeking to avoid attention. Under heavy disguise charms, they slipped into the near-empty bar at midday, taking a booth in the darkest corner. "Are you sure about this?" Harry asked quietly, keeping his face averted from the few other patrons. "As sure as we can be about anything," Tonks replied. "Aberforth has no love for the Ministry, and his relationship with Dumbledore is complicated enough that he won't immediately report to his brother. The barman in question, a grizzled wizard with a passing resemblance to the Hogwarts headmaster, approached their table with a scowl that suggested customers were an unwelcome interruption to his day. "What'll it be?" he demanded gruffly. "Information," Tonks replied in a low voice, for those who recognize the black family crest when it's inverted. Aberforth's eyes narrowed, his gaze sharpening as he studied them more carefully. "Haven't heard that particular code in many years, girl. My mother said you might remember it." A flash of recognition crossed the barman's weathered face. Andromeda's daughter. The Auror. His eyes shifted to Harry. "And that would make you Potter, I suppose, despite whatever glamours you're wearing." Harry tensed, ready to leave if necessary, but Tonks remained calm. "We need information, Aberforth. And a secure location for a few hours." The old man studied them for a long moment before giving a curt nod. "Back room. 5 minutes. Don't make it obvious." He shuffled away, returning to his position behind the bar. "Inverted black crest?" Harry questioned once they were alone again. "Resistance symbol during Grindelwald's rise," Tonks explained. The Black family officially supported the pure blood agenda, but a few members secretly aided those fighting against him. The inverted crest became their recognition sign. "And your mother knew Aberforth used it?" "My mother knows a lot of things about a lot of people," Tonks said with a small smile. "It's how she survived this long while being related to both Bellatrix and Sirius." They waited the requested 5 minutes, then casually made their way to the back of the inn where a narrow door led to a small private dining room. Aberforth was already there, warding the door behind them as they entered. "You've got the whole bloody wizarding world looking for you too," he said without preamble, gesturing for them to sit at the scarred wooden table. "Ministry's got 1,000 galleon reward for information. Death Eaters are offering double that." "And which offer interests you?" Harry asked bluntly. The old man snorted. "Neither. I've got no love for the Ministry's methods these days, and as for Voldemort." His expression darkened. "Let's just say I've seen dark wizards rise and fall before." "Then why help us?" Tonks pressed. "Because Andromeda Tonks once did me a service I can never repay," Aberforth replied cryptically. "And because my brother's been acting strangely ever since you two disappeared." That caught their attention. "Strangely how?" Harry asked. "Distracted. Worried. Not his usual all-knowing self." Aberforth poured 3 glasses of fire whiskey from a dusty bottle. "He's called in favors, mobilized resources, not just for the war, but specifically to track you down." Harry and Tonks exchanged concerned glances. "That doesn't sound like mere worry for our safety," Tonks observed. "No, it doesn't," Aberforth agreed. "Which is why I'm curious what exactly you two have done to rattle the great Albus Dumbledore." Harry hesitated, unsure how much to reveal. Through the bond, he felt Tonks's assessment, cautious trust, but not complete transparency. "We've formed a magical connection," Harry said carefully. "Something old, from the Black family traditions. It's enhanced our abilities in ways that might be useful against Voldemort." "Useful enough to make my brother nervous," Aberforth noted shrewdly. "Interesting. What else can you tell us?" Tonks asked. "About the Order, the Ministry, the Death Eaters." Aberforth took a long swallow of his drink before answering. "Orders fragmented. After your disappearance and the raid on the burrow, Dumbledore moved everyone to Hogwarts for safety. School's been converted to a fortress with summer still ongoing." "And the Ministry?" "Scrimgeours replaced Fudge as minister," Aberforth reported. "More competent, but just as political. He's positioned your capture as crucial to national security, claiming you've gone rogue with dangerous experimental magic." "Not entirely untrue," Harry muttered, earning a small smile from Tonks. "As for the Death Eaters," Aberforth continued, "they've grown bolder. Attacks in wizarding villages, targeted assassinations of Ministry officials. But they're also searching for something, some object or information. keeping their top people focused on that instead of general terror. Any idea what they're looking for? Harry asked. Nothing concrete. But rumor has it that Bellatrix Lestrange has been spotted near locations associated with the Hogwarts founders. Hufflepuff's hometown, Ravenclaw's ancient library. Horcruxes, Harry whispered, the pieces clicking into place. Dumbledore had begun explaining his theory about Voldemort's immortality just before their bond formed and everything changed. What was that? Aberforth asked sharply. Nothing, Harry replied quickly. Just a theory. The old barman looked skeptical but didn't press. There's something else you should know. Something happened 3 days ago that's got everyone on edge. What? Tonks leaned forward. The Dementors have abandoned Azkaban, Aberforth said grimly. Every last one. The prison's under human guards now, but it's only a matter of time before Voldemort strikes there. He'll free his followers, Harry realized. Strengthen his forces. And create terror in the process, Tonks added. A mass breakout would shatter public confidence in the Ministry. Aberforth nodded. Word is, it's planned for tomorrow night. New moon, minimal light, optimal conditions for a stealth assault. Harry and Tonks exchanged meaningful looks, a silent communication flowing through their bond. The information presented both danger and opportunity. We need to stop it, Harry said firmly. Just the two of you. Against Voldemort's forces. Aberforth's bushy eyebrows rose. That's suicide, boy. Not necessarily, Tonks replied, her mind already forming strategies. With the right approach, we could intercept them before they reach the prison. Turn their surprise attack into our ambush. You'd need to know exactly when and how they're approaching, Aberforth pointed out. Can you get us that information? Harry asked. The old man hesitated. Perhaps. I have sources. Disreputable ones, but reliable in their way. We'll need it by tonight, Tonks said. Along with a secure location near the North Sea to use as a staging area. Aberforth studied them both for a long moment, his weathered face unreadable. You really think you can do this? Just the two of you? Harry met his gaze steadily. We're not the same people who left Grimmauld Place a month ago. No, Aberforth agreed, something like grudging respect in his eyes. I don't suppose you are. He drained his glass and stood. I'll get your information. Use this room in the meantime, it's secure enough for a few hours. After he left, Harry turned to Tonks. Are we really doing this? Taking on Voldemort's forces directly? It's time we stopped reacting and started acting, Tonks replied with conviction. The bond is complete, our powers are at their peak, and this is the perfect opportunity to strike back. And if it's a trap? Then we spring it on our terms. Her eyes flashed black momentarily, a sign Harry now recognized as her black family magic surfacing. Trust me, Harry. This is what the bond has been preparing us for. He did trust her, completely and without reservation, as he promised during the ritual. If she believed they were ready to fight back, he wouldn't question it. Then we need a plan, he said, drawing his wand to conjure a makeshift map on the tabletop. One that plays to our strengths. Tonks smiled, her hair brightening to a fierce magenta as she leaned forward. I was hoping you'd say that. Azkaban stood like a dark smudge against the night sky, its imposing silhouette barely visible from their position on a rocky outcropping 3 miles offshore. The new moon cast no light, leaving only stars to illuminate the choppy North Sea waters surrounding the prison island. Anything? Harry asked, his voice low despite the isolation of their position. Beside him, Tonks lowered a pair of omnioculars she'd heavily modified with detection charms. Nothing yet. But according to Aberforth's intelligence, they'll approach from the southeast, using the deeper channel to bring in boats. Boats? Harry questioned. Why not just apparate or use portkeys? Azkaban has anti-transportation wards extending 5 miles in every direction, Tonks explained. They're ancient magic, tied to the island itself. Even Voldemort can't break them easily. They'd been in position for nearly 2 hours, concealed by both magical and natural camouflage on a tiny, unnamed island within the prison's defensive perimeter. According to Aberforth's sources, Voldemort had planned a two-pronged attack, a small elite force to breach the prison's defenses, followed by a larger group to extract the prisoners. There, Tonks said suddenly, adjusting her omnioculars. Movement at the edge of the ward line, just where it meets the water. Harry peered through his own omnioculars, enhanced by their combined magic to detect dark magical signatures. Sure enough, he could make out several boats appearing out of the gloom, small, sleek vessels designed for stealth rather than comfort. I count 12 figures in the lead boat, he reported. Powerful magical signatures. Could be his inner circle. Bellatrix will be among them, Tonks said grimly. She'd never miss a chance to free her husband and brother-in-law. Through their bond, Harry sensed Tonks's emotions sharpening into battle focus, not fear, but a cold, calculating readiness. His own adrenaline responded in kind, their magical cores synchronizing in preparation for combat. Remember the plan, she said, checking her wand one final time. We target the lead boat only. Disable, not kill if possible. Our goal is to prevent the breakout, not engage in an extended battle. Harry nodded, though they both knew their plan relied on surprise and timing. If either failed, they would be vastly outnumbered against Voldemort's elite. Ready? Tonks asked, extending her hand. Harry took it, feeling the now familiar surge as their magic amplified through physical contact. Ready. Together, they focused on the bond between them, drawing power from its completed state. Unlike their earlier experiences, the energy now flowed smoothly, controlled and directed by their shared will. Tonks's eyes turned completely black as her black family magic manifested fully. With her free hand, she made a sweeping gesture toward the sea surrounding the approaching boats. At her command, the water began to churn, subtle at first, then with increasing violence. My turn, Harry said, adding his power to hers. He pointed his wand at the agitated water, channeling a complex charm they developed together, part disillusionment, part misdirection, designed to confuse and separate their targets. The choppy seas around the Death Eater's boats became disorienting, each wave seeming to come from a different direction than expected. They watched as the small fleet faltered, the carefully coordinated formation breaking as navigators struggled against the unnatural conditions. The lead boat pulled ahead of the others, exactly as they'd hoped. Now, Tonks said, releasing Harry's hand and disapparating with a barely audible crack. Harry followed instantly, reappearing on a second strategic position they'd prepared, a partially submerged rock formation closer to the approaching vessels. Tonks was already there, casting additional protective charms around their position. From this new vantage point, they could see the lead boat more clearly. 8 figures in Death Eater robes and masks stood in formation, wands raised in complex patterns as they worked to counter the magical disturbance affecting their journey. At the center of the boat, 2 unmasked figures directed the effort, Bellatrix Lestrange and, to Harry's shock, Voldemort himself. He came personally, Harry whispered, the scar on his forehead prickling in proximity to his nemesis. Changes nothing, Tonks replied steadily. Stick to the plan. On my signal. She raised her wand, waiting for the perfect moment as the lead boat struggled through the manufactured storm. When it reached the midpoint between their position and the following vessels, she slashed downward. Now. Together, they cast the first part of their prepared assault, a modified anti-apparition jinx that created a dome over the target area, preventing magical escape. Harry followed immediately with a powerful confundus charm aimed not at the passengers, but at the boat itself. The vessel lurched violently, its enchantments suddenly conflicting with each other. As the Death Eaters struggled to maintain balance, Tonks unleashed her black family magic in its full capacity. Water erupted around the boat in towering columns, forming a circular prison of liquid walls. Within this watery cage, she manipulated the currents to create a whirlpool effect, spinning the boat in disorienting circles. "Impressive," Harry commented, genuinely awed by the display of elemental control. "Just getting started," Tonks replied, her voice taking on a resonant quality as the Empress aspect of her power manifested. "Your turn." Harry raised his wand, channeling his own specialized magic through the bond. Where Tonks excelled at broad environmental manipulation, Harry's strength lay in targeted magical disruption, a talent enhanced by his natural resistance to mind magic. Perturbatio Magicae, he cast, sending a pulse of energy that interfered with active spells within the water prison. The effect was immediate, shield charms faltered, levitation attempts failed, offensive spells dissipated harmlessly. For a crucial few seconds, the Death Eaters were magically vulnerable. Tonks seized the opportunity, compressing her water prison inward, creating a dense fog that obscured vision and interfered with aim. Through this chaos, they could see Voldemort standing unnaturally still in the center of the boat, his wand movements deliberate as he worked to counter their assault. "He's breaking through," Harry warned, feeling the Dark Lord's power pushing against their containment. "Then we move to Phase 2, Tonks replied calmly. They had anticipated this possibility. Without another word, they activated the second part of their plan, synchronized spellwork designed not to defeat Voldemort, but to separate him from his followers. Harry cast a powerful Ventus Jinx, creating a funnel of wind that tore through Tonks's water barrier. Simultaneously, Tonks transfigured portions of the water into thick ice, forming a jagged path through the maelstrom. The combined effect split the boat in two, a clean break that sent Death Eaters tumbling into the churning sea while leaving Voldemort and Bellatrix isolated on the smaller section of the vessel. "Divide and conquer," Harry said with grim satisfaction. The trailing boats had finally overcome the confused seas and were racing toward their stricken leaders, but they were still minutes away, precious time for Harry and Tonks to complete their objective. "Cover me," Tonks said, her focus narrowing to Bellatrix. Harry nodded, creating a barrage of spell fire to keep Voldemort occupied while Tonks enacted the most personal part of their plan. She stepped onto the water's surface, literally walking on the waves as her elemental control extended to supporting her weight. With each step, the water solidified momentarily beneath her feet, creating a path directly toward her aunt. Bellatrix saw her coming and shrieked with rage, sending a barrage of killing curses that Tonks deflected or simply sidestepped, her movements fluid and precise as she closed the distance. "Blood traitor!" Bellatrix howled, her wild magic lashing out in all directions. "My own niece, consorting with Potter, betraying our Lord. You never understood what the Black family magic was truly for, Bella," Tonks replied, her voice carrying across the water with unnatural clarity. "It was never about serving others. It was about protection. About family." She raised her hand, and the water around Bellatrix's feet surged upward, encasing the Death Eater's legs in ice. Before Bellatrix could counter, Tonks was upon her, moving with inhuman speed. What happened next occurred so quickly that Harry, even while maintaining his magical barrage against Voldemort, could barely follow it. Tonks seized Bellatrix by the throat, their faces inches apart, and spoke words in a language Harry didn't recognize, something ancient and guttural. Bellatrix's eyes widened in shock, then fear. Her body went rigid as Tonks's hand began to glow with a deep blue light where it touched her aunt's skin. "What are you doing?" Bellatrix gasped, her voice suddenly weak. "Taking back what belongs to the true Black lineage," Tonks replied, her eyes completely black now, her hair shifting to match, dark as midnight and moving like liquid shadow. "You corrupted our family's magic, twisted it to serve a half-blood tyrant. No more." The blue glow intensified, spreading from Tonks's hand to engulf Bellatrix entirely. Harry felt the bond between them pulse with unprecedented power as Tonks drew on their combined strength for whatever ritual she was performing. Across the shattered boat, Voldemort seemed to realize what was happening. His snake-like features contorted with rage as he abandoned his defensive posture and aimed his wand directly at Tonks. "Avada Kedavra," the Dark Lord bellowed. Harry reacted instinctively, throwing himself into the path of the killing curse. But instead of the expected green light, his wand produced a shield unlike any he'd cast before, a barrier of pure golden energy that intercepted Voldemort's spell and absorbed it completely. Both Harry and Voldemort stared in shock at the unexpected development. Through the bond, Harry felt Tonks's magic surge again as she completed whatever process she'd begun with Bellatrix. The blue light disappeared abruptly, and Bellatrix collapsed to the deck, unconscious but alive. Tonks stood over her, transformed by the ritual, her natural metamorphmagus abilities amplified by whatever black family magic she'd reclaimed from her aunt. "Harry," she called, her voice containing harmonics that hadn't been there before. "It's done. We need to go." The reinforcement boats were nearly upon them, and Voldemort had recovered from his surprise. Dark magic gathered around the Dark Lord like a storm cloud as he prepared to unleash his full power. Harry didn't hesitate. He aimed his wand at the ice beneath Voldemort's shattered boat and cast a powerful Bombarda Maxima. The explosion sent fragments of wood and ice in all directions, temporarily disorienting even the Dark Lord. In that critical moment, Harry disapparated to Tonks's side, grabbed her around the waist, and disapparated again, not to their original position, but to a third location they'd prepared as an emergency extraction point. They materialized on a desolate stretch of coastline nearly 20 miles from Azkaban. The moment they landed, Tonks activated a series of pre-prepared wards that would mask their magical signatures and prevent tracking. For several long moments, they simply stood together, breathing heavily as the adrenaline of combat slowly receded. The bond between them hummed with residual power, gradually settling back to its baseline state. "What did you do to Bellatrix?" Harry asked finally. Tonks looked down at her hands, which still seemed to shimmer with faint blue energy. "I reclaimed my birthright. The black family magic that she was never worthy to wield. I didn't know that was possible. Neither did I, until the final ritual completed." Tonks flexed her fingers, watching the energy dance across her skin. "The bond gave me access to family knowledge I never had before, rituals, spells, magical theory that was lost for generations." "Is she?" Harry hesitated. "Dead?" "No. Just, diminished. I took the black magic from her, but left her own core intact." Tonks's expression hardened. "She'll never be as powerful as she was, but she's still dangerous." Harry nodded, processing this new development. "And the prison break?" "Disrupted, at minimum," Tonks replied. "We separated Voldemort from most of his forces, destroyed their lead vessel, and created enough chaos to alert the Azkaban guards. They'll have reinforcements by now. So we succeeded. In our primary objective, yes." Tonks smiled, though it held little warmth. "And we've announced our presence rather spectacularly." Harry couldn't help but return the smile, despite the gravity of their situation. "I don't think hiding is an option anymore." "No," Tonks agreed. "Now we fight on our terms." As if to emphasize her point, her appearance shifted, not the subtle changes of her usual metamorphmagus abilities, but something more dramatic. Her hair lengthened and darkened to a midnight black shot through with electric blue, her features became more angular, more commanding, and her eyes remained the solid black of fully manifested black family magic. The Empress aspect, Harry realized, recognizing the transformation from the old texts they'd studied. Tonks nodded. "The Protector at full strength. It's not just a physical change, it's a magical one too. Enhanced abilities, access to family spells, increased elemental control." "Permanent?" "No," she replied, reverting partially to her more familiar appearance, though her hair remained the black-blue combination. "I can control it now, shift between forms as needed." Harry reached out through their bond, sensing the new dimensions of her magic, powerful, complex, but still fundamentally Tonks. Whatever changes the bond had wrought, she remained herself at the core. "What now?" he asked. "We've made enemies of both the Ministry and Voldemort. We can't exactly go back to running and hiding." "No," Tonks agreed. Now we build our own side in this war. Her expression turned determined. Starting with allies we know we can trust. The order. Select members, Tonks clarified. Those who'll follow us rather than Dumbledore. We need people willing to take direct action, not wait for perfect intelligence or political advantage. Harry considered this. Remus. The twins. Moody, maybe. Kingsley if we can reach him. Exactly. Tonks began pacing, her tactical mind working through the implications. We need a base of operations, communications systems, intelligence networks. We've proven we can strike effectively, now we need to build on that momentum. Through their bond, Harry could feel her excitement, her sense of purpose. It was infectious, igniting his own determination. For too long, he'd been a piece on other people's chessboards, Dumbledore's, Voldemort's, the Ministry's. Now, finally, he and Tonks were defining their own game. Aberforth might help, Harry suggested. He's no fan of how his brother runs things. Good thought, Tonks agreed. And my mother. She has contacts throughout the wizarding world that even the Order doesn't know about. As they continued planning, the eastern horizon began to lighten with the first hints of dawn. Neither had slept, but the bond provided energy where physical endurance faltered. We should move, Tonks said, checking their protective wards. This location was only meant for temporary use. Where to? Tonks smiled, a hint of mischief in her expression despite the seriousness of their situation. I think it's time we visited my mother properly. She's had a month to prepare for our return, and knowing her, she'll have everything we need already in place. Harry nodded, trusting her instincts. As they prepared to depart, he took one last look at the North Sea stretching toward the distant shadow of Azkaban. For the first time since the bond formed, he felt truly in control of his destiny, not running from threats, but moving purposefully toward a goal of his own choosing. With Tonks at his side, both of them transformed by the power they now shared, he finally believed they might not just survive this war, but end it on their own terms. News of their confrontation with Voldemort spread through the wizarding world like fiendfire. By the time they reached Andromeda Tonks's new safe house, a magically expanded cottage hidden in the Welsh countryside, reports of the Battle of Azkaban had already made the front page of the Daily Prophet. The newspaper lay open on the kitchen table as Andromeda prepared tea, its headline screaming in bold type, Potter and Tonks thwart mass breakout Dark Lord's forces scattered in unprecedented assault. Below this, a subheading added, Ministry maintains, extremely dangerous, classification Scrimgear, their methods pose significant risk to magical society, at least they're acknowledging you stopped the breakout, Andromeda observed dryly, setting cups before them. Though they can't quite bring themselves to thank you for it. Harry skimmed the article, which painted them as loose cannons whose reckless actions happened to yield positive results. There was no mention of Voldemort's personal presence at the battle, nor of Bellatrix's condition afterward. They're controlling the narrative, Tonks said, unsurprised. Can't have people thinking two fugitives are more effective against Voldemort than the entire Ministry. Yet that's exactly what many are thinking, Andromeda replied with a small smile. My contacts report significant public interest in your methods. Questions are being asked about why the Ministry couldn't prevent the breakout attempt when two individuals managed it quite handily. Good, Harry said firmly. Let them question. We need people thinking for themselves, not blindly following Ministry propaganda. Andromeda studied him with new interest, noting the confidence that hadn't been there during their first meeting. The bond has changed you both, she observed. Completed successfully, I take it. Tonks nodded, unconsciously touching the spot over her heart where the bond's energy centered. The cross-binding worked perfectly. Cross-binding? Andromeda's eyebrows rose. Without a traditional guardian? That's unprecedented. Necessity is the mother of invention, Tonks replied with a shrug. We adapted. So I see. Andromeda's gaze shifted between them, assessing. And the Empress aspect has manifested fully. It wasn't a question. In response, Tonks briefly shifted to her enhanced form, the commanding presence, the black-blue hair, the solid black eyes. The air around her seemed to shimmer with power before she reverted to her normal appearance. "Impressive," Andromeda murmured. "I've only seen it in family portraits, never in person." "It comes with new abilities," Tonks explained. "Elemental control, enhanced metamorphmagus capabilities, access to black family spells I never knew existed." "And what did you do to Bellatrix?" Andromeda asked bluntly. "My sources say she's been removed from active service among the Death Eaters. Confined to Malfoy Manor under medical supervision." Tonks exchanged a glance with Harry before answering. "I reclaimed the black family magic she was misusing. A ritual I remembered during our final bonding." Andromeda's eyes widened slightly. "The ritual of lineage reclamation? That hasn't been performed successfully in over 200 years. "It worked," Tonks said simply. "Evidently." Andromeda looked impressed despite herself. "The old texts claimed it could only be performed by the rightful heir of the family magic. The fact that it worked for you makes me the current head of the Black family, magically speaking," Tonks finished. "I know." Harry looked between mother and daughter, sensing undercurrents to the conversation he didn't fully understand. "Is that significant beyond weakening Bellatrix?" "Potentially very significant," Andromeda replied, setting down her teacup. "The Black family magic is tied to numerous properties, vaults, and magical artifacts, some of which were thought lost or inaccessible after Sirius died without a direct heir. But Sirius left everything to me in his will," Harry pointed out. "He left you what he legally owned," Andromeda corrected. "But the oldest Black family possessions don't follow conventional inheritance law. They respond to magical lineage, not legal documents." And now they'd respond to Tonks, Harry realized. "To both of you, most likely," Andromeda said thoughtfully. "Your bond would ensure shared access to anything tied to the Black family magic." This new information added another dimension to their already complex situation. Before they could discuss it further, however, a silver lynx Patronus bounded through the cottage wall, circling once before speaking in Kingsley Shacklebolt's deep, measured voice, safe to contact. "Dumbledore knows." Order divided on response. "Those loyal await instructions at the old training ground. Come if you can. Trust established through shared watch duty." The Patronus dissolved, leaving a momentary silence in its wake. "Kingsley was my partner for surveillance at Grimmauld Place last summer," Tonks explained to Harry. "The shared watch duty reference confirms it's genuinely him." "And the old training ground?" Harry asked. "A clearing in the forest of Dean where we practiced dueling when I first joined the Order," Tonks replied. "Highly defensible, known only to a few members." "It could still be a trap," Andromeda cautioned. "The Order's loyalty to Dumbledore runs deep." "Not as deep as their commitment to defeating Voldemort," Harry countered. "And we've just proven we can do what they haven't been able to, strike directly at his forces and succeed." Tonks nodded in agreement. "We need allies, Mother. People with resources, information, and skills that complement our own. We can't win this war by ourselves, no matter how powerful the bond has made us." Andromeda sighed, recognizing the determination in her daughter's expression. "Then at least go prepared. I've been gathering supplies for your return." She led them to what appeared to be a normal linen closet in the hallway. With a wave of her wand and a murmured phrase in Latin, the back wall vanished, revealing a hidden chamber filled with magical equipment, potions, weapons, and communication devices. "Mother," Tonks breathed, clearly impressed. "You've been busy." "I've had decades to prepare for this war," Andromeda replied, selecting items from the shelves. "I lost too many friends in the first one to be caught unprepared for the second." She handed them each a small silver disc inscribed with runes. "Emergency port keys, keyed to this location. They'll work even through most anti-transportation wards." Next came dragonhide battle robes, lightweight but offering significant magical protection. For Tonks, a set in deep blue with black accents, for Harry, black with emerald trim that matched his eyes. These belong to your father and me, Andromeda explained to Tonks. From our younger days. I've updated the protection charms and resized them appropriately. You fought in the First War? Harry asked, surprised. Not officially, Andromeda replied with a small, secretive smile. Let's just say the Black family talent for remaining unnoticed when necessary served me well. She continued equipping them with an impressive array of magical items, communication mirrors, detection devices, healing potions, and specialized magical weapons including a pair of silver daggers enchanted to disrupt magical protections. The Black family arsenal, Andromeda explained, seeing Harry's questioning look. Traditionally given to the heir upon reaching magical maturity. As the current magical head of the family, Nymphadora should have access to all of it now. Don't call me Nymphadora, Tonks muttered automatically, though with less heat than usual. Andromeda ignored the correction, continuing her preparations. Whatever faction of the order awaits you, remember that they follow people, not principles. Show them confidence and capability, and they'll fall in line. We're not looking for followers, Harry objected. Just allies. In war, the distinction often blurs, Andromeda replied. Especially when people are frightened and seeking leadership. And make no mistake, after Azkaban, they will be looking to you for leadership. Harry wasn't entirely comfortable with this assessment, but through the bond, he sensed Tonks's agreement with her mother's analysis. The political reality of their situation couldn't be ignored, they had created a third faction in the war, whether they'd intended to or not. Once fully equipped, they prepared to depart. Andromeda provided specific coordinates for apparition to a location near the meeting point, as well as recognition signals to identify friendly order members. Be careful, she said as they prepared to leave, embracing her daughter briefly. The greatest danger now may not be from those who oppose you openly, but from those who claim to support you while pursuing their own agendas. We'll be fine, Mother, Tonks assured her. The bond will help us identify deception. I hope so, Andromeda replied, her expression serious. Because I suspect Albus Dumbledore has been less than forthcoming about why this particular bond concerns him so deeply. Harry frowned. What do you mean? Just that in all my research, I never found an adequate explanation for why the Black Protector bond would trouble someone like Dumbledore, Andromeda said carefully. Unless he knows something about its capabilities that even I don't. With that cryptic warning, she stepped back, allowing them to disapparate to their rendezvous with potential allies, and perhaps to answers about Dumbledore's true concerns. The Forest of Dean welcomed them with dappled sunshine filtering through ancient trees, a deceptively peaceful setting for what could be a pivotal meeting. They apparat half a mile from the designated clearing, approaching cautiously on foot to assess the situation before revealing themselves. 6 magical signatures, Tonks reported as they neared, her enhanced senses detecting the unique pattern of each wizard's power. All order members, from what I can tell. Through their bond, Harry could perceive these signatures as well, like seeing auras around distant figures, each with distinctive colors and intensities. It was one of the many shared abilities they discovered since completing the final ritual. I recognize Kingsley and Remus, he said, focusing on the familiar magical patterns. And that's definitely the twins, identical cores. The other two. Moody and Hestia Jones, Tonks identified. A good group. Competent, independent-minded. They approached the edge of the clearing, still concealed by the dense forest undergrowth. As a final precaution, Tonks cast a modified revealing charm to detect any hidden observers or magical traps. Clean, she confirmed. If it's an ambush, it's an extremely subtle one. Harry nodded, trusting her assessment. Together, they stepped into the clearing, wands not drawn but readily accessible. The waiting order members reacted instantly, forming a defensive semicircle before recognition dawned. Kingsley was the first to lower his wand, a relieved smile breaking across his usually stoic features. You came, he said simply. We weren't certain you would. That depends on why you're here, Harry replied, maintaining a cautious distance. Remus stepped forward, his amber eyes studying them both intently. You've completed the bond, he observed. Fully manifested, from the look of it. Tonks nodded, briefly shifting to her Empress aspect to demonstrate, a display that elicited impressed murmurs from the twins and a grunt of approval from Moody. Impressive light show, the grizzled ex-Auror commented. But does it actually work in combat? Azkaban reports are all over the place. It works, Harry confirmed. We drove off Voldemort himself and neutralized Bellatrix Lestrange. This declaration caused a stir among the gathered Order members. Kingsley and Remus exchanged significant looks, while the twins' expressions shifted from curious to awed. That's why we're here, Kingsley explained. After news of Azkaban reached the Order, there was disagreement about how to respond. Dumbledore wanted to continue efforts to bring you in, Remus elaborated. For your protection, he claimed. But some of us felt that anyone capable of disrupting Voldemort's plans so effectively deserves support, not containment. You split the Order? Tonks asked, surprised. Not irreparably, Kingsley assured them. More a tactical divergence. Dumbledore still coordinates the overall strategy, but we've formed a direct action team that operates with greater autonomy. With his blessing? Harry asked skeptically. The slight hesitation before Kingsley answered told him everything. With his awareness, the Auror corrected diplomatically. Fred, or possibly George, Weasley spoke up. What Kingsley's too proper to say is that we're here because you two are actually doing something instead of just reacting to you-know-whose moves. Exactly, his twin agreed. While the main Order gathers intelligence and plans perfect operations that never happen, you've taken the fight directly to the enemy. And succeeded, Hestia Jones added. Which raises the question of how exactly you managed it. All eyes turned expectantly to Harry and Tonks. Through their bond, they quickly conferred on how much to reveal. Transparency would build trust, but certain aspects of their abilities might be best kept private. The bond has enhanced our natural abilities, Tonks explained. My metamorphmagus talents, Harry's defensive capabilities, our combined magical strength. It's also given us new skills, Harry added. Magical perception, elemental control, access to forgotten spells. And this is Black family magic? Remus asked, his scholarly interest evident. At its core, yes, Tonks confirmed. But adapted and evolved through our particular connection. The traditional Black protector bond was more one-sided, a dedicated guardian for a family member. Our version is balanced, each protecting the other. Moody's magical eye swiveled between them, studying the invisible bond. Impressive work, he admitted grudgingly. But what's your plan now? You've made enemies of both the Ministry and Voldemort. That's a precarious position. We're forming our own approach to ending this war, Harry stated firmly. Direct action against Voldemort's forces, disruption of his plans, protection of key targets. Without Ministry approval or Dumbledore's oversight, Kingsley noted, though his tone suggested this wasn't necessarily a criticism. The Ministry is more concerned with appearances than effectiveness, Tonks replied. And Dumbledore? She hesitated, choosing her words carefully. Dumbledore has his own agenda regarding Harry. One that may not align with actually defeating Voldemort quickly. This bold statement caused another stir among the Order members. Questioning Dumbledore's methods was one thing, suggesting his goals might differ from their assumed objective was another entirely. What do you mean by that? Remus asked sharply. Harry stepped forward, his expression resolute. I mean that Dumbledore has kept crucial information from me, from all of us, about how to defeat Voldemort. Information he's had for years. The prophecy, Kingsley began. Goes beyond the prophecy, Harry interrupted. It's about horcruxes. A shocked silence fell over the clearing. Moody and Kingsley exchanged grim looks, while the others appeared confused. Horcruxes? Fred or George asked. What's that? Objects containing fragments of Voldemort's soul, Harry explained. That's how he survived when the killing curse rebounded on him. That's why he didn't truly die. Dumbledore has suspected this for years but only recently confirmed it. And only began telling Harry right before our bond formed, Tonks added. Parceling out information in tiny fragments, maintaining control over the entire process. Remus looked troubled. That's a serious accusation, Harry. Dumbledore has always acted in what he believed was your best interest. I don't doubt his intentions, Harry replied. But I question his methods. The bond has shown us another way, direct action, shared knowledge, combined strength. And what exactly are you proposing? Kingsley asked, his deep voice cutting through the tension. Harry and Tonks exchanged glances, their decision already made through their connection. An alliance, Tonks stated. Your skills and information combined with our abilities. Targeted operations against Voldemort's forces and infrastructure. Hunting Horcruxes while simultaneously weakening his support base. Operating independently but coordinated, Harry added. No more waiting for perfect intelligence or political opportunity. When we identify a target, we strike. The proposal hung in the air as the Order members considered its implications. It represented a significant departure from Dumbledore's cautious, information-gathering approach. And leadership? Moody asked bluntly. Who makes the final decisions? Collaborative planning, Harry replied without hesitation. But operational authority based on expertise. Kingsley's knowledge of Ministry operations, your combat experience, the twins' innovation, Remus's intelligence analysis, everyone contributes their strengths. Sounds suspiciously reasonable, one of the twins commented with a grin. We're in. As am I, Hestia added firmly. I joined the Order to fight, not to attend endless planning meetings. Moody and Kingsley exchanged looks, some unspoken communication passing between the experienced Aurors. Finally, Moody gave a curt nod. Conditional participation, he stated. I'll need to see your operational plans, assess your tactical approach. If it's solid, I'm in. Same, Kingsley agreed. I can provide Ministry intelligence and protection against their tracking methods, but I need to be convinced your strategies are sound. All eyes turned to Remus, who had remained silent during the exchange. His expression was troubled, torn between loyalty to Dumbledore and his obvious concern for Harry. Sirius would have joined you without hesitation, he said finally, a sad smile touching his lips. He always favored action over caution. And perhaps he would have been right to do so. That's not an answer, Remus, Tonks said gently. He met her gaze, then Harry's. I'm in. But I want full disclosure about this bond and its capabilities. No secrets between allies. Harry nodded, accepting the condition. No secrets about the bond or our plans. But we may need operational security for specific missions. Fair enough, Remus conceded. With that, the alliance was formed, a new faction in the Wizarding War, committed to direct action against Voldemort's forces. As they moved to a more secure location to begin detailed planning, Harry felt a weight lift from his shoulders. For too long, he'd carried the burden of the prophecy alone, guided by Dumbledore's cryptic instructions and limited information. Now, with Tonks at his side and capable allies supporting them, he finally had a clear path forward. Through the bond, he sensed Tonks's satisfaction and determination matching his own. Whatever challenges lay ahead, they would face them together, not as puppet and master, but as equal partners in a shared purpose. The next 3 weeks transformed the Wizarding War. Operating from a series of secure locations, including a magically expanded cave system in northern Wales that became their primary base, Harry and Tonks's alliance struck Voldemort's infrastructure with devastating precision. Their first target was a Death Eater supply depot hidden in an abandoned factory in Manchester, where cursed artifacts were being stockpiled for a planned mass attack on Muggle transport systems. The twins led this operation, deploying modified Wheezes products that neutralized the dark objects, while Tonks, in her Empress aspect, contained the resulting magical backlash. Next came a raid on a werewolf recruitment camp in the Scottish Highlands, where Fenrir Greyback was gathering followers for Voldemort's cause. With Remus's intelligence and Harry's leadership, they disrupted the camp, freed captive werewolves being held as leverage, and established a counter-narrative that undermined Greyback's authority within the werewolf community. Each success built their reputation, both with the wizarding public, who began to see them as effective protectors, and with Voldemort's forces, who increasingly feared their unpredictable strikes. The Daily Prophet's reporting evolved from dismissive to cautiously positive, aided by strategic information leaks from Kingsley's ministry contacts. Headlines shifted from "Potter Tonks Vigilantes Strike Again" to "Independent Force Continue Successes Against You-Know-Who." Meanwhile, Moody's tactical expertise helped them avoid ministry attempts to intercept them, while Hestia Jones established a network of safe houses and supply chains to support their operations. Through it all, Harry and Tonks's bond continued to develop in unexpected ways. Their magical synchronization became so complete that they could cast complex spells in perfect harmony, combining their unique talents to create effects neither could achieve alone. More personally, their relationship deepened beyond the magical connection. In quiet moments between operations, they explored what it meant to be bonded not just magically but emotionally, the trust they pledged during the final ritual blossoming into something neither had anticipated but both increasingly welcomed. It was during one such moment, in the private chamber they shared at their Welsh headquarters, that Harry finally asked the question that had been on his mind since their alliance formed. "Do you think Dumbledore knows what we're doing?" Tonks looked up from the map she'd been studying, her hair shifting from tactical black to a more relaxed purple as she considered the question. "He'd have to be completely oblivious not to, given the impact we're having." "Then why hasn't he tried to stop us?" Harry pressed. "Or at least reached out directly?" "Maybe he's realized we're effective," Tonks suggested, though her tone indicated skepticism. "Or perhaps he's waiting for the right moment to approach us." Harry wasn't convinced by either explanation. Since forming their alliance, they'd received no direct communication from Dumbledore, despite their significant successes against Voldemort's forces. The headmaster's silence felt deliberate, calculated. "My mother's warning keeps coming back to me," Tonks admitted, setting aside the map entirely. "About Dumbledore having concerns about our bond that go beyond the obvious. You think he knows something about it that we don't?" "Possibly. Or..." She hesitated, a theory forming. "What if it's not about the bond itself, but how it affects his plans for you specifically?" Harry frowned. "The horcruxes, you mean?" "Yes, but maybe more than that." Tonks moved to sit beside him on the simple cot that served as their bed. "The prophecy says you have power the Dark Lord knows not. What if Dumbledore had specific ideas about what that power might be, and our bond disrupted those plans?" The theory resonated with Harry's own suspicions. "He was very focused on my mother's protective magic, the blood protection. Always insisting I return to the Dursleys to renew it." "Exactly," Tonks said, her expression darkening. "But our bond might have altered that magic somehow, or superseded it with something he doesn't fully understand or control." Before they could pursue this line of thought further, a silver weasel Patronus, one of the twins, bounded into their chamber. "Emergency meeting. Hermione's made contact. Says she has critical information about a horcrux. Main chamber, 5 minutes." They exchanged surprised looks. Hermione had remained at Hogwarts with the Weasleys under Dumbledore's protection, maintaining sporadic contact through the twins but never directly reaching out before now. "This can't be coincidence," Harry said as they quickly prepared to meet the others. "Not after what we were just discussing." "No," Tonks agreed grimly. "Which means we proceed with caution." 5 minutes later, they joined the other Alliance members in the main chamber of their headquarters, a magically expanded cave with modern amenities and extensive security systems designed by Moody and enhanced by the twins. Hermione's face flickered in a magical projection at the center of the room, transmitted through a modified version of the communication mirror Sirius had given Harry. "Harry! Tonks!" she exclaimed when she saw them. "Thank goodness. I've been trying to find a secure way to reach you for weeks." "Hermione," Harry acknowledged, genuinely happy to see his friend despite his caution. "What's happening? Are you okay?" "I'm fine, but there's no time for pleasantries." Her expression was tense, urgent. "I've discovered something about the horcruxes. Something Dumbledore hasn't told anyone." A tense silence fell over the chamber. Even the normally boisterous twins were completely focused on Hermione's projection. "What have you found?" Harry asked, keeping his voice even despite the surge of anticipation flowing through the bond between him and Tonks. "I was researching in the restricted section. Dumbledore gave me special access for academic purposes," Hermione explained. "I found references to magical bonds that can detect soul fragments. It was in a text about ancient Egyptian curse-breaking methods." Tonks leaned forward, her interest piqued. "Go on." The passage described how bonded pairs with complementary magical signatures could sense the presence of fragmented souls, Hermione continued. "Harry, I think your bond with Tonks might be exactly what's needed to locate the horcruxes efficiently." It was a compelling theory, one that aligned with capabilities they'd already begun to discover. Through their bond, they could indeed sense dark magic with remarkable precision, though they hadn't specifically tested this against horcruxes. "There's more," Hermione added, her voice dropping slightly. "I found Dumbledore's personal notes on horcruxes hidden in a false book in his office." This revelation caused a stir among the Alliance members. Moody's magical eye swiveled suspiciously, while Kingsley's normally impassive expression showed clear concern. "You broke into Dumbledore's office?" Remus asked, shocked. "Not exactly," Hermione replied, looking uncomfortable. "I was delivering research materials he'd requested when I noticed a book that seemed off. Magically inconsistent. When I examined it more closely, it revealed its contents." "Or it was meant to be found," Moody growled skeptically. Hermione continued undeterred. "The notes indicated that Dumbledore has already located and destroyed one horcrux, a ring belonging to the Gaunt family. But it nearly killed him in the process. His hand is badly cursed, though he's hiding it with glamour charms." This was news to all of them, even Remus who had remained closest to Dumbledore of their group. "The notes also mentioned that he believes there are 6 horcruxes in total," Hermione went on. "The diary Harry destroyed in second year, the ring, and 4 others. He suspects one is Slytherin's locket, but he doesn't know where it is." "We might," Harry interjected, a memory suddenly surfacing. "At Grimmauld Place, during the cleaning, there was a heavy locket no one could open. We threw it in the rubbish." Tonks's eyes widened. "Creature," she said suddenly. "If it was valuable, he might have salvaged it." Harry nodded, the pieces clicking into place. "We need to talk to Creature." "There's one more thing," Hermione said, her expression growing even more serious. "The most troubling part of Dumbledore's notes. He wrote that he suspected," she broke off, looking directly at Harry. "He suspected that you might be a horcrux too, Harry. Made accidentally the night Voldemort tried to kill you." The chamber fell completely silent. Harry felt as if the ground had dropped away beneath him, the implications of Hermione's revelation hitting him like a physical blow. Beside him, Tonks went completely still, her emotions through their bond shifting from shock to rage to fierce determination in rapid succession. "That's why he's been so concerned about our bond," Tonks said quietly, the pieces finally falling into place. "If Harry is carrying a fragment of Voldemort's soul, then your bond might affect it in unpredictable ways," Kingsley finished, his deep voice grave. "Or potentially even destroy it without harming Harry. Which would explain his reluctance to support your alliance," Remus added. "If he believed Harry needed to be." He couldn't finish the sentence. "Sacrificed," Harry supplied flatly. He thought I would need to die to destroy the horcrux inside me. The reality of Dumbledore's long game, the careful manipulation, the controlled release of information, the emphasis on Harry's unique connection to Voldemort, suddenly made perfect, terrible sense. The headmaster had been preparing Harry not just to fight Voldemort, but to die at the appropriate moment. But our bond changed that calculation, Tonks realized, her hair darkening to midnight black with anger. It introduced an unexpected variable he couldn't control. Which explains his efforts to separate you, Moody said, his magical eye fixed on the bond between them, which was now visibly manifesting as a golden aura in his magical sight. If the bond could destroy the horcrux without killing Potter. We need to test this theory, Harry said decisively, pushing aside the emotional weight of the revelation to focus on its strategic implications. Hermione, is there any way to confirm whether I'm actually a horcrux without risking damage? I've been researching that, she replied. There's a detection ritual described in the Egyptian text that should be able to identify soul fragments without disturbing them. But it requires significant magical power and absolute precision. Both of which we have, Tonks said, her hand finding Harry's, their bond pulsing with shared resolve. Send us the details of the ritual. We'll prepare immediately. Hermione nodded. I'll transmit everything I've found. But Harry. Her expression softened with concern. Be careful. This goes beyond anything we've encountered before. I will be, he assured her. And Hermione? Thank you for taking this risk to contact us. After arranging a secure method for transmitting the ritual information, Hermione's projection faded, leaving the Alliance to process the implications of what they'd learned. If Potter really is a horcrux, Moody said bluntly, that changes everything about our strategy. Not necessarily, Tonks countered. If our bond can destroy the fragment without harming Harry, as Dumbledore apparently feared it might, then we continue exactly as planned, but with better information. And if it can't? Remus asked quietly. Harry met his former professor's concerned gaze steadily. Then we find another way. Because I have no intention of sacrificing myself as Dumbledore planned. Through the bond, Tonks's fierce agreement resonated with his own determination. Whatever Dumbledore had intended, whatever Voldemort had unknowingly created, they would face it together, on their terms, not as pieces in someone else's game. First step, Harry continued, taking charge of the situation. We verify whether I'm actually a horcrux using Hermione's ritual. Second, we locate and secure the locket from Creature if possible. Third, we develop methods to destroy horcruxes safely based on what we learn. And Dumbledore? Kingsley asked. Do we confront him with what we know? Harry considered this carefully. Not yet. Knowledge is our advantage right now. Let's use it to get ahead of both Voldemort and Dumbledore's plans. The Alliance members nodded in agreement, accepting his leadership in this critical moment. As they dispersed to prepare for the various tasks ahead, Harry and Tonks remained in the chamber, processing the revelation that had changed everything. You're handling this remarkably well, Tonks observed once they were alone, her hand still firmly in his. Outwardly, maybe, Harry admitted. Inside, I'm. He didn't need to complete the sentence. Through their bond, she could feel the turmoil beneath his composed exterior. I won't let you face this alone, Tonks said, her voice carrying the resonant power of her Empress aspect even in her normal form. Whatever we discover, whatever we face, we do it together. Harry nodded, drawing strength from her unwavering support and the bond that connected them. Together, he agreed. Always. As they left to prepare for the detection ritual, neither fully realized how prophetic that simple promise would prove to be in the coming confrontation, not just with Voldemort, but with the complex web of destiny, duty, and deception that had shaped Harry's life since that fateful Halloween night. The detection ritual required precise preparation. Using the information Hermione had secretly transmitted, they transformed the Alliance's ritual chamber, a natural cave formation enhanced with magical protections, into a space suitable for the ancient Egyptian magic they were about to attempt. The basic principle is sympathetic resonance, Tonks explained to the Alliance members assisting with preparations. Soul fragments of the same origin vibrate at matching frequencies. The ritual creates a magical probe that identifies those frequencies without disrupting the fragments themselves. Like tuning forks, Fred, or possibly George, suggested. Exactly, Tonks agreed, arranging specially prepared crystals in a precise pattern around the central ritual space. If Harry is carrying a fragment of Voldemort's soul, the probe will detect the resonance between it and a known horcrux. Which we don't have, Remus pointed out. Not exactly, Harry said, stepping forward with a small wooden box. But we have the next best thing. Inside the box lay a blackened, twisted piece of metal, the remains of Tom Riddle's diary, recovered from Dumbledore's office during Hermione's recent investigations. It's not a horcrux anymore, Harry explained, but it was one. According to Hermione's research, that should be enough for the probe to recognize the magical signature. Moody examined the fragment with his magical eye. Still carries traces of the dark magic, he confirmed. Might work. By sunset, the preparations were complete. The ritual chamber glowed with the light of hundreds of enchanted candles, their flames casting shifting shadows on the ancient cave walls. The crystal arrangement formed a perfect seven-pointed star, with Harry positioned at its center and Tonks at the primary point. The other Alliance members had taken positions outside the ritual space, ready to intervene if necessary but otherwise instructed to remain silent observers. What they were about to attempt went beyond conventional magic, it was an exploration of the boundaries between life, death, and the nature of the soul itself. Ready? Tonks asked, meeting Harry's gaze across the ritual space. He nodded, his expression resolute despite the gravity of what they might discover. Through their bond, she could sense his determination overriding his natural fear, not for himself, but for how the results might affect their fight against Voldemort. Tonks began the ritual, her voice taking on the resonant quality of her Empress aspect as she recited the ancient Egyptian incantations Hermione had translated. The language felt strange on her tongue, but the magic responded instantly, the crystals beginning to glow with an inner light that pulsed in rhythm with her words. Harry remained still at the center, his eyes closed as instructed, focusing on maintaining an open, receptive magical state. The diary fragment had been placed at the opposite point of the star from Tonks, completing the magical circuit. As the incantation reached its climax, Tonks shifted fully into her Empress form, hair darkening to midnight blue-black, eyes becoming completely obsidian, her presence expanding to fill the ritual space with palpable power. The bond between them manifested visibly, a golden cord connecting their hearts that glowed brighter with each spoken word. The final phrase triggered the actual detection probe, a pulse of pure magical energy that radiated from the center of the star, passing through Harry and connecting momentarily with the diary fragment before rebounding through the crystal formation. For a breathless moment, nothing happened. Then the crystals began to glow with shifting colors, predominantly a sickly green that made everyone present instinctively recoil. It's found something, Tonks announced, maintaining her position despite the obvious strain of channeling the ancient magic. The green light concentrated, forming a ghostly image above Harry, a three-dimensional magical representation of his body, with a distinct dark mass visible in his forehead, precisely where his scar was located. Merlin's beard, Remus whispered from the sidelines, breaking the instructed silence in his shock. Harry opened his eyes, looking up at the magical diagnostic floating above him. His expression remained remarkably calm as he studied the evidence of Voldemort's soul fragment embedded in his being. "Can you tell how it's connected?" he asked Tonks, his voice steady. "How deeply it's integrated with my own magic?" Tonks focused on the probe, directing it to provide more detailed information. The image shifted, showing magical currents flowing through Harry's form, his own bright, clean magic forming a distinct pattern entirely separate from the darker, parasitic energy of the horcrux. "It's contained," she reported with growing excitement. "Your magic has completely encapsulated it, isolated it from your core. It's present but not integrated. Like a Muggle infection," Moody observed from the perimeter. "Body walls it off to prevent spread." This was better than they had dared hope. If the horcrux wasn't fundamentally integrated with Harry's being, the possibilities for removing it expanded dramatically. There's more, Tonks continued, directing the probe to analyze the interaction between the horcrux and their bond. The golden connection between them became prominent in the magical display, showing how it intersected with both Harry's magic and the contained horcrux. The bond is strengthening the containment. It's actually pushing the fragment further away from your core. Harry's expression lightened with cautious hope. So the bond is already working against it. Actively, Tonks confirmed. Which explains why Dumbledore was so concerned when it formed. He must have known or suspected that it would interfere with whatever plan he had for addressing the horcrux in you. The probe's energy began to wane, the crystals dimming as the ancient magic reached its limits. Tonks carefully concluded the ritual, dismissing the detection spell with precise counter-incantations that ensured no residual energy remained to cause harm. As the magical displays faded, the Alliance members moved closer, eager to discuss what they had witnessed. "So Potter is a horcrux," Kingsley stated, his deep voice grave. "But one that might be removed without killing him." "Based on what we've seen, yes," Tonks confirmed, gradually shifting back from her Empress aspect to her normal appearance, though her hair remained the darker blue it had adopted since completing their bond. "The fragment is isolated, contained by Harry's own magic and further suppressed by our bond. The question is how to extract it safely," Remus said, his scholarly mind already considering possibilities. Conventional horcrux destruction methods would obviously be fatal. "Not necessarily," one of the twins interjected. "What if we could transfer it first? Move it from Harry to another object, then destroy that? Or use the bond to pull it out entirely," the other twin suggested. "If it's already pushing the fragment away, maybe with the right amplification." "All possibilities worth exploring," Harry agreed, rising from the center of the ritual space. Despite the ominous revelation, he appeared more determined than defeated. "But first, we need more information about how horcruxes can be safely destroyed. And we need to secure the locket," Tonks added. "If it's still at Grimmauld Place, retrieving it becomes our top priority." Moody nodded approvingly. "Good. Focus on actionable objectives. Leave the theoretical work for when we have more data." As the Alliance dispersed to prepare for their next steps, Harry and Tonks retreated to their private chamber to process what they had learned. The detection ritual had confirmed their worst fears. Harry was indeed a horcrux, but had also revealed unexpected hope in how the fragment was contained and how their bond was affecting it. "I should feel more disturbed by this," Harry admitted once they were alone. "Finding out I've been carrying a piece of Voldemort's soul all these years. But somehow it makes things clearer," Tonks finished, understanding flowing through their bond. "Explains the connection you've always felt, the visions, the Parseltongue ability." Harry nodded. "And it explains Dumbledore's behavior, the distance, the calculated release of information, the focus on my mother's sacrifice. He's been preparing me to die at the right moment." The anger in his voice was justified, but Tonks detected something else, a sense of liberation that came from finally understanding the full scope of his situation. "But now we've changed the game," she said, taking his hands in hers. "The bond has already begun undermining the horcrux's hold. Given time and the right approach, we might be able to remove it entirely." "And if we can't?" Harry asked, meeting her eyes directly. "Then we find another way," Tonks said firmly. "Because I didn't bond with you just to lose you to Dumbledore's grand sacrifice play." The intensity of her declaration resonated through their connection, carrying emotions that had been building since the final ritual but had remained largely unspoken amid the constant demands of their campaign against Voldemort. "Tonks," Harry began, his voice softening. "Nymphadora." She didn't correct him this time, the use of her full name in his voice stirring something deep within her. "Whatever happens," he continued, "these past months with you have been worth everything we've faced. The bond may have brought us together, but what's grown between us is something more than magic." Through their connection, Tonks felt the truth of his words, the genuine emotion behind them that transcended their magical bond. What had begun as an accidental connection had evolved into something neither had anticipated but both now treasured. "I feel it too," she admitted quietly. "And it terrifies me sometimes, how much you've come to mean to me. Beyond the bond, beyond the war, beyond everything." Harry stepped closer, one hand rising to cup her cheek. "Then we fight for that too. Not just against Voldemort, not just for the wizarding world, but for us. For what we could be when this is all over." The kiss that followed was different from their previous moments of affection, deeper, more certain, carrying promises neither needed to voice aloud. Their bond hummed with contentment, magic flowing between them not in the urgent surge of battle but in the steady warmth of genuine connection. When they finally separated, Tonks's hair had shifted to a vibrant pink, brighter than it had been in months, reflecting her emotional state with perfect clarity. "We should probably get back to planning our infiltration of Grimmauld Place," she said with reluctance, though her smile remained. "Probably," Harry agreed, not moving away. "Though I'm starting to think the fate of the wizarding world can wait 5 more minutes." Tonks laughed, the sound echoing through their chamber and their bond alike. 5 minutes? That's not very ambitious, Potter." His answering grin was everything she needed to see, proof that despite the horcrux, despite Dumbledore's machinations, despite the war raging around them, Harry remained fundamentally himself. And that was worth fighting for above all else. Grimmauld Place stood dark and forbidding against the night sky, its magical protection still active despite months of abandonment. According to Remus's intelligence, Dumbledore had withdrawn the order from the Black family home shortly after Harry and Tonks's disappearance, concerned that the property's allegiance might have shifted with the activation of their bond. His concerns, as it turned out, were entirely justified. "The wards recognize us," Tonks confirmed as they approached the boundary of the property's magical defenses. "More specifically, they recognize me as the current magical head of the Black family." Harry felt it too, a subtle shift in the protective magic surrounding the house, like sentient barriers evaluating their approach and finding them acceptable. After Sirius's death, control of the property should have transferred to Harry through conventional inheritance, but their bond and Tonks's reclamation of the Black family magic had complicated matters in their favor. "No sign of surveillance," Moody reported, his magical eye scanning the surrounding area. "But that doesn't mean we're not expected." The infiltration team consisted of Harry, Tonks, Moody, and the twins, a balanced unit combining their unique bond capabilities, Moody's unparalleled detection skills, and the twins' innovative approach to magical obstacles. The others remained at their headquarters, coordinating through enhanced communication mirrors and ready to provide backup if needed. "Remember," Harry said as they prepared to cross the property line, "our primary objective is locating and securing the locket. Secondary objective is retrieving any useful Black family artifacts or information. We avoid confrontation if possible." Everyone nodded in acknowledgement of the plan. On Harry's signal, they moved forward, crossing the ward boundary with barely a magical ripple to mark their passage. The front door recognized Tonks immediately, swinging open at her touch without requiring the usual password. The interior of number 12 was exactly as Harry remembered, dark, oppressive, filled with the accumulated magical residue of generations of Black family occupancy. But now, with his enhanced perception through the bond, he could see patterns in that residue, magical currents flowing through the structure like veins in a living organism. "The house is responding to your presence," he murmured to Tonks, watching as candles spontaneously lit themselves along their path. She nodded, similarly aware of the building's reaction. "It recognizes the Empress aspect. Black family magic calling to its own." They moved cautiously through the entrance hall, passing the covered portrait of Walburga Black without disturbance, another sign of the house's changed allegiance. Under normal circumstances, the slightest noise would have triggered the portrait's vitriolic tirade against blood traders and half-bloods. "Kitchen first," Harry directed. "That's where Creature is most likely to be if he's still here." The ancient house elf was indeed in the kitchen, though not as they expected. Rather than scurrying about in his usual resentful manner, Creature sat motionless at the long table, as if waiting for them. Before him lay a heavy golden locket, ornate, ancient, and radiating dark magic visible even without enhanced perception. Creature has been expecting the new mistress of the most ancient and noble house of Black, the elf said, his usual contemptuous tone replaced with something approaching reverence. Creature felt the change in the family magic. Felt mistress take back what belonged to her from the unworthy one. Bellatrix, Tonks realized. He sensed the ritual I performed on her. Creature nodded, his large eyes fixed on Tonks with an intensity that bordered on fanatical. Mistress has restored the proper order. Cleansed the family magic of corruption. Creature serves the true heir now. Harry approached carefully, his attention split between the seemingly transformed house elf and the unmistakable horcrux on the table. Creature, that locket, Master Regulus ordered Creature to destroy it, the elf interrupted, his gaze shifting to Harry with surprising deference. But Creature failed. Could not break it, could not open it, could not remove the evil within. This revelation stunned them all. Regulus Black, Sirius's younger brother who had joined the Death Eaters only to disappear mysteriously, had apparently turned against Voldemort and targeted at least one horcrux. "Tell us what happened, Creature," Tonks commanded gently, her voice carrying the authority of her position but none of the cruelty the elf had come to expect from the Black family. The story that followed was heartbreaking in its tragedy and heroism. Regulus, discovering Voldemort's use of Creature to test the defenses around the locket horcrux, had turned against his master. He had ordered Creature to take him to the secret cave, retrieve the horcrux at the cost of his own life, and commanded the elf to destroy it, a task Creature had been unable to fulfill despite years of trying. Master Regulus died to stop the Dark Lord, Creature concluded, tears streaming down his wrinkled face. But Creature failed him. Failed until now, when the new mistress comes with the power to succeed where Creature could not. Tonks knelt before the elf, a gesture that would have been unthinkable for most members of the Black family. "You didn't fail, Creature. You protected the locket all these years, keeping it from falling into the wrong hands. And now we can finish what Regulus started." The elf's transformation in response to this simple kindness was remarkable. His posture straightened, his expression cleared of the habitual resentment that had defined him for so long. What would Mistress have Creature do, he asked, ready to serve in a way he hadn't been for decades. "First," Tonks said, "we need to secure this locket for transport. Then, we need access to the Black family library, specifically, any texts that might mention horcruxes or soul magic. And if you know of any other Black family artifacts that might help against Voldemort," Harry added, "those would be valuable too." Creature nodded eagerly. Creature knows many secrets of the House of Black. Things hidden from the blood traitor Sirius, things even the old mistress did not know were here. While the twins and Moody secured the perimeter of the house against potential intrusion, Creature led Harry and Tonks on a tour of hidden compartments, secret rooms, and concealed caches throughout Grimmauld Place. The wealth of magical resources they discovered was staggering: ancient grimoires on soul magic, weapons enchanted specifically against dark wizards, protective amulets, and communication devices that operated outside conventional magical detection. Most valuable of all was a small leather-bound journal hidden behind Phineas Nigellus Black's portrait, Regulus's personal diary documenting his discovery of Voldemort's horcruxes and his research into methods for destroying them. "This is exactly what we needed," Harry said as they carefully packed their discoveries for transport back to headquarters. "Between Hermione's research and Regulus's journal, we have a real chance of developing a safe extraction method for the horcrux inside me." Tonks nodded, though her expression remained guarded. "But time is still against us. Once Dumbledore realizes we've been to Grimmauld Place, he'll know we're pursuing the horcruxes independently," Harry finished. "And he'll either try to stop us or force a confrontation to regain control of the situation. Which means we need to work quickly," Tonks concluded. "Complete the extraction ritual before either Dumbledore or Voldemort can interfere." With their objectives achieved more successfully than they had dared hope, the infiltration team prepared to depart. Creature, now firmly allied with them, would remain at Grimmauld Place as their agent, maintaining the house as a potential fallback position while reporting any attempts by either the Order or Death Eaters to access the property. As they made final preparations to leave, Harry found himself in Sirius's old bedroom, taking a moment to connect with the memory of his godfather. The room remained exactly as Sirius had left it, motorcycle posters on the walls, Gryffindor banners proudly displayed, small personal items scattered across the dresser. "He would be proud of you," Tonks said softly from the doorway. "Of what we're doing. Taking action, not just reacting." Harry nodded, picking up a framed photograph of the original Order of the Phoenix, his parents standing beside Sirius, all three smiling with the untroubled confidence of youth. "I think he'd be proud of both of us. Especially you, claiming your birthright, using the Black family magic for its true purpose." Tonks entered the room, her hand finding his as they both looked at the photograph. "We're changing things, Harry. Not just for ourselves, but for everyone. Breaking the cycle of secrets and manipulation that's defined this conflict for too long. And hopefully ending it once and for all," Harry added, replacing the photograph carefully. As they left Sirius's room, neither noticed the small, observant portrait in the corner, Phineas Nigellus Black, watching their departure with calculating eyes before silently slipping from his frame to report to his other portrait in the headmaster's office at Hogwarts. The pieces were moving toward their final configuration. The confrontation they had long anticipated was now inevitable, not just with Voldemort, but with Albus Dumbledore and the competing vision he represented for ending the Wizarding War. The extraction ritual required 3 days of intensive preparation. Based on the combined research from Hermione, Regulus Black's journal, and the ancient texts recovered from Grimmauld Place, Tonks and Remus developed a modified approach that would target the horcrux specifically while protecting Harry's own soul and magic. The conventional methods for destroying horcruxes all involve damaging the container beyond magical repair, Remus explained to the assembled Alliance members in their headquarters main chamber. Obviously not an option when the container is a living person. Instead, Tonks continued, "We're adapting an ancient Egyptian ritual originally designed for removing parasitic curses from pharaohs. Combined with elements of the Black family protector bond, it should allow us to extract the soul fragment without harming Harry." The plan was theoretically sound, though untested in their specific situation. According to Regulus's journal, Voldemort had never anticipated one of his horcruxes residing in a living host with its own magical core and soul, oversight they could exploit. "The ritual has 3 phases, Tonks explained, referencing the complex diagrams she and Remus had created. "First, isolation, using our bond to push the fragment completely away from Harry's core. Second, extraction, drawing the fragment out through the scar where it entered. Third, containment, capturing the fragment in a prepared vessel for subsequent destruction. Each phase carries risks," Remus cautioned. "The isolation could temporarily weaken Harry's natural magic. The extraction will be painful. And the containment must be executed perfectly, or the fragment could potentially seek another host. Which is why we've developed these," Fred Weasley announced, holding up what appeared to be a crystal vial wrapped in complex runic bindings. "Horcrux containment units, based on Dumbledore's methods for containing the ring before he destroyed it. Once the fragment is extracted and contained," George added, "we can destroy it safely using basilisk venom from the Chamber of Secrets, courtesy of our latest recruit." He gestured to where Ginny Weasley stood among the Alliance members, a recent addition who had slipped away from Hogwarts to join them after learning of their efforts through Hermione. Her experience with Tom Riddle's diary had made her particularly motivated to help destroy the remaining horcruxes. "The timing is critical," Tonks emphasized. "Based on our intelligence, both Dumbledore and Voldemort are converging on our location. The headmaster through tracking charms he placed on items from Grimmauld Place, Voldemort through the connection to the horcrux as we begin to manipulate it. We anticipate having approximately 6 hours between initiating the ritual and their arrival," Kingsley added, consulting the tactical map where magical signatures were being tracked in real time. "Enough time to complete the extraction and prepare our defenses, but only just. Which means we need distraction teams," Harry concluded. Groups to intercept and delay both Dumbledore's forces and Voldemort's while the ritual completes. The alliance had grown significantly in recent weeks, expanded beyond the original core group to include other disillusioned Order members, independent wizards opposed to both Ministry corruption and Voldemort's ideology, and even a few reformed Death Eaters who had broken from Voldemort's service after witnessing the effectiveness of Harry and Tonks' campaign. This larger force would now be divided into 3 teams, the ritual team led by Tonks with Remus and the twins providing magical support, a defensive team securing their headquarters under Moody's command, and interception teams led by Kingsley and Bill Weasley to delay the approaching forces. One last thing, Harry said as they concluded their planning session. If the extraction fails, or if something goes wrong. He paused, making eye contact with each alliance leader. The mission continues. Stopping Voldemort remains the priority, regardless of what happens to me. This declaration was met with solemn nods, though through the bond, Tonks's fierce rejection of this possibility flowed to Harry with crystal clarity. She had no intention of allowing failure, not when they had come so far together. As the alliance dispersed to their assigned preparations, Harry and Tonks retreated to the ritual chamber, which had been transformed according to the complex specifications their research had indicated. Ancient Egyptian symbols covered the floor and walls, intertwined with black family runes and protective circles derived from multiple magical traditions. Second thoughts? Tonks asked quietly as they surveyed the preparations. Harry shook his head. Not about the ritual. Just thinking about how we got here. All the secrets, the manipulations, the hidden agendas that led to this moment. Dumbledore's grand chess game, Tonks said with an edge to her voice. Not just Dumbledore, Harry corrected. Voldemort too. Both of them moving pieces around the board, neither realizing that the pieces might start moving themselves. Tonks smiled at the analogy. Well, this particular piece is about to knock over the whole board. Through their bond, Harry felt her unwavering confidence, not just in the ritual, but in their shared purpose, in what they had built together over these extraordinary months. Whatever happened in the coming confrontation, they had already succeeded in ways neither could have imagined when their bond first formed. It's time, Remus called from the entrance to the chamber. The wards are registering movement from both expected directions. Dumbledore's group from the south, Voldemort's from the east. Harry took a deep breath, centering himself for what was to come. Let's finish this. The ritual began at sunset, with Harry positioned at the center of the complex magical array and Tonks at the primary power nexus. The twins managed the containment vessel preparations while Remus coordinated the intricate sequence of incantations that would drive the procedure. As Tonks initiated the first phase, isolation, Harry felt the change immediately. The presence he had never consciously recognized but had always carried separated further from his core magic, becoming distinct and foreign in a way that made its parasitic nature unmistakable. The scar on his forehead burned with increasing intensity as the fragment was forced toward its original entry point. Through the bond, Tonks channeled her strength to him, helping him withstand the growing pain as the isolation progressed. Her Empress aspect manifested fully, her enhanced black family magic proving crucial to containing and directing the complex energies involved. Phase 1 complete, Remus announced after nearly an hour of sustained magical effort. The fragment is fully isolated. Moving to extraction phase on your mark, Tonks. She nodded, her completely black eyes fixed on Harry with fierce concentration. Ready, Harry. Despite the pain radiating from his scar, he managed a tight nod. Do it. The extraction phase began with a surge of directed magic flowing through the carefully constructed channels in the ritual array. Tonks, drawing on the deepest aspects of the Black Protector magic, essentially reached into Harry through their bond, not physically, but magically, and began to pull the foreign soul fragment away from his being. The pain intensified dramatically, drawing an involuntary cry from Harry as the fragment resisted separation. Through the haze of agony, he became aware of another presence pushing against the ritual, Voldemort himself, sensing the threat to his soul peace and attempting to interfere through the very connection they were trying to sever. He's fighting us, Harry gasped, the words barely audible through clenched teeth. Voldemort, he knows what we're doing. Resistance expected, Remus replied tensely, adjusting the flow of supportive magic around the ritual space. Stay focused, Harry. Your intent matters. Reject the fragment with everything you have. Harry concentrated on that rejection, visualizing the foreign presence being pushed completely out of his mind, his magic, his very being. He drew on every positive emotion and memory he could muster, his parents' love, Sirius's support, his friendships, and most powerfully, what had grown between him and Tonks through their extraordinary journey together. Through their bond, Tonks sensed his approach and amplified it, adding her own fierce protective instincts to his rejection of the horcrux. The combined force of their unified will created a magical resonance that accelerated the extraction process, literally pushing the fragment toward the containment vessel the twins had prepared. Outside the ritual chamber, they could hear the sounds of battle beginning, distant explosions and magical discharge as the interception teams engaged the approaching forces. But within the chamber, their focus remained absolute, the external conflict irrelevant compared to the crucial magical surgery they were performing. "It's coming, Fred, or possibly George," announced, monitoring the containment vessel which had begun to glow with an ominous black light. Almost there. With a final, excruciating surge of pain, Harry felt something tear free from his forehead, not physically, but magically. A dark, oily substance seemed to pour from his scar, coalescing into a writhing mass of malevolent energy that hovered momentarily in the air before being drawn inexorably toward the containment vessel. "Now!" Remus commanded. The twins activated the final containment sequence, magical barriers snapping into place around the extracted fragment. For a moment, the dark mass fought against its prison, tendrils of malevolent energy probing for escape. Then, with a sound like a distant scream, it collapsed inward, fully captured within the crystal vessel. "Containment successful," George confirmed, checking the runic seals. "Ready for destruction when you give the word." Harry sagged in the center of the ritual array, exhaustion overwhelming him as the pain finally receded. Through the bond, he felt Tonks's triumph and concern in equal measure as she maintained her position, completing the final protective elements of the ritual. "How do you feel?" she asked, her voice still carrying the resonant quality of her Empress aspect. Harry took a moment to assess himself, reaching inward to examine the space where the fragment had resided for so long. There was an emptiness there, but not an unpleasant one, like a wound finally cleansed of infection, ready to heal properly. "Lighter," he answered honestly. "Like I've been carrying a weight I never realized was there." Remus approached, casting diagnostic charms with practiced precision. "The extraction appears complete," he confirmed. "No trace of the fragment remains. And your core magic seems stable, possibly even stronger without the parasitic drain." Before they could fully celebrate this success, however, a massive explosion rocked the headquarters, much closer than the previous sounds of battle. "Perimeter breach," Fred reported, checking a monitoring device linked to the outer defenses. "Both groups have broken through the first containment lines. Moody estimates 20 minutes before they reach the inner sanctum. Then we move to the final phase immediately," Tonks decided, stepping away from the ritual array but maintaining her Empress form. "Destroy the horcrux, then prepare to confront both Dumbledore and Voldemort." The destruction of the contained fragment was anticlimactic after the intensity of the extraction ritual. Ginny Weasley, her face set with grim determination, simply uncorked a vial of basilisk venom and poured 3 careful drops onto the crystal vessel. The container hissed and smoked, the dark mass within writhing in apparent agony before dissolving completely, leaving only inert magical residue. "That's 3 down," Harry said, thinking of the diary, the ring, and now the fragment from his scar. 3 to go, plus Voldemort himself. "And one of those 3 is already in our possession," Tonks added, nodding toward the secured locket from Grimmauld Place, which awaited destruction once they had dealt with the more immediate threats. As they exited the ritual chamber to join the headquarters defense, Harry felt an unprecedented clarity of purpose. For the first time since learning of the prophecy, he faced Voldemort not as a marked equal carrying a piece of the Dark Lord within him, but as truly his own person, free to determine his own fate without the burden of unwitting connection to his enemy. Through their bond, Tonks sensed this transformation and responded with fierce pride and support. Together, they moved toward the imminent confrontation not as reluctant participants in someone else's war, but as architects of their own approach to ending the conflict once and for all. The final battle was about to begin, not just against Voldemort, but against the entire system of secrets, manipulation, and control that had defined magical Britain for too long. The Alliance headquarters shuddered under sustained magical assault from two directions. From the south, Dumbledore led a coalition of Order members and Ministry officials, a temporary alliance of convenience forged around the shared goal of regaining control over Harry Potter and the unprecedented power he and Tonks had demonstrated. From the east, Voldemort's forces attacked with greater violence but less precision, driven by the Dark Lord's rage at the destruction of the Horcrux and his determination to eliminate the greatest threat to his power. Caught between these converging forces, the Alliance held their position in the central chamber of their headquarters, a naturally defensible cave expanded and reinforced with layers of protective magic. Here, Harry and Tonks had established a command center from which they coordinated their growing network of supporters throughout the wizarding world. Dumbledore's group has breached the secondary wards, Kingsley reported, his normally calm voice tense as he monitored the magical sensors. They're being strategic, disabling rather than destroying, minimizing casualties. Unlike our friends from the east, Fred or George added grimly. Death Eaters are using killing curses freely. 2 of our outer perimeter guards are down. Harry studied the tactical display hovering above the central table, a 3-dimensional representation of their headquarters and surroundings, showing the position and movement of all detected magical signatures. The situation was developing exactly as they had anticipated, though the timing was tighter than they would have preferred. Voldemort is pushing harder than expected, he observed, pointing to a particularly powerful magical signature leading the eastern assault. He must have sensed the Horcrux destruction directly. Which works to our advantage, Tonks replied, fully in her Empress aspect as she directed their defensive strategy. The more enraged he is, the less strategic he becomes. Their plan was not to defeat either attacking force conventionally, they lacked the numbers for that, but to manipulate the situation toward a specific confrontation. By positioning themselves between Dumbledore and Voldemort, they hoped to force a 3-way engagement in which the 2 older wizards would need to address each other as well as Harry and Tonks. Moody's team is in position, Remus reported, receiving confirmation through their communication network. Ready to collapse the eastern tunnels on your signal. Wait until Voldemort himself enters the tunnel system, Harry instructed. We want him committed to the approach before cutting off his reinforcements. On the southern front, Bill Weasley led a similar operation, using his curse-breaking expertise to create magical choke points that would separate Dumbledore from the bulk of his supporters without causing casualties. 5 minutes until breach at both entry points, Kingsley updated. All non-essential personnel have evacuated to the backup locations as planned. Harry nodded, satisfied that they had protected as many of their allies as possible while maintaining sufficient force for the coming confrontation. Those who remained had chosen to stay, fully understanding the risks of what they were attempting. It's time, he said, making eye contact with each of the Alliance leaders present. Remember, our objective isn't to defeat either Dumbledore or Voldemort in direct combat, but to force acknowledgement of our approach and position. In other words, George clarified with a grim smile, make ourselves too valuable to destroy and too dangerous to ignore. Exactly, Tonks confirmed. We've changed the fundamental dynamic of this war. Today we make that change permanent. As the final preparations were made, Harry moved to Tonks's side, their bond humming with shared purpose and determination. The extraction ritual had left him physically drained but magically more focused than ever before, the absence of Voldemort's soul fragment allowing his own power to flow uncontaminated for the first time in his life. Ready? He asked quietly, taking her hand. Together, she replied, the simple word carrying the weight of everything they had built. The first breach came from the east, a massive explosion that shook the entire cave system as Voldemort's forces blasted through the final physical barrier. Simultaneously, alarms sounded from the southern approach as Dumbledore systematically dismantled the magical protections with characteristic precision. "Execute containment," Harry commanded. On this signal, Moody's team collapsed the eastern tunnels behind Voldemort's advance party, while Bill's team activated the prepared choke points to the south. The tactical display confirmed their success. Both attacking forces had been reduced to their core members, with reinforcements effectively cut off. "Central chamber secure," Kingsley reported. Dumbledore approaching with 5 Order members. Voldemort with 7 Death Eaters, including Malfoy and Dolohov. "And Bellatrix?" Tonks asked sharply. "No sign of her magical signature," Kingsley confirmed. "Still recovering from your previous encounter, apparently." This was a small advantage. Bellatrix's unpredictability and personal vendetta against Tonks would have complicated an already volatile situation. "Places, everyone," Harry directed. "Remember, defensive posture only unless directly attacked. We want conversation before confrontation." The Alliance members moved to their assigned positions around the chamber, a formation designed to protect their command center while presenting a unified front to both approaching parties. Harry and Tonks took the central position, standing together on a slightly raised platform that gave them clear sightlines to both entry points. They didn't have to wait long. The southern entrance shimmered as Dumbledore's final counterspell dissolved the magical barrier. The headmaster stepped through calmly, his blue eyes instantly finding Harry at the center of the chamber. Behind him came McGonagall, Arthur Weasley, Shacklebolt, who had maintained his position as a double agent within the Order, and 2 Aurors Harry didn't recognize. Simultaneously, the eastern wall exploded inward with significantly less finesse, admitting Voldemort and his Death Eaters in a swirl of dark robes and aggressive magic. The Dark Lord's snake-like features contorted with rage as he too located Harry immediately. For a surreal moment, the 3 factions regarded each other in tense silence, Dumbledore's group to the south, Voldemort's to the east, and Harry and Tonks's alliance forming the western point of this deadly triangle. "Harry," Dumbledore spoke first, his voice carrying its usual calm authority despite the circumstances. "I see you've been quite busy in your absence from us." "More productive than you might have expected," Harry replied evenly. "Considering your plans for me." Dumbledore's expression flickered briefly, perhaps surprise at Harry's directness, or recognition that his carefully constructed narrative had been dismantled. "Potter," Voldemort hissed from the opposite side, his high, cold voice filled with barely contained fury. "You dare to interfere with magic beyond your understanding? You mean your horcruxes?" Harry responded, deliberately shifting the focus of the conversation. "We understand them quite well now. Well enough to destroy 3 of them already." This revelation had the intended effect. Both Dumbledore and Voldemort reacted with visible shock, though for different reasons. The headmaster appeared stunned that Harry had progressed so far independently, while Voldemort's rage intensified at the public acknowledgement of his most carefully guarded secret. 3. Dumbledore questioned sharply. "The diary, your ring," Harry enumerated, "and the fragment I carried in my scar." Now it was Voldemort's turn to look shocked. "Impossible," he snarled, though his red eyes betrayed uncertainty. "No one could extract a living horcrux." Tonks interrupted, stepping forward in her full Empress aspect, black eyes gleaming with power. "The Black family has been studying soul magic since before your grandfather was born, Riddle. There are methods beyond what you've discovered in your limited research." The use of Voldemort's birth name was a calculated provocation, reminding everyone present of his half-blood origins, a particular sore point for the self-styled heir of Slytherin. "And we have the locket as well," Harry added, pressing their advantage. "Regulus Black's final act of defiance. It awaits destruction once we conclude our business here." This systematic dismantling of both Dumbledore's plans and Voldemort's immortality strategy created exactly the destabilized situation Harry and Tonks had hoped for, forcing both powerful wizards to reassess their positions and approaches in real time. "What exactly is your intention here, Harry?" Dumbledore asked, adapting more quickly than Voldemort to the changed dynamic. You've clearly gone to extraordinary lengths to arrange this confrontation. To establish a third position in this war, Harry stated clearly. One that rejects both your manipulation, Professor, and your tyranny, Riddle. A direct approach to ending this conflict without further secrets or casualties. Childish idealism, Voldemort sneered, though his usual confidence appeared shaken by the horcrux revelations. You cannot stand against me, regardless of what tricks you've learned or what fragments you've destroyed. Can't we? Tonks challenged, her power visibly manifesting around her as she called on the full extent of her black family magic. Your forces have been systematically dismantled over the past months. Your inner circle is in disarray. Bellatrix stripped of her power, Malfoy Manor raided, your giant allies neutralized, your werewolf pack scattered. And your recruitment effectively halted by our counter-narrative, Harry added. People are no longer choosing between Ministry corruption and Death Eater terrorism. We've shown them a third path, one that actually addresses their concerns without demanding submission to either side. Dumbledore studied them with new eyes, reassessing the scope of what they had accomplished outside his awareness. You've built more than just a magical bond, he observed. You've created a movement. A necessary one, Tonks replied. When both established sides are more concerned with control than resolution. The tension in the chamber shifted subtly as all three factions adjusted to this explicit articulation of the new reality. The Death Eaters looked uncertainly to Voldemort, while Dumbledore's companions exchanged troubled glances at the clear challenge to their leader's authority. You still cannot win, Voldemort declared, though with less conviction than before. Even with your bond, your allies, your discovered secrets, you remain merely human against the greatest wizard who ever lived. A wizard who failed to kill an infant, Harry pointed out calmly. Who couldn't possess me at the Ministry. Who just lost another horcrux despite his best efforts to prevent it. Before Voldemort could respond, Tonks raised her hand in a silent signal. Throughout the chamber, Alliance members activated prepositioned magical artifacts, devices similar to pensive projectors that displayed crucial intelligence on all walls simultaneously. Suddenly the room filled with floating images, maps showing the locations of the remaining horcruxes based on their combined research, tactical analyses of Voldemort's remaining forces, and most damaging of all, complete biographical information on Tom Marvolo Riddle, from his Muggle orphanage to his transformation into Lord Voldemort. We know everything, Harry stated simply. Your past, your methods, your weaknesses. And most importantly, your horcruxes, what they are, where they are, and how to destroy them. Voldemort's fury manifested as waves of dark magic radiating from his skeletal form, so intense that several Death Eaters stepped back involuntarily. You dare, we do more than dare, Tonks interrupted, her own power rising to match his display. We offer terms. This unexpected statement momentarily checked Voldemort's rage. Terms, he repeated incredulously. To both of you, Harry clarified, looking from Voldemort to Dumbledore. Because this ends today, one way or another. In that crucial moment, with both Dumbledore and Voldemort temporarily off balance, Harry and Tonks executed the final phase of their plan, not an attack, but a demonstration of the true extent of their bond's capabilities. Through their connection, they channeled combined magic in a display unlike anything the wizarding world had seen in generations. The Black family protection magic merged with Harry's innate power, creating a manifestation of their unified will that filled the chamber with golden light. Within this light, images formed, not just of the remaining horcruxes, but of the specific protections surrounding them, the methods required to access them, and most importantly, confirmation that they could be destroyed. We can end this war without further bloodshed, Harry offered, directing his words primarily to Dumbledore's group while the display continued around them. The order focuses on securing and evacuating civilian areas. We handle Voldemort and his horcruxes. The Ministry reforms under leadership untainted by either extreme. Or, Tonks continued, shifting her attention to Voldemort's forces, we can dismantle everything you've built piece by piece, horcrux by horcrux, follower by follower. We've demonstrated our capability. The choice is yours. It was a masterful tactical approach, offering Dumbledore a path to his desired outcome without requiring his direct control, while simultaneously presenting Voldemort with the reality of his impending defeat in terms even his megalomaniacal mind couldn't dismiss. The chamber held its breath as both powerful wizards considered the situation. Dumbledore's expression shifted through careful calculation to reluctant admiration, while Voldemort's rage seemed to crystallize into cold, focused hatred. "You believe you've accounted for everything," Voldemort said finally, his voice dangerously quiet. "But there is one variable your research couldn't reveal." With blinding speed, he raised his wand, not toward Harry or Tonks, but toward his own Death Eaters. Before anyone could react, a jet of green light struck Lucius Malfoy directly in the chest. The blonde wizard collapsed without a sound, dead before he hit the floor. "The final Horcrux," Voldemort announced with terrible satisfaction as he performed wandless magic over Malfoy's corpse, created here and now. Horror filled the chamber as everyone present realized what was happening. Voldemort was creating a new Horcrux to replace the one extracted from Harry, using Malfoy's death to split his soul once more. The remaining Death Eaters backed away from their master, shock evident even behind their masks. But what Voldemort couldn't know, what their research had revealed but they had deliberately not included in their displayed intelligence, was exactly how the creation of a Horcrux affected an already damaged soul. "Now!" Harry shouted, recognizing the critical moment they had theorized but never expected to witness directly. Tonks, prepared for this possibility, channeled her black family magic in its most focused form, a spell specifically designed to disrupt soul magic during its most vulnerable moment of transition. The blue-black energy shot from her hands, intercepting the dark ritual Voldemort had initiated. The result was catastrophic for the Dark Lord. His already fractured soul, attempting to split yet again while under magical attack, destabilized completely. A terrible scream tore from his throat as the ritual backfired, the fragment he was attempting to separate turning inward instead, attacking what remained of his core being. Dumbledore, instantly recognizing the magical principles involved, moved with surprising speed for a man of his age. His wand wove complex patterns as he contained the magical backlash, preventing it from harming others in the chamber while allowing the process to continue within Voldemort himself. The Dark Lord fell to his knees, his snake-like features contorting as his fractured soul essentially consumed itself from within. The Death Eaters, witnessing their master's apparent destruction, fled in panic, or attempted to, only to be efficiently stunned and captured by the combined forces of the Alliance and Dumbledore's group. Within moments, it was over. Where Voldemort had stood remained only empty robes and a wand, the physical body he had created through dark magic dissolved by the catastrophic failure of his final Horcrux attempt. A stunned silence fell over the chamber, broken finally by Dumbledore's quiet voice. "Not precisely as I had anticipated," the headmaster said, approaching the remains cautiously. "But effective nonetheless." Harry and Tonks maintained their position, the bond between them still visibly manifesting as they processed what had just occurred. Their theory about the vulnerability of Voldemort's fractured soul had proven correct, but the opportunity to exploit it had come in an entirely unexpected way. "Is he gone?" Arthur Weasley asked, voicing the question on everyone's mind. "Not completely," Dumbledore replied, confirming what Harry and Tonks already sensed through their enhanced perception. "The remaining Horcruxes still anchor portions of his soul to this plane. But his corporeal form is destroyed, and his ability to create another is severely compromised by this failure." "Then we proceed as planned," Harry stated, the golden light of their bond gradually subsiding as they shifted focus from demonstration to practical action. Systematic location and destruction of the remaining Horcruxes. Containment of his followers. Reconstruction of wizarding governance. Dumbledore studied Harry for a long moment, his blue eyes reflecting complex emotions, pride, concern, and a certain wistful sadness. "You've surpassed any path I might have set for you," he said finally. "For better or worse?" "For better," Tonks stated firmly, her hand finding Harry's as she gradually shifted from her Empress aspect back to her normal appearance, though her hair retained its midnight blue color. "We've changed the nature of this conflict. made it about more than just opposing ideologies or prophesied confrontations. Indeed you have, Dumbledore acknowledged. And perhaps that is exactly what was needed. He turned to address the combined forces now securing the chamber. The immediate threat is contained. Now we must deal with the remaining soul anchors before Voldemort's supporters can attempt to restore him. The tension in the room gradually shifted to focused determination as all three factions, now effectively merged into a unified effort, began organizing the next phase of operations. The remaining horcruxes would be located and destroyed, Death Eaters apprehended, and the wizarding world informed of this pivotal development in the war. As the others coordinated these efforts, Harry drew Tonks aside to a relatively private corner of the chamber. "Not exactly how we planned it," he said quietly, still processing the unexpected resolution. "But effective," she replied with a small smile. "And entirely in keeping with your typical luck, letting the enemy defeat himself through his own arrogance." Through their bond, Harry felt her relief and cautious optimism, emotions that matched his own. They had achieved their primary objective, demonstrating the viability of their approach and positioning their alliance as an essential component of the resolution rather than a rogue element to be contained. "There's still much to do," Harry acknowledged, thinking of the remaining horcruxes and the complex political landscape they would need to navigate in the aftermath of Voldemort's corporeal defeat. Together, Tonks reminded him, the simple word carrying all the weight of their shared journey and future commitment. "Always," Harry agreed, the bond between them pulsing with quiet affirmation. As they rejoined the unified planning effort, neither fully realized how profoundly they had changed not just the war against Voldemort, but the fundamental structure of magical Britain itself. The third path they had forged, rejecting both Dumbledore's well-intentioned manipulation and Voldemort's tyrannical purity, would reshape their society in ways that would be felt for generations to come. And at the center of this transformation stood their bond, not just a magical connection between two individuals, but a symbol of what was possible when protection and partnership replaced control and dominance as the guiding principles of magical power. Epilogue. 3 years later the Black family estate in Wales had been transformed from a decaying monument to pureblood ideology into something entirely new, a center for magical cooperation and innovation that reflected the broader changes in wizarding Britain following Voldemort's final defeat. On this particular summer evening, the grounds were filled with people gathered to celebrate the 3rd anniversary of the victory at Hogwarts, where the last horcrux had been destroyed and Voldemort's attempt to regain corporeal form had been permanently thwarted. Harry stood on the terrace overlooking the celebration, watching as representatives from all facets of magical society mingled freely, former Order members, reformed ministry officials, international allies, and the core members of what had once been their rogue alliance and now constituted the foundation of the new Magical Cooperation Council that had replaced the more insular Wizengamot. "Admiring your handiwork?" Tonks asked, appearing beside him with 2 glasses of champagne. Her hair was its signature vibrant pink, though she still occasionally manifested the midnight blue of her Empress aspect when the situation called for it. "Our handiwork," Harry corrected, accepting one of the glasses. "None of this would exist without you." It was true in more ways than one. The defeat of Voldemort had only been the beginning of their work together. The subsequent 3 years had seen the complete restructuring of magical governance in Britain, with the rigid, secretive ministry replaced by more transparent institutions designed to represent all magical beings. The bond between them had evolved as well, settling into a permanent connection that enhanced their natural abilities without the dramatic manifestations of their wartime partnership. They could still access the full power of their combined magic when necessary, but had learned to live primarily as individuals connected by choice rather than constant magical resonance. "Minister Shacklebolt seems to be enjoying himself," Tonks observed, nodding toward where Kingsley was engaged in animated conversation with the French magical ambassador. "He should be," Harry replied. "The International Confederation's recognition of our reforms is largely due to his diplomatic skills." Their attention was drawn to a small commotion near the main entrance, where Dumbledore had just arrived. Despite his advanced age and the lingering effects of the curse from Gaunt's ring, the former headmaster remained an influential figure in magical education, though he had voluntarily relinquished his political positions in the aftermath of the war. "Should we go greet him?" Tonks asked, her tone neutral but her emotions through their bond more complex, a mixture of respect and lingering wariness. Their relationship with Dumbledore had evolved into something like cautious mutual appreciation. The old wizard had ultimately acknowledged the validity of their approach and supported their reforms, while they had come to better understand the impossible choices he had faced during decades of magical conflict. In a moment, Harry said, taking her hand. "There's something else first." He led her away from the gathering, down a winding path through gardens where magical and mundane plants grew in harmonious profusion, another symbol of the integration they had championed in the new wizarding society. "Where are we going?" Tonks asked, curious but trusting. "You'll see," Harry replied with a small smile. The path ended at a circular clearing surrounded by ancient oak trees, their branches forming a natural canopy overhead. At the center stood a simple stone altar, not ornate or imposing, but radiating quiet magical significance. The ritual site, Tonks realized, recognizing the place where they had conducted private ceremonies on significant occasions during the past 3 years. "What's the occasion?" Instead of answering directly, Harry turned to face her, taking both her hands in his. Through their bond, she felt his emotions, love, certainty, and nervous anticipation that made her raise an eyebrow in surprise. 3 years ago, he began, we completed a bond that changed both our lives and the course of magical history. It began as an accident, evolved into a strategic alliance, and became something neither of us expected. Tonks smiled, feeling where this was going but letting him continue. "What started as magical protection became personal choice," Harry continued. "What began as shared power became shared purpose, shared life, shared." He hesitated briefly, then finished, "shared love." "Harry Potter," Tonks said with mock seriousness, though her eyes shone with genuine emotion, "are you getting sentimental on me?" "Absolutely," he admitted without hesitation. "Because today I want to add another layer to our bond, one that's purely human, no magical compulsion involved." From his pocket, he withdrew a small box containing 2 rings, simple bands of white gold inlaid with strands of obsidian that seemed to shift and move like liquid shadow. "Nymphadora Tonks," he said formally, ignoring her slight wince at her full name, "will you marry me? Not because our magic compels it, not because fate arranged it, but simply because I love you and want to build the rest of our life together." Through their bond, she felt the complete sincerity of his proposal, the depth of emotion behind the simple words, the absolute certainty of his commitment. Though they had been partners in every meaningful sense for years, this purely human ritual of engagement held its own significance. "Yes," she answered, her hair cycling rapidly through colors as her emotions surged. "Though if you call me Nymphadora at the wedding, I may have to hex you in front of all our guests." Harry laughed, the sound carrying through the clearing as he placed one of the rings on her finger. It adjusted instantly to fit perfectly, the obsidian strands briefly glowing with the same energy as their bond. "Magical rings?" Tonks asked, admiring the craftsmanship. "Black family heirlooms, actually," Harry explained as she placed the matching ring on his finger. "Reforged from their original purpose. Andromeda helped me adapt them, protection rather than control, partnership rather than possession." "Symbolic," Tonks observed, appreciating the transformation of Black family artifacts to reflect their new purpose. As they sealed the engagement with a kiss, the bond between them pulsed with contentment, not the urgent power of their wartime connection, but something deeper and more enduring. What had begun in grief and danger had evolved into something neither could have imagined when Tonks found Harry drinking fire whiskey alone in the library of Grimmauld Place. When they returned to the celebration, hand in hand with their new rings visible for all to see, they were met with knowing smiles and warm congratulations from their closest allies. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled with genuine pleasure as he raised his glass in a silent toast to their happiness. "To new beginnings," Remus said, initiating a formal toast that quickly spread throughout the gathering. "And to Harry and Tonks, who showed us all that protection is stronger than control, and partnership more powerful than domination." "To Harry and Tonks," the crowd echoed, glasses raised beneath the summer stars. As they accepted congratulations and shared their joy with friends and allies, Harry and Tonks remained connected through the bond that had transformed them both, no longer simply the boy who lived and an Auror with metamorphmagus abilities, but partners who had rewritten the rules of both magical power and wizarding society. What had begun as an accidental activation of ancient black family magic had become something entirely new, a template for a different kind of magical relationship based on mutual support rather than hierarchy, shared strength rather than individual power. And in that transformation lay the true victory, not just over Voldemort and his ideology, but over the deeper patterns that had defined magical Britain for centuries. A victory that would continue to shape the wizarding world long after the specific events of the war faded into history, remembered primarily as the moment when Harry Potter and Nymphadora Tonks redefined what it meant to be truly powerful. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.